The couple married 4 years ago this month and are bound together now more than ever.
The last 3 months, I started to even love him more because he gave me so much motivation too, so much inspiration. He's still my motivation for everything. He's not the kind of person that would be just sitting on his bed. No, he will try to change the world.
Andriy and Alina want to help the many amputees who may follow. Their ranks are soaring. The couple want to show there is life after life-changing injuries. I know before the war, Andriy, you loved singing. Do you miss that?
Yes. That's for sure. It's just part of my soul, part of my childhood, you know. So now, when I lost my hands and I cannot play my guitar anymore, it felt kind of sad. But I had my voice.
And he's hoping his voice will get stronger so he can sing again as he did before war came to Ukraine and changed his life beyond recognition. Four months and 20 operations later, Andriy says the hardest thing is not his injuries, but that he wasn't able to finish what he started and free his country. Orla Guerin, BBC News, Kyiv.
That's all from us on Breakfast this morning. We'll be back, of course, tomorrow from 6.
Now it's time for Morning Live. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thanks both. Coming up with news today that companies have been handed huge fines for illegal cold calling. Ralph Walden explains when the tactics break the law and what to do about it.
Plus, almost half of adults don't know the symptoms of a heart attack. Dr. Poonam tells us why excessive sweating and pins and needles could be signs to watch out for.
And wildlife presenter Hamza Yassin shares why the Wild West of Scotland inspired his new BBC documentary, Strictly Birds of Prey. Hello, welcome to Morning Live on a Thursday with me and Kim. It's been a while since I sat on the sofa with you.
It's been a while. In fact, I don't think we sat on the sofa much together, did we? I was usually in the chair.
It's just swivelling over there. You've been busy though, you know, getting nominated for awards and things like that. The Inside Soap Awards, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're up against a few of your friends, aren't you?
I am up against a few of my friends, yeah, Adam Thomas being one of them. I don't think I'm going to win though.
Why?
Well, I've not been invited, so it's not a good indication, is it?
We could do like a live link up. They do that these days.
Yeah, possibly, but no, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to win it, guys.
Best soap actress, is it?
Best drama star.
Oh, so you do know. She knows.
I know all about it.
Best drama. She doesn't even know what she's nominated for. Lovely to see you. Before we get on to the show, at midday today, the Bank of England is announcing if interest rates will rise for the 15th time in a row after inflation unexpectedly dropped yesterday. It'll be really interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, it will be. I mean, it impacts so many people. So we've got the BBC's correspondent, Coletta Smith, on the show next week. If you have any questions for her, send them in to morninglive@bbc.co.uk.
Back to the show. Ralph's on your seat at the moment. Nice to see you, Ralph.
Yeah, morning both.
Got Sonaz from the repair shop and Dr. Poonam with us this morning. These two haven't stopped chatting.
That's actually true as well.
Dr. Poonam, ready for a bit of upside.
Oh, it's my kind of thing. Very excited.
Well, tell us what we're doing today, Sonaz. What are you showing us?
Today I'm going to be showing you how to upcycle and create your own lampshade, all for under £10.
I'm very excited. What you're doing this weekend. Also on the show today, it's thought that over 10 million people suffer from a food intolerance, and sales of home testing kits are soaring. In the first of a two-part investigation, Dr. Ranj finds out if they actually do get results. Well, he's a thorough man, isn't he, when it comes to his research? So he's trying out not one, but 6 kits. 6.
Yeah.
That's in about 5 minutes' time.
We're not sure why he's cutting his own hair, though, are we? That's mystery. And there's only one we trust more to keep our outdoor spaces in top condition. No one more than our gardener, Mark Lane. In 15 minutes, he's taken the sting out of expensive fertiliser by using nettles as a pet and planet-friendly way to see your plants through the winter.
And at the end of the show, Strictly Pro Michelle Chakas is in charge of Strictly Fitness. It's iconic outfits this week,
Iconic
isn't
outfits, that's right. And we've got our final Strictly move of the week today. It's Hansa and Jovita's Foxtrot Hots. And we're going to be combining that with a lovely lower body workout.
Sounds good. We see a lot of Hamza on the show
it? A
today.
lot of Hamza, very Hamza heavy.
Hamza heavy show. But first, figures released this morning show over £500,000 in new funds have been dished out to companies for illegally cold calling the elderly and vulnerable. Quite right, Rav.
Yeah, so it's a tough one. It's because it's positive but also negative. It's good that the ICO, the Information Commission's Office, has today released the fact that they are fining a number of companies, 5 companies, just under £600,000, 590,000. So that's good that they are taking the steps to fine these companies. What's bad is that these companies shouldn't be making these calls at all, because they are to people that have signed up to a service that says, I don't want to be contacted in this way with marketing, phone calls and communication, yet it's still happening. And that really, really upsets me, because a lot of these people are elderly and vulnerable, and they're the ones that are being contacted. You can see the amount of calls. It's around 2 million calls that have been made that shouldn't have been made. And people are parting with money.
Making headlines.
Yeah, here it is. You can see, look, nearly 2 million unwanted marketing calls. They are the ones that have been fined today by the ICO, as I say, just under £600,000. Many of these people have parted with money that they shouldn't have done or wouldn't have done had they not been contacted in this way.
I mean, they're obviously, these kinds of calls are obviously very annoying, very frustrating. But is every cold call illegal?
I'm really glad you've asked that, because the simple answer is no. So a genuine company can contact you, and I stress that, genuine company, not a scam company claiming to be someone that they're not. But a genuine one can contact you unless you have opted out to be contacted by something called the TPS, the Telephone Preference Service. And that's what people have done today with the companies being fined. They've asked not to be contacted. And the TPS is basically the do not call register for the UK. It's really simple to sign up to. And if you're on that, they shouldn't be contacted in this way. And sadly, they have been.
You say it's simple to get your name on the Telephone Preference Service, the TPS list.
It's really simple. This is a great one. It is so simple to do. It's so quick. It's really, really easy to do as well. You can phone them up as well. I'm going to give you the number right now. Here it is, 0345 070 0707. Local rates do apply. You can phone up the TPS and ask to go on the register. You can put your mobile phone on there. You can put your landline number on there, both at the same time. It's so quick. You can do it online via their website. We're going to make sure that is on our website as well. So if you go on there, you'll find the details. But I can't stress enough, this will take between 1 and 2 minutes. And then you are done, it is registered, and the amount of calls that you get in this fashion will suddenly really make a difference. And obviously, if it's not for you, you might have someone in your family that's vulnerable. You can suggest it to them.
Are there other things we can do?
There's actually lots. So if you've got a landline phone, most landline providers will have a service that massively reduces the amount of these types of calls that you get. Let me just give you some of them here. BT, they offer something called Call Protect. That is free. Sky offers something called Sky Talk Shield. Again, that is free. TalkTalk offers something called Call Safe. Once again, that is also free if you're with them. Virgin Media offer a limited anonymous caller rejection feature, but it does cost £3 a month. But if you're with Virgin Media, that's what you would speak to them about. Now, if you use a smartphone, predominantly, there's other things you can do there. Let's start with an iPhone. Here we go, have a look at this. You can block a number on an iPhone. It's very simple to do. If a call has just come in, you can go down to the bottom of your phone there, press block contact. That phone number cannot contact you anymore.
What Kim did to me 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago.
You wonder why I gone quiet? That
3
could be the
years ago.
answer.
If you have an Android phone, a similar thing applies. Have a look here. It's very quick to do. If you've got a call and you don't want them to contact you again, there, right at the bottom, you can block that call, and it's nice and simple. So it just literally takes seconds. If you want to silence call, another feature on Apple phones, on iPhones, you can do here, and you can actually go into your phone setting there on phone there, phone calls, talking about the calls that are coming in, right down there. You can highlight it. You can actually silence unknown calls. So if this is not someone that's in your contacts, you don't know this number, it will forward it straight to voicemail. So again, you're not going to be bothered by those calls. There's a nice little tip there to remember.
What about like phone books, being in phone books?
So a lot of people are still in the phone book. They wish to be there. A lot of people choose to be in the phone book. So the 118 directory service, as it is today, you can ask to go X directory if you wish, because a lot of the time that's where these companies get the information to contact you from. So it's something to consider to take yourself out. It's not straight away. If you ask to come out of it, you will still be there until they update the system, but it's something worth thinking about. Some people might not even know if they're on that. Another one, little tricky one that some people might not realize, is opting out. You know, when you buy something online or even in a shop and you've got marketing preferences, have a look at this. Be careful with the wording. Here it says, if you do not want to hear from us, please opt out by ticking these boxes, where it might be an assumption that it's the other way around. You might say, well, actually, you can email me, but I don't want you to text me, telephone. You might want to tick that. Read the wording. It's very, very important you read that. You keep me laughing. You've been caught out, haven't you?
Caught out with that, yeah. Lots of times.
Yeah, very easy to do, so you can get caught out.
Yeah.
Will you talk me through that silencing thing again for, you know, some... It's a lot to take in, isn't it? Well, we're going to put it on the website.
Yeah.
All the information will be...
All the information is going to be on the Morning Live website.
So it is, bbc.co.uk/morninglive. I was hoping we read it together.
Next time.
Like Sippy and Bungle. It's not just cold callers that can make your life in misery. It's thought that over 10 million people in the UK have a food intolerance.
A huge market has sprung up in the last few years, offering home tests to help diagnose any potential issues. So in the first of a two-part film, Dr. Ranj tries out some of the popular kits himself.
Food intolerances are adverse reactions to any foodstuff, and it's thought that they affect over 10 million people in the UK. While they're not the same as food allergies, which can be dangerous, intolerances can be very unpleasant. The symptoms can really affect people's daily lives, so patients are often keen to find a solution.
So it should come as no surprise that we now find ads all over the place trying to sell us home testing kits that claim to show what we're intolerant to. Many of these are heavily marketed on social media. My own feed is inundated with them.
There are glowing reviews online, but I know people are getting inconsistent results, and that suggests they're far from foolproof.
So I thought I'd give some of them a go to show why.
I decided to go with the 6 biggest brands of home test kits in the UK. 3 of them require me to send a blood sample, and the other 3 require a hair sample. Prices range between £24.50 and £139. I'm used to dealing with blood and needles, but home blood test kits can be tricky if you're not. Sending off hair samples is a bit easier.
I'm just going to cut it out. I'm not going to pull them out. Oh, there's a big old chunk.
Now all that's left is to fill out some forms, send the tests off, and wait for the results.
The tests were all relatively straightforward for me to do, but I'm curious to see if they actually give me any useful results.
While I wait for my results, I'm meeting Taylor Giacomo. She did her first intolerance test back in October 2020.
Taylor, tell me why you took this test in the first place.
Initially, just curiosity, and also to support my partner, who we were having tested. His results really didn't point to any one thing, but in my case, there were some things that came up as, oh, you might be intolerant to these foods. The big thing was yeast.
Had you had any issues with yeast at all?
No.
So what did you do with that information?
Well, if a test says that I probably shouldn't be eating a food and that it might be impacting my health,
Okay.
I might be led to try avoiding that food and see if I actually feel any better.
Okay.
I really have to watch out for restrictive eating behaviors. I'm in recovery from anorexia.
Okay.
And so
So for you, something like this is really significant.
it's very significant.
Yeah.
So I tried cutting out yeast, and that's actually really hard work.
Yeah.
But I saw that it was really impacting my eating.
After cutting yeast out of her diet for a couple of months, Taylor decided to reintroduce it to see if anything changed, but she still felt totally fine. So she did another test to double check her results. The reactivity results suggested yeast was a worse problem than before, and new problematic foods also appeared on Taylor's list.
A bunch of foods that I eat all the time, like cucumber and kiwi fruit, were showing up as possible reactive foods as well, which I hadn't in the first test.
So not only has your reactivity or intolerance to yeast supposedly gone up, you've also now flagging up all of these other food groups that you've never had issues before. So did you change anything on the basis of that second test?
I cut out yeast, and I think I cut it out completely for 12 weeks. And again, I'm not saying that it's because of the test. It was something that I was going through, but my eating was actually more and more restricted as time went on. And I did become very, very ill in that period of time. And then I went into recovery.
Yeah.
My dietitian told me point blank, no, like, do not take another test like this. This is not good for you.
Taylor's history of anorexia makes her particularly vulnerable to suggestions that she should cut foods out. Simply removing a large part of your diet can be both difficult and dangerous, and the test company really shouldn't be suggesting that without proper medical consultation. I'm very lucky. My relationship with food is a lot simpler than Taylor's, but I wonder whether, when I get them, my results will reflect that.
That'll be interesting. It's a big clump of hair, isn't it? You need a strand.
It's a really big
on
clump.
that bit. Yeah.
Well, Dr. Range will be back tomorrow with the results. Poonam, do you see a lot of your patients using home testing kits?
Yeah, it's become more and more popular, and some of my patients have. They've been buying these tests online, and we widen it out to things like fertility tests, there's menopause tests, and they throw up all these results that could be a lot of false positives. So they bring them in with a lot of anxiety. So I would say be very wary about where you get these tests from.
Okay, we're staying with health now. We're actually going to be talking about heart attacks, and starting with the difference between a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, because there is a lot of confusion when it comes to these.
Yes, there was a survey actually just published by NHS England where they looked into people's understandings of the differences between heart attacks and cardiac arrests.
Yeah.
And 3/4 of people didn't know that there was a difference, and there is a fundamental one. So it's a good place to start. In a heart attack, what happens is that one of the main arteries, the coronary arteries, that's supplying and delivering oxygen to the muscle and tissue becomes blocked by a clot. So if that happens and you're not getting essential oxygen to that area starts to die. So the patient starts to get symptoms, but at this point they are breathing, they have a pulse, they are conscious. However, if left untreated, these symptoms can progress. That tissue, that muscle area continues to die, and it can actually cause electrical dysrhythmia, so a rhythm disturbance of the heart. At that point, the heart can stop pumping, you can lose the pulse, the person stops breathing, they become unconscious. So both a cardiac arrest and a heart attack, both are medical emergencies, and every second counts.
Well, what are the key signs and symptoms then of a heart attack?
Yeah. So looking at the survey results, they again looked into people's understanding, and 45% of the people responded in saying they weren't sure about what the warning signs and symptoms are. And this rose to 51% in those over the age of 55, which is a worry because this is kind of the people that are most at risk. So a lot of people will know as chest pain as being the main symptom. Now that's not always the case, but people will typically describe a crushing central chest pain. It's almost like an elephant sitting on the chest. It can be like a tightening or a pressure as well. But there are some other symptoms. So the pain can travel, it can radiate up to the neck, it can go down the arms, both arms can be affected. People can feel dizzy or lightheaded, profuse sudden onset of sweating, feeling very short of breath, a sudden wave of nausea or being sick. And another one that people tend to talk about is a sudden onset of anxiety, feeling like this kind of impending doom. And it can be confusing with a panic attack. Anxiety attacks can also cause very similar symptoms. The difference there is that in a panic attack, with breathing and support, the symptoms very much settle down quickly. In a heart attack, that doesn't happen.
Incredibly frightening. When you can't breathe, it's would panic.
Terrifying.
Anxiety, is there any difference in symptoms between men and women?
There are, absolutely. And I think it's just not well recognised. And if we think about why, you know, if we actually look at the figures, around 30,000 women are admitted into hospital after a heart attack every year. So that's 4 women every hour. But when we look at the research and the data and everything that's been collated for heart health thus far, it's been done on men. Fundamentally, women have a very different physiology and makeup. You know, we have hormones. So things like pregnancy can affect that, menopause, especially when the hormones start to change, it can increase the woman's risk of cardiovascular disease. So with that said, what happens if she develops symptoms? One, women are most likely to kind of dismiss the symptoms or not be taken seriously, or it can be put aside as possibly menopausal. The symptoms can be a lot more subtle. So women might not get that central crushing chest pain. They might get a sudden ache across the chest or pressure. They might be more inclined to have the profuse sweating, which can be confused for a hot flush, or a sense of sudden fatigue. It just comes out of nowhere where they have no energy. They can also get some of the other symptoms I've mentioned as well. So it's being aware.
Yeah. Well, one of our viewers has actually contacted us, Gillian. She's saying, I've had 2 heart attacks and they felt completely different. I mistakenly delayed going to A&E and I ended up in hospital for 2 weeks. I mean, how important is it to get help quickly?
Really important. And again, if we look at the results of this survey that came out by NHS England, 1/3 of people said that they wouldn't call for an ambulance if they suspected or if a loved one was having chest pain. That's really significant.
That happened to my mum and my dad. My dad was having a heart attack. They weren't sure. My mum was delaying it, being like, just call.
Just call. If in doubt, call, because every second counts. We know that overall around 7 in 10 having a heart attack will survive, but that number will go up to 9 in 10 if they get early treatment. The one thing I'd say is, of course, it's a terrifying situation to be in. Try and stay as calm as you physically can. If you have no allergies, something else you can take is aspirin at 300 milligrams. It's a high dose, but again, if we think about how heart attacks happen, it's because of a clot in the arteries. Aspirin helps to thin that blood down and helps improve the blood flow while you're waiting for an ambulance.
That is literally life-saving advice, isn't it? Thank you, P. Lovely.
Thank you.
Now, this Saturday is the autumn equinox. You knew that, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. But in the UK, we'll see 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of darkness. In other words, autumn is here. As the seasons change, our garden plants need a helping hand to help them get through the colder months. That's why we did some planting with Mark yesterday, our garden, with the pansies and the violas. They're ready for the colder weather.
Yeah, well, today Mark has some natural, cheap and pet-friendly ways to give your outdoors a boost, including a nettle fertiliser that will save you getting stung, see what I did there, at the garden centre tills.
Fertilisers are a great way to give your plants a boost, especially in the autumn. The extra nutrients will encourage the roots to grow strong ahead of the cold winter weather. But even some organic short-bought fertilisers, while great for the garden, might be harmful to your pets and other wildlife.
But it's easy to make your own fertiliser and is safe to use around your pets.
To make my nettle tea fertiliser, you'll need a bucket which will cost you about £5 and some nettles.
Nettles might be an unwanted weed in the garden, but their nitrogen-rich properties make them a great fertiliser.
Collect some nettles, chop them up, put them in the bucket and cover with water.
You want to cover all of those leaves. Oh, Dougal's having a drink. Now it is going to start to smell as the leaves start to rot down. Now, in order to keep the smell inside the pot rather than out in the air, just use an old tray from a pot and then weigh it down with something heavy, like an old brick, is absolutely ideal.
After 2 weeks, strain the liquid and store in a light-proof bottle.
And you can see it's this lovely sort of browny green mix. Now I'm going to put 3 capfuls into this watering can. Add the last one in. Don't be tempted to think, oh, it's all right, I want to give it a little bit extra, it'll be absolutely fine. Don't do that, because this is strong stuff and you could actually harm the plants. You want to use this on sort of leafy things like cabbages, brassicas, pumpkins, squashes. You don't want to use this on young plants because it is a really strong fertiliser.
My next tip for pet-safe fertiliser is food waste compost.
Compost is one of the best natural fertilisers around. Now, a bag of peat-free multi-purpose compost will cost you about 10 quid.
But it's easy to make your own. You don't need a fancy composting bin. What's more important is keeping your pets out, and you can pick up a dustbin with a lock-in lid for £20.
you'll need to drill some holes for airflow. Now for the compost itself. The rule of thumb is a good mix of greens and browns.
So greens are things like lawn clippings, things like old bits of lettuce leaves, cauliflower leaves, absolutely ideal. And then what we call browns. So browns are things like cardboard, paper, even eggshells, and of course the carton that it comes in. So now we shred all of our old sort of bills and bank statements. You can even put in all of your old shreddings as well, because that's the brown side of it. Just make sure you keep all of that compost nice and moist, but not overly wet.
There is some waste that could be harmful to your pets.
Things like avocado, grapes, even raisins and onions and garlic can lead to gastrointestinal problems, diarrhea. It can also cause your pets to vomit. Also, avoid putting meat and dairy, because otherwise you could be attracting vermin into your garden, and of course we don't want that.
Organic food waste will take about 12 months to fully decompose, but you can keep adding to it so you have compost all year round.
You're going to end up with this gorgeous brown crumbly mix. Just sprinkle it on around your plants, and then with a garden fork you can just work it into the soil. But of course you could just leave it on top of the soil and let the worms do all the work for you. And of course, if you've got a little pet, just like Dude here, they'll also get in on the action as well. Thanks to Mother Nature, it's easy to make a pet-friendly and nutrient-rich fertilizer. And by feeding your plants in the autumn, you can help them be strong enough to withstand the winter weather.
Oh, Mark with this new little helper. Dude, I'm not sure he's really helping, was he, Dude?
Not
He's
really.
getting in the way.
He's just getting in the way, wondering what he's got. Anyway, it's not just the garden where you can save. The whole house can benefit from adopting a make, do and mend mindset.
Yeah, sort of the repair shops, upholstery experts. So Naz is a big fan of making the most out of what we already have. Upcycling, recycling.
That's right.
It's great, isn't it? And actually, this is doing a bit of a turn on social media at the moment, especially when it comes to lighting.
That's right. And lampshades are all coming back into vogue. It's a great opportunity to revamp your interior and maybe put your mark on it. Not just that, it's really easy to do for not much money.
Yeah.
So what I've got here this is actually a lamp that I've done before. I stripped off the old lining and I've redone it. And then this here is actually the new wires that you can purchase. And for you both, there's another couple of options. Kim, you could, for example, use those stencils and paint onto that wallpaper, creating your own style. You could use whatever colours you wanted.
Yeah.
You could also paint onto fabric if you wanted as well.
Okay.
And then Gethin, you've got some trims there that you could embellish and fabulise an existing lampshade.
Fabulise.
You could fabulise it.
Fabulise is a great word, isn't it? So where do we start then? What do we...
Well, I'm going to start if you've got a new set of wires or you've stripped an old lampshade and you're back to square one, it's really straightforward. First of all, put some double-sided sticky tape onto the wire and peel that off. So I'll do that. Gethin, you could use the double-sided or a hot melt glue gun and actually start getting that lovely braid on there. There's a few to choose from actually, so it's a really lovely opportunity to
I'm not very
express
creative.
yourself.
I'm like DIY, but not very creative.
I don't believe it. I think anybody could have a go, and actually, it's
Maybe
not a bad start.
Too much glue, maybe.
That's it. And
Yeah.
stenciling, the top tip I'd give for if you're going to be doing stenciling is just kind of have a go on some paper first, just to kind of get your hand in and to get the technique and the paint right. But for my one here, I'm just going to peel these off. And I think the thing with this sort of thing is you might think that it's actually really technical and difficult to do, but I'm literally just using tools that, not even tools really, I've got a kitchen knife there, scissors that most people would have at home, ruler, pencil, and just a little bit of know-how.
And you mentioned that it's really, really cheap to do. What are we actually saying here,
So,
cost-wise?
oops, get myself stuck there.
Yeah.
I
accent.
So for the wallpaper version, you can actually get some wallpapers samples if you want from various places, and that's actually free. But you might have some leftover wallpaper at home, or if it's fabric, for example, you might have some remnant at home that you could use, or if leftover from curtains or dressmaking or something. And then really the biggest cost, and it's not that big, is the lining. So what I've got here is this lining, which is plain, and it's got a sticky back to it, and I've actually stuck that to the wallpaper. I've cut a little bit of an edge there, an overhang on my wallpaper, and I'll show you about that in a minute. And that lining for a whole roll is about £7.
Right.
But you
That's your cost, basically.
right, but you get 2 or 3 lampshades, depending on the size, out of that.
Kind of wishing you got me a smaller lampshade.
Sorry, but you're doing really well.
You
That
can
is
use
great.
any,
That was patronising.
you can use any shape though.
Well, that's a really good question actually, because the easiest shape to do at home, particularly if this is the first time, is this more cylindrical shape.
Right.
You do get tapered ones and maybe square ones, but if you're doing it for the first time, go for a
Go on,
round.
you crack on with yours. We're asking you way too many.
Well, I know, and I'm talking too much.
Go on.
So for this type, the best thing to do is to start with the hoop that your what do you call it?
Light bulb.
The light bulb.
Yeah,
the light bulb gets attached to.
That's what I'm here for.
That's it. Thank you. And the key thing is to not start the wallpaper cut edge on one of these metal struts here, because it kind of gets in the way. So literally, I'm going to place my other hoop at the other edge of that lining. Remember that I've got the overhang of the fabric here. That's it. No, that's good. Top tip with this.
Yeah.
Make sure you have the
right way around.
Right way around. So I'm going to place that back on, and it just takes a little bit of patience and a little bit of jiggery pokery. But the key thing is, that's it.
I'm just here for
You
moral
see,
support.
thank you.
Yeah.
Needed. The key thing is just to go really slowly.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and it really comes together quite quickly. What I love, just going to roll that back. What I love about all this sort of thing is actually it's quite empowering to do it yourself.
Yeah.
And also it's a real opportunity for you to kind of let your creative juices flow and express yourself in your home.
And basically, this is what you get. One of these is what you get at the end. I tell you what, you're right carrying on with that.
Yeah,
See
yeah,
maybe the final product in just a bit, because you don't want to. It's
Don't
a
wanna
bit
get this
fit,
wrong.
You want to get it right. Lovely. But it's great. There you go. Look. Oh, whilst I've been away, look.
That is great.
Kim's graffiti.
That's underlined.
It's not bad, actually. Yeah. It's good fun. It's great. It's great. Lighting is everything, isn't it?
It is. It's really important, and they're coming back in vogue.
We'll
So.
let you crack on there for a second.
All right.
Mike's on someone
Thank
who's
you.
not afraid of adding a bit of glitz and glamour to their day job. Is the strictly reigning champ, wildlife presenter and cameraman, Hamza Yassin.
Yeah, well, since his ballroom victory, he's been on a very different adventure, tracking down and filming his favourite raptors for a new BBC One documentary, Strictly Birds of Prey.
Here she is. Here she is. Oh, she's just caught something. There's something in her talons, and she's stooping. She's stooping. She's stooping. She's stooping hard. I bet you she goes into the trees. She's just gone underneath the horizon for me. Hopefully she'll pop out somewhere. But that's exactly the behavior I wanted to see. That indicates to me that at least one of the chicks is alive. Which is great news.
It's wonderful to watch. Raptors, though. Raptors. I thought raptors were dinosaurs.
So did I.
Birds of, Hamza, what are they? Are they dinosaurs? Or are they birds of prey?
They're both. They're
Oh.
both. They're dinosaurs and birds of prey. Well, most birds are descendants from dinosaurs. You can tell by their scaly legs. So yeah, correct on both terms.
Hamza, it is so gorgeous to see your beautiful, happy, smiley face.
It's so good to see you too, Kim.
I can't wait to see your new show. Tell us all about it.
Thank you. Well, it's about me going around the UK looking for my favourite birds of prey. But in reality, it turns out that I go in search of humanity. And birds of prey just happen to be this massive link in between people that love birds, like bird ringers, hobbyist photographers, cameramen and women. It's just phenomenal.
Tell us about some of the birds that you do see, though, because I think whether you love wildlife or not, they're so beautiful, they're so majestic to look at, aren't they?
They are, and this is the beauty about them. They're found in most continents around the world, and most cultures have them as sacred animals. So it's an interesting thing. But you'll get white-tailed eagles, you'll get hen harriers, you'll get owls, you'll get all sorts of things, and it's a nice thing to be able to show the variety of different birds of prey that we have here in the British Isles. So yeah, hopefully people enjoy it.
Am I right in saying that you don't always have to go into the country to see birds of prey?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's an interesting thing because they've become so well adapted to our modern day life that you can find buzzards all over the place. But best of all, you can find the fastest living animal in the world, the peregrine falcon, slap bang in the middle of city centres all over the world. So you don't have to go far to see these incredible birds. All you need to do is just know what to look for and keep your ears out and look up into the sky.
Wow, I mean, they are beautiful, aren't they? In your show as well, we obviously see you in your local community in Scotland, and they've really taken you in, haven't they?
They have, yeah. They helped me out so much in my early days when I was becoming a wildlife cameraman. I lived in the back of my car for 9 months, and you can see my Scottish father, Chris, here, who has taken over the role of my parents. And because my parents live 450 miles away, I've got two sets of parents, my parents and my Scottish parents, as I call them. So yeah, it's a phenomenal place where I live, and I'm so thankful.
That's so lovely, isn't it? It's Strictly Birds of Prey. It's this Sunday, 7 o'clock, BBC One iPlayer. We look forward to that and pictures like you're seeing there. But then, the night before that, Saturday night, Hamza, it's back. Your reigning champ, Strictly's back. We saw you on the launch show last Saturday, doing your thing. It looks to me like it was all coming back to you very naturally as you're doing I'm going to say a salsa. Probably someone will say it's a samba now. I mean,
salsa.
It's a salsa.
Salsa.
There it is. How did it feel to be doing that again?
Really beautiful, but really emotional, knowing that it's going to be our last dance, Jovita and I's last dance. The best thing about it is I still had the nerves, but there was no pressure. It's not like, am I going to make it through to this week or am I not? So I just went out and I gave it my all, knowing that this was going to be the last dance. And yeah, beautiful, lovely.
Yeah,
did better than you. You said as soon as you heard the music on Saturday.
Oh no, the panic rose, the terror in my throat was just like horrible, just horrendous. But have you got any advice? I know what I would advise for this year's contestants.
Run.
What piece of advice would you give?
I would say listen to your partners, because they do know and they're incredible and they'll understand you so well. Eat a lot of good food, sleep, and then best of all, ice baths. They absolutely saved me. Sleeping and ice baths. They were painful, but they were great because I just recovered so much quicker. But yeah, ice baths the whole way forward.
I love it. Watch Strictly on Saturday night. Be all madness on Sunday. You can chill out and watch a bit of Hamza in nature.
In your ice
perfect
bath.
weekend. Yeah, in your ice bath.
Thank you, Hamza.
Cheers, Hamza.
Thank you so much.
Well, Hamza is a bit of a legend in his local area, and in towns and cities around the UK, you can find markers that link the famous people of the past with the buildings of the present.
This week, the London Blue Plaque Scheme celebrated a major milestone as its 1000th nameplate was revealed. So let's take a look back at how they're made from the workshop to the wall.
Connecting our modern streets with the places where notable figures from the past lived and worked, blue plaques are now a familiar sight on buildings up and down the country. London's scheme was the first. Today, the capital's blue plaques are commissioned by English Heritage.
So it's a very simple idea of putting a plaque on a building to say this person lived here.
Anna Evis is Curatorial Director for English Heritage.
Like many simple ideas, it was a very good one and it's really endured. And we've now put up more than 950 plaques in London.
But what you might not notice straight away is that the vast majority of them celebrate only men. Something English Heritage is keen to address.
Since English Heritage took over the scheme in 1986, we've done a lot to try and increase the number of plaques to women.
Ned Hayward has been making blue plaques since 2006.
The people that are chosen to go onto blue plaques are mainly people who have achieved a lot in their lives. It may be that they're very creative. It may be that they are great engineers, great artists, but they're all interesting people.
Helped by assistant Julia Land, the plaque being made today is for Jean Muir, a celebrated British fashion designer who died in 1995.
I've always been fascinated by the individuals of history that aren't the kings and queens.
Individually crafted by hand, only 12 blue plaques are made each year, and each producer has their own secret processes. One of Ned's tricks is turning the flat transfer of lettering into 3 dimensions.
Once that's done, it comes back out of the kiln and Julia paints a resist on the letters.
This resist that looks like pink paint will prevent even tiny spots of the blue glaze spoiling the bright white of the lettering. It will magically disappear in the next firing.
The process of making a blue plaque is complicated, difficult, and fraught with potential disasters. Probably 1 in 10 goes wrong.
Despite only being made of clay, once they've been fired for a second time at 1280 degrees centigrade, the blue plaques are surprisingly durable.
They're harder than steel, they're completely frost-proof. If they got graffiti, they can be cleaned with any solvent, any acid. They are some of the most permanent things made by man.
Today, the team from English Heritage is gearing up to immortalise another historical heroine on this London townhouse where she lived between 1845 and 1877.
Caroline Norton is a very good example of why the plaque scheme matters, because anybody walking down this road and seeing her plaque, they don't know about her, they'll be able to Google and find out her story.
And what a story it is. Caroline Norton left her bullying and controlling husband in 1836, at a time when, by law, a woman was her husband's property. She was refused a divorce and had all her personal earnings and her children taken away from her by her estranged husband. Consequently, she dedicated her life to campaigning for women's rights.
Because of the work she did in the 19th century, women today, like me, enjoy all of those rights that were previously not available.
And on unveiling duty today is Caroline Norton's biographer, Lady Antonia Fraser.
She was a protester, and a protester in a great cause. I don't know why she's unsung. She was a heroine of the 19th century and a heroine for our own times.
Finally.
It is with great pleasure that I unveil a plaque to her at what was once her palace.
Caroline Norton is recognised for her extraordinary work and legacy.
Oh gosh, isn't that wonderful?
Do you know what? Every time I see one, I stop and have a good read. It's fascinating. Brilliant bit of history.
Yeah, it's great, yeah. We want to use him.
No, you win on Monday inside Soap Awards.
Well, Son, as you've been upcycling on the show today, lampshade, let's have a look at the finished product.
There we go.
Look at that.
Just for £7. Easy.
Yes,
Easy to do.
Yeah, it looks great. It's really
Thank you.
effective, isn't it?
Loads of people love it, including viewer Carol. Now, you might remember that our DIY expert, Wayne, went up to Carol's house recently to Aberdeen to restore an old coffee table. She wanted it colourful. She had a bit of paint left over, so she decided to do some coasters too. She sent them in, so we thought we'd show you. There they were in their original state. So that's what she changed into, which match the coffee table that she loves.
No,
She loves the colours. Why not?
She does, yeah, exactly. And if you want to be like Carol and have Wayne to come to your house and do a makeover live on the show, get in touch with your odd jobs. Morning live at bbc.co.uk.
Lovely stuff. It's time for Strictly Fitness with Michelle. Let's cue the music. Hey, Michelle.
Girls, hi!
We go.
Our final Strictly move of the week today is Hamza and Yovita's Foxtrot Hots. as we can see them performing there so beautifully.
In their iconic outfits, which
There they are in their iconic outfits as well. But before we do that, I think we need to warm ourselves up a bit. I'm feeling a bit cold. So let's do a lower body workout. Okay, we're going to start with leg circles. So this is going to test your balance a bit. I want you to stand on one leg and circle your free leg. Make sure to engage your core to maintain that balance. And if you're seated, you can just circle your arms. There we go. Great. Now our second exercise will be the simple squat, but we're going to take our legs a little bit wider than we usually do. And this wider stance will just help us engage our hips and our glutes more. Very good.
Lovely. All right.
Make sure to squeeze those glutes as we come up. And finally, we have our Strictly Move, the foxtrot hops. We should have had Hamza in to show us how to do them.
Yeah.
But
He's still involved. He's still involved. Don't worry, you'll be there. There he is.
There he is, Hamza. You need to show us those hops. So we're going to hop very simple and easy. We're going to do a hop. And as we hop, we're going to circle our free leg around our standing leg.
Okay.
Hop. Hop. Yeah, so let's do 3 hops back.
So you've got your arm circle, and you've got arms in the air, lovely, and then good luck with that one. All right.
Okay, for this
Are we
one,
ready?
you can
Let's
just
do
bend
it.
down. Oh, bend down.
Take it away. Take it away. Take it away, Alan.
With
a lower body workout, it's Michelle Jackets.
Let's start with our leg circles. This is great for the glutes, the quads, the hip flexors. It's a great all-round exercise.
You can lean on something if
Okay.
you need to as well, can't you?
No, you can't lean on anything. You need to test your balance, Kevin. Into our squats. There we go.
Go on, Hamza.
Nice.
Right.
Then we're going into our foxtrot hops. We're going to go hop back 3 steps, 2, 3. Then we change our weight, and then we're going to hop forward 2, 3.
This is why
so
you
let's
work.
go a little bit faster, okay? So into the leg circles.
Finish off. Lovely. That's it for today. Thanks to all our guests, Kimberly Walsh and Mark Wright. Back with you tomorrow, 9:15. Have a lovely day. Bye for now. That's
BBC Bite Size has everything from my life
To my discoveries.
gravity.
There are even games to help you learn.
So, from preschool
To smashing exams. We make homework more appealing. No?
screens. It's what's on them that counts. Learn now on BBC Bite Size.
Strictly Come Dancing, Saturday at 6:15 on BBC One and iPlayer.
What an elaborate tale.
It's the truth. This is the husband that ran me off with all your money. Where the hell has he been?
He's pretending to be some kind of posh science expert, but he's a property developer from Stoke.
T.R. Harker, the famous author. Should we not warn this poor lady?
We've tried to do the right thing and the police are doing nothing, so it's up to us.
Be careful, love.
Can you feel it?
The following events are based on a pack of lies. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
The Directors are back.
This next challenge is Hello the Balls.
Smash it. Brand new, the first of the Farmerish. Sunday the 1st of October on BBC Three and iPlayer.
Good morning. You pour the coffee and I'll tell you what's coming up today here on BBC One. Claimed and Shamed takes us for a ride in 45 minutes. Sean here live and keeping you company for most of the day. Here's Fraud Squad.
Every year, around £52 billion is stolen from the UK's public purse. But up and down Britain, an army of fraud fighters is battling to win it back.
This money should really have been used to pay for the essential services that all of us use every day. Benefit fraud does not pay. What it effectively is people stealing money from you and I.
This is a huge amount of money and it's disgraceful. From paying for the police and our health service, filling in potholes and emptying our dustbins, to making sure everyone has a roof over their head.
2 million means an awful lot, but it was just the tip of the iceberg.
So it's absolutely disgusting what they do.
The investigators' mission has never been more vital.
Blatant lies as to claim benefits.
And the only thing I can put it down to is greed.
This is not a victimless crime. This is coming out of the public purse.
We will not let it go. We're like dogs with bones.
You will be found, you will be investigated, and ultimately you will be prosecuted.
The Fraud Squad are on the case. Today, a corrupt dentist is caught out pocketing thousands from the NHS.
Still to this day, can't understand what their motivation was, and the only thing I can put it down to is greed.
HMRC are on the trail of a criminal gang stealing millions of pounds from the public purse.
The VAT that they evaded was 4.8 million, and that just shows the scale of this fraud.
And a cunning conman goes the extra mile to line his own pockets.
It's not the government's money, it's your money, it's the taxpayers' money. Benefit fraud does not pay. In the long run, we will catch it.
Over the course of a year, around 25,000 NHS dentists deliver 26 million courses of treatment. The vast majority are honest, dedicated professionals. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. This is the story of a dodgy dentist who stole from the health service that we all depend on.
My name is Patrick Dacey. I'm a senior fraud investigator for the NHS Counter Fraud Authority, and my role is to investigate allegations of fraud and corruption against the health service.
Patrick's team is responsible for catching out crooked doctors and dentists from across the length and breadth of the UK. But this case of potential corruption takes place just a stone's throw from their London HQ.
The referral that came onto my desk was an anonymous call, and it just said that this particular dentist had two practices, but one of the practices was only open 2 days a week, whereas it was advertised as being open for 5 days a week.
This might seem innocent enough, but could the conflicting opening hours be covering up something more sinister? With no more information to go on, Patrick needs to do a checkup of his own.
The dentist had NHS contracts at two practices. Once we started looking through the data, it was clear that one of the practices was being run correctly, but when we started looking at the records in London, that was when it was clear that there was a problem here.
Patrick is immediately suspicious of the amount of public money the London practice is claiming back from the NHS. So he and his team decide to do some digging.
We decided to send some questionnaires out to a series of patients for whom we thought the claims looked a bit questionable, asking them if they had received treatment during the period that had been claimed for them, and if they had, what treatment had they received. Out of the 150 that we sent out initially, we had 36 people responded to that. Only 4 said that they'd actually received the treatment that had been claimed for them.
This damning data confirms Patrick's suspicion that the dentist is definitely up to no good. While honest dentists up and down the country are struggling to keep on top of their waiting lists, she's invented treatments and claimed money for work she hasn't carried out. To build the case that she's brazenly banking thousands of pounds of NHS money, more questionnaires are sent out across the capital. And once again, only a fraction of their patients actually had the treatment that the dentist is claiming for.
This showed there was clearly something wrong with that practice, and we needed to get in there and look at their records themselves.
With a pattern emerging, Patrick's convinced the dentist's own files hold the key to discovering the extent of the fraud.
I came to the practice here with colleagues from the Counter Fraud Authority. We served a Health Act notice on the dentist at the practice here. And the Health Act notice essentially requires them to produce to us whatever records we're asking from them. And the records we wanted them to produce was basically all the patient records that they held here.
During the raid, Patrick and his team sees so much paperwork it fills the back of a small van. And then he begins the painstaking process of drilling down into each and every document.
Within the record cards in general, there was an awful lot of dates that have been overwritten or crossed out. There seemed to be annotations in pencil, and also where we suspected additional claims had been made, the entries were made in a different pen, so it seemed to be they were done at a different time.
These are all telltale signs that the dentist is indeed cooking the books, all in a bid to claim additional NHS money.
This is a scanned image of the record card itself. And as you can see, there are 2 post-it notes attached to the front of the record card. So these are notes that the dentist has put on the record card about what to then write in later onto the record card for the false claim.
The sticky notes are the smoking gun that Patrick needs. Solid proof that the dentist is reminding herself to go back and alter the records at a later date. In total, the investigation team examined thousands of documents, and what they discover is staggering.
We found within 3 financial years a total of 378 claims, which we could say were completely false.
The dodgy dentist stole over £70,000 from the NHS. It's enough money to pay 2 nurses' salaries for an entire year. As a result of all his hard work, Patrick is armed to the teeth. He's got over 10,000 pages of evidence and crucial witness statements from patients who never received the treatment that the dentist was claiming for.
So about 5 or 6 of them said that they'd never had a night guard, for example. Another witness was working in Saudi Arabia at the time. Another one was at a hospital on the same date as the claim had been put in, receiving chemotherapy treatment.
It's all the evidence Patrick needs to take the case to court, where the deceitful dentist pleads guilty to fraud against the NHS.
The judge sentenced the dentist to a 20-month custodial sentence, but suspended for 18 months. She was also ordered to do 250 hours of unpaid work, and of course she was required to repay the money in full.
With a further £13,000 added to account for inflation, Patrick has recovered almost £90,000 of much-needed NHS funding.
It's taxpayers' money, so it is galling when you see determined and deliberate attempts to take money away from the front line, from patient care. And it was strange to see this successful dentist committing fraud in this way. Still to this day, I can't understand what their motivation was, and the only thing I can put it down to is greed.
There are some simple steps all of us can take to help prevent this kind of fraud. When you visit the dentist, you'll be issued with a treatment plan like this. Now, you should make sure that it's been filled out correctly and never sign a blank form. If you're paying privately, there shouldn't also be an NHS cost. And if you think there's something dodgy going on at your doctor's or your dentist's surgery, you can report it via the NHS Counter Fraud website or the Anonymous Fraud Hotline. From roads to schools, hospitals to pensions, the public services we all rely on are funded by taxes. Everyone needs to pay their fair share. But some people will go to extreme lengths to dodge their taxes, pocketing the cash and leaving the public purse short of the money it desperately needs. This is the shocking case of a criminal gang who stop at nothing to avoid paying millions in taxes in order to fund a luxurious lifestyle.
I could see it was a organised crime. It was sophisticated, it was planned. This case is a fraud of dishonest and relentless evasion of tax.
Tracy Noon is a senior investigator for HMRC. She spent the last 30 years fighting against tax evasion by serious organised criminal groups.
Tax is important because it is a way of funding public services. Most individuals, most businesses do pay their taxes, so it's really not fair if we let these other people that are not paying their taxes get away with it.
And Tracy's just been handed a case that's going to test her skills to the limit.
So this case started from a routine compliance visit by HMRC officers who visited a retail outlet in Manchester. Part of HMRC's role is to visit traders and do what we call compliance visits. And that's just basically doing routine visits that checks the books and the balances, and that's part of their everyday duty.
While HMRC officers are inspecting the Manchester off licence, they notice something doesn't quite add up with some of the alcohol purchases.
On one particular invoice that was from a company called Car Cash and Carry, they looked at the VAT number, and when they did checks, just sort of routine checks on the VAT number, it actually came out to a company called South Coast Wholesale Limited. So when they did further checks on South Coast Wholesale Limited, they noticed that Car Cash and Carry was actually a trading name for that company.
Trading under a different company name isn't unusual, but they decide to take a closer look into South Coast Wholesale Limited to make sure it's all above board. And they soon come across some alcohol purchases that stick out like a sore thumb. They discover the wholesaler has been buying and selling large amounts of alcohol, all paid for in cash by the same 5 companies.
So the HMRC officers decided to look into these companies in a bit more detail. And they noticed some similarities between these unconnected companies. They noticed that the VAT registrations had the wrong national insurance number on them. And when they did checks on the national insurance number, those national insurance numbers actually came out to members of the public rather than anybody that was connected to the company.
The more digging they do, the more suspicions keep growing. HMRC also spot the trading addresses are not business premises, but residential, so decide to pay one of the businesses a visit. But when they get there, they're in for a big surprise.
One of the so-called directors of one of these companies actually turned out to be a podiatrist. She wasn't involved in alcohol at all. She'd never been a director of a company, and she didn't know any of the names that were put to her that were part of this so-called enterprise. So that gave us fantastic evidence because it proved that this company was fictitious and wasn't real.
It soon unravels that all 5 companies are made up. The named directors of these businesses are all innocent members of the public, completely unaware their identities have been hijacked and their addresses used to register the companies. Shocked at what they found, the team quickly step up their investigation. South Coast Wholesale, who've been buying and selling large amounts of alcohol to these fake companies, are their prime suspects behind the false businesses. But they need more evidence. The closer they look, the more irregularities crop up.
They noticed things like the spelling of Prosecco was actually spelt wrong on all of the 5 companies and all the same invoices. And again, that seems like such a coincidence that if the companies are not connected, why would they make the same spelling mistake?
And that's not the only coincidence. They start to look at the 5 companies' VAT returns, and it's not long before they make a crucial discovery.
They noticed that the same IP address had been used for the 5 unconnected companies. So in other words, the same location had been used to submit VAT returns that actually shouldn't even be connected.
And guess what? The location of the computer where the VAT returns were submitted is none other than the premises of South Coast Wholesale Limited. When they look at the VAT returns of these 5 fake companies, they discover that in total they've dodged a staggering £4.8 million in VAT. That's nearly £5 million that could be going towards essential services the public desperately need. The team can clearly see South Coast Wholesale are majorly fiddling the system. A criminal investigation is launched. And Tracy heads up a team of investigators who are building a case. But so far haven't got any of the names behind the fake companies. As they dig through their accounts, the team has a breakthrough.
A woman calling herself Emily Parker was phoning the HMRC VAT helpline, and she was phoning this helpline in connection to all these 5 companies, and she was claiming to be the company secretary of these companies. But when the officers did some checks with Company House, there was nobody named Emily Parker that was a company secretary for those companies.
Things are not adding up. Emily Parker doesn't seem to be on the books for South Coast Wholesale either. So who is this mystery woman? And how does she fit into this web of fraud?
I felt the most important thing to do at that stage was to identify who is Emily Parker. And I felt her identity was pivotal to really finding out what this case was about. So the first thing the case officers did was they analysed the phone calls that had been made to the HMRC VAT helpline, and they identified a common number. That mobile phone number belonged to a woman called Claire Hill.
Claire Hill is using Emily Parker as an alias. Tracy and her team's focus now shifts to finding her, and quick. Later, as the team catch up with the fraudsters, they uncover more than they bargained for.
One of the pieces of evidence actually turned out to be the jewel in the crown.
In the UK, almost a third of over 14 million people with disabilities work for a living. But for many, paid employment just isn't an option, making disability benefits an essential lifeline. Sadly, there are unscrupulous scammers looking to make a fast buck by cheating the system.
Every overpayment of benefit, obviously, is a case of that money could be used better elsewhere, whether it be benefits, hospitals, schools, any other thing that the government funds.
Adrian Brewer is a benefit fraud investigator. He spent almost all of his working life chasing down criminals, intent on dishonestly taking money from essential frontline services.
I've been working on fraud now for the last 40 years. It's a wonderful job. I love what I do. I work with a great team of people, and we save an awful lot of money each year pursuing those people who are falsely claiming benefits.
This case begins with an anonymous tip-off about a man receiving disability benefits who might not be as unwell as he makes out. The suspect's now living in southwest England, but the story starts 250 miles away.
The initial allegations came in whilst the gentleman was living in Milton Keynes. So the officers conducted their initial inquiries up there. They basically, the gentleman concerned claimed that he could not walk more than 50 metres using the appropriate aids such as crutches or a stick or even a wheelchair. He also claimed that he was unable to lift his arms up, dress himself properly, wash himself, bathe himself, or even to use the toilet on a normal basis, all of which contributed to a high level of disability benefit being awarded following his claim form.
As well as receiving regular disability payments, he's also getting yet another huge benefit, paid for by the taxpayer.
It was discovered that he had a Motability car. All you need to pay for would be the fuel that was actually used in it. Servicing, road tax, insurance, etc. is all paid.
The Motability scheme allows other people to use the car to help with his day-to-day living. But investigators discover the man's niece looks to be using the car solely for her own use. The cheeky claimant isn't without a set of wheels of his own, though.
The evidence that suggested that his niece had been using it as opposed to himself was the fact that he had purchased a separate vehicle for his own use and insured that vehicle whilst in Milton Keynes.
Suspicions are growing. Investigators in Milton Keynes are ready to take their case to the next stage, when suddenly the suspect disappears off their radar. They're worried that he might have slipped the net, but it's not long before he resurfaces 250 miles away on Adrian's Patch in southwest England.
When he moved from Milton Keynes, the fraud investigation case is automatically transferred to the local investigators in the area. So the case was passed to us, and we basically took over directing the investigation.
Adrian's now on the case. It's down to him to find out whether or not the suspect's entitled to the cash he's claiming. He knows surveillance is the only way to get the evidence he needs, but the decision to keep tabs on someone is never taken lightly.
If we, as a department, want to do surveillance on somebody, it can sometimes involve up to 6 officers on one particular case for a period of time of up to 3 or 4 weeks. So the cost mounts up considerably.
Adrian needs proof the claimant is walking away with taxpayers' money, but if he's wrong, thousands of pounds will be wasted. Later, as the investigation ramps up, so does the fraudster's brazenness.
Not to our surprise, he came in with 2 arm crutches and basically displaying extreme distress and uncomfort.
HMRC senior investigator Tracy Noon is in the middle of a major criminal investigation into a multi-million-pound fraud involving dodgy alcohol sales. Her team have uncovered a huge network of fake businesses and false paperwork, which all points towards organised criminals avoiding enormous amounts of VAT.
The VAT that they evaded was 4.8 million, and that just shows the scale of this fraud.
That's £4.8 million stolen from public services that are crying out for help. The investigation has identified a suspect named Claire Hill, who, using the alias Emily Parker, is pretending to be the secretary of the fictitious companies. They need to track her down. And after some background checks, finally come up trumps. Tracy sends out officers to arrest Hill.
So the criminal investigation officers knocked on the door of Claire Hill, and she came to the door. She was then arrested and her house was searched, And during that search, we found so much evidence. We found evidence connected to all 5 companies, including VAT registration documents, passwords, usernames that she needed in order to phone HMRC.
The team also searched for evidence of the name Emily Parker, the alias she's been using when calling HMRC about the fake businesses.
The other interesting document that was found was a cover story handwritten on a fax outlining the persona of Emily Parker.
Her cover story has been blown, and the case against her is overwhelming. But the team knows she's not working alone. The focus of the investigation shifts to the director of the company, South Coast Wholesale, that's been used to buy and sell the alcohol, Amir Shafiq.
The fax was actually sent to Amir Shafiq, which demonstrated to us that he knew about the fraud because he also was getting the same instructions.
HMRC investigators are sent out to arrest Shafiq. The fax is a key piece of evidence for Tracy and her team. It links all the key players in this major fraud.
There's an actual message that tells Claire Hill and others, you do not know Majid. It's a clear instruction that you do not know Majid.
But the team do want to know exactly who Majid is, and they soon discover he's Claire Hill's boyfriend.
So now he's definitely on our radar, and we need to find out more about him.
While the team do some digging on Majid, back at the station, both Claire Hill and Amir Shafiq are keeping tight-lipped. They're released while the team continue to build a case against them, analysing the mountains of paperwork and seized phones.
Claire Hill's phone actually turned out to be the jewel in the crown because she had kept so many text messages. It was quite clear that she was receiving and giving instructions about the fraud. So she was telling other members of the gang what they needed to do, how they needed to do it. Those text messages proved to be such valuable evidence.
The messages also implicate the man whose name the fraudsters were supposed to keep secret, Chas Majid.
It became very apparent that Chas Majid was the kingpin behind it all. And although he tried really hard to distance himself from any of the paperwork, any of the companies, the evidence in the end stood out to say that he was the main person behind this fraud.
It's a huge breakthrough, but Tracy's investigation is far from over. As the team continue to analyse the seized phones and dodgy paperwork, they're in for a big shock.
What it also uncovered was Majid, Claire Hill and Shafiq's involvement in the smuggling of alcohol from the continent into the UK.
The team knew booze was involved, but have now discovered the gang are running a multi-million-pound alcohol smuggling operation, all via South Coast Wholesale. Tracy and her team finally know how the whole operation works.
The VAT fraud was actually created in order to legitimise the supply of that alcohol. This alcohol is illegal. It's been smuggled into the UK, but it has to go onto the shelves in order to sell it. So to make it look legitimate, they create a supply chain, and that's where they use these 5 companies and to create the various layers so that by the time it gets to South Coast Wholesale, it looks legitimate. And South Coast Wholesale sell it to the UK market.
This cunning group of criminals are creating false VAT returns submitted by fake companies, all to hide a huge amount of illicit alcohol being smuggled into the country.
So the reason why they create the various companies is because if they didn't, they would be liable for the excise duty on the goods that have been imported from the near continent. So they create a smokescreen. They try and disguise the point that the tax is liable, and that's why they create a supply chain, which makes it harder for us in HMRC to follow and identify the point at which that tax becomes liable.
The excise duty dodged comes to an incredible £11.9 million. The team have all the evidence they need to prove how they're carrying out this devious scam.
And if we look at these text messages, Claire Hill is sending a message to Chaz Majid asking, "Green last night?" And Chaz responds, "Yes, 3." And this relates to the traffic light system that they had. So if the lorries got through the port and were not stopped, the text messages would show that it was green. And that meant that others involved in this criminality could take control of the loads and unload them. And then they would be pushed onto the market. If the loads got stopped, then a red traffic light would be sent, a signal saying it's red, don't touch it, because it will be going to a bonded warehouse and the duty will have to be paid on it.
The kingpin Majid is using public money to shamelessly fund an extravagant lifestyle of flash cars and £1 million homes, selfishly withholding the money desperately needed by the public services we all rely on. Tracy's seen enough. She has all the evidence she needs against Majid. They track him down and arrest him.
Chaz Majid was interviewed under caution, but he had an answer for everything, and he denied that he had anything to do with the fraud whatsoever.
But despite having an answer for everything, he can't talk his way out of the mountain of evidence against him and his accomplices. The gang, led by Majid, have shamelessly fiddled the system out of an astonishing £16 million.
We're talking about £16 million that could have gone into public purse. All the evidence was put together by the criminal investigation officers, and they submitted a file to the Crown Prosecution Service, who charged these 3 individuals with evading excise duty and VAT fraud.
But the 3 fraudsters, Majid, Hill and Shafiq, still deny everything. So the case goes to trial. And to the team's surprise, it seems at least one of the gang is seeing sense.
At the trial, Amir Shafiq pleaded guilty at the start of it. The trial then carried on for 10 further weeks, which Claire Hill and Chaz Majid maintained their innocence. At the end of the trial, the jury deliberated and found both Claire Hill and Chaz Majid guilty. Amir Shafiq received 5.5 years prison sentence, Claire Hill 7 years, and Chaz Majid 10 years.
Along with 8 of the gang members also involved in the fraud, the gang were given sentences totaling 34 years. It's a major triumph for Tracy and her team. Majid, Hill and Shafiq and the rest of their gang will finally pay for their crimes.
Prison sentences are really important, but the most important thing is to get the money back that's been stolen from the public purse.
Amir Shafiq is ordered to repay £737,000, money that will go back into vital services that really need it. The team is still waiting for a decision on how much Chaz Majid will have to pay back. And after one of the most complex cases of her career, Tracy's proved even the biggest fish eventually get caught.
So it is really, really important that people pay their taxes, and the majority of people do. But there are some that don't. And it's those people that we really want to investigate and we want to bring to justice. And nobody is beyond our reach.
In the southwest, investigator Adrian Brewer is on the tail of a suspected benefit cheat who's been stealing money from the public purse for years. But time is about to run out for this crooked conman.
Gentleman concerned claimed that he had the following disabilities, in so much as he had trapped sciatic nerves, which affected both his legs and his right arm. He had damaged discs in his back, which affected his movement.
So far, Adrian hasn't enough solid evidence to prove if the man is lying or not. He knows there is only one thing for it.
It was clear that surveillance would be the only option in this particular case, and it was granted for a period of time.
What the undercover investigators catch on camera could be the difference between a conviction and the suspect continuing to make crooked claims. Adrian is about to find out if the surveillance has paid off, or it's just been an expensive waste of time.
The gentleman concerned was followed to a local shopping retail park and went into a supermarket, and was seen walking around the supermarket with a trolley. The gentleman was taking items from the top shelf despite being unable to raise his arms above shoulder level. The items concerned were quite heavy, and given the disabilities that he had claimed that affected how he could do things, he would have had extreme difficulty in lifting any of those items.
This is exactly what Adrian needs to prove the suspect's been lying about the level of his disabilities. And in doing so, he's pocketed £15,000 in benefits. But the revelations don't end there. And even Adrian, with his 4 decades in the job, can't quite believe what he sees next.
This involved one of his fortnightly appointments, where he had come into the job centre using and showing extreme suffering or distress. Then he left the job centre swinging between the crutches, basically not putting any weight onto his legs at all, and then putting the crutches into the car, getting into the car and driving off.
He may be putting on a convincing show in front of the authorities, but little does the man know, Adrian's team is watching his every move.
He was then followed a further 10 minutes down the road, and he parked up on a place where there was a load of rough ground by some trees, and got out of the car and then proceeded to walk his dogs around this piece of rough ground. No crutches, no sticks, no signs of any discomfort being shown.
The footage Adrian's already seen is damning enough, but this takes things to a whole new level.
The ground was clearly rough. There had been vehicles over it. There were tracks. There were ruts. Not the sort of place you would expect someone who was worried about falling or had experienced falls in the past to be walking, especially having 10 minutes earlier been on his crutches.
Adrian and his team have seen enough. The hassle-free trip to the supermarket. The shameless charade at the job centre. Now this, a carefree wander around the woods with his dogs.
So clearly at that stage, the surveillance team was satisfied that they had sufficient evidence for myself and my colleagues to interview the man to talk about the legitimacy of his benefit claim. Not to our surprise, he came in as he had come into the job centre previously with 2 arm crutches, and basically displaying extreme distress and uncomfort.
Determined to keep the act up, the conman plays it cool, insisting the details on his claim form are correct and he's entitled to every penny of the benefits he's getting. But Adrian knows the cameras don't lie.
The more we questioned him, he seemed to get more agitated, and eventually decided to say to us, so you are saying that I am lying on my claim form? To which we replied that the video evidence would seem to suggest that may be the case.
Incredibly, even after seeing the video footage for himself, he still refuses to admit he's done anything wrong. So the case goes to court. Adrian has to hope his evidence will be enough to convince a jury.
The trial lasted for 3 days, and on the third day, around about lunchtime, the jury went out to make their decision and returned 12 minutes later with a verdict, guilty.
The decision is one of the quickest Adrian's ever seen. The suspect's been caught red-handed, and now it's time for him to face the music.
The gentleman was sentenced to 6 months imprisonment, suspended for 2 years.
After months of hard work, the game's up for the crooked claimant. And Adrian and his counter-fraud colleagues have sent out another message for any potential fraudsters.
It's not the government's money, it's your money, it's the taxpayer's money. The government literally only gets money from the taxpayer to fund benefits. Benefit fraud does not pay. In the long run, we will catch you, and if we catch you, we will take you to court and we will prosecute you.
Join us again when our investigators weed out even more shameless fraudsters.
Seeing somebody steal that amount of money makes me angry.
And help protect the public purse.
It's a clear message to other people that might be thinking of doing the same thing. All money has got to be paid back to the public purse.
If you do commit crime, we will be coming after you.
A different kind of porridge if you want it this morning. Jailed, do time inside Macabry Prison on BBC iPlayer. Or stay with us next on One. The criminals are on the outside and keeping our insurers on their toes. Claimed and Shamed is next.
Good morning, my darlings.
Yes, you just know it's going to be a good day.
Smashing mornings with the Zoe Ball Breakfast Show on Radio 2. Listen on BBC Sounds.
For the past 4 years, the three of us have toiled away together.
I just got a story put.
Hey, hear about this? Every episode, just like with Ava, including the brand new and exclusive 5th series, The Bold Type. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Mum, have you got the tickets?
You're not joking me.
It's Melbourne LA.
Oh no!
We're in a bit of a dilemma.
I think we've made a mistake.
People are running. She'll be back.
Harry, go on. Ready for this?
Celebrity Race Across the World continues Wednesday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
If you're brave in the sales market in this climate, Homes Under the Hammer might offer some handy tips in half an hour. The bricks and mortar of a good morning on BBC One first, Claimed and Shamed.
Insurance fraud in the UK costs more than £1.2 billion a year. That's more than £3 million a day.
Deliberate crashes, bogus personal injuries,
even phantom pets. The fraudsters are risking more and more to make a quick killing, and every year it's adding more than £50 to your insurance bill. But insurers are fighting back, exposing a fraudulent claim every 5 minutes. Armed with the latest fraud-busting technology, including covert surveillance systems, sophisticated data analysis techniques, and specially trained fraud investigators, they're catching these chancers red-handed. Instead of getting away with it, more and more of these fraudsters are being caught out and claimed and shamed. Today on Claimed and Shamed, an accident on a theme park ride ends in tears with an injury worth £1.5 million. But the claim is scuppered when the victim is caught on camera taking everyone for a ride.
In the surveillance evidence, you can see him going about normal day-to-day activities. He's driving around in his car without any problem, apparently, going shopping and walking the dog.
The man who puts in a dodgy claim after crashing a digger, but then digs himself into a hole.
When it comes to the creation of fraudulent or fake documentation, I think some people genuinely think we don't read these.
And the tables are turned on a young man who faked a fall in order to claim a big payout.
He essentially was trying to use a pre-existing condition in order to financially gain from our insured. Unfortunately, he slips up in this instance.
Today, it's all about faking it. Someone somewhere in the UK is committing insurance fraud once every minute, and it's costing more than £8 million every day. QBE insures some of the biggest theme parks in countries across the world. While everyone else is having fun, Ben and his team are making sure the right cover is in place for the very rare occasions when it's needed. Their services were called on when there was an accident at a theme park based in the UK.
We received a claim from a gentleman who'd been to Drayton Manor with his family. It was himself, his wife and 2 children.
A company director had been on a family day out with his wife and 2 sons when the holiday treat took a turn for the worse.
He claimed that he was injured because he'd been on a ride when the gondola was released too early, causing them to shake around and injured his back.
His first priority was his children.
The claimant said that he'd had to stand up to try and protect his children so that they wouldn't be injured.
Whilst the man's wife and children escaped with minor injuries, the company directors were much more serious, life-changing in fact.
The claim amounted to approximately £1.5 million. He was claiming that he had a severe bad back and in fact said that he had chronic pain. So that was something that wasn't ever going to go away or improve.
So bad was the damage that he said he was totally unable to bend his back and had to rely on support from family to get through the day.
He required care from his wife for 2 hours every day because he wasn't able to move properly and carry out the normal sort of day-to-day activities.
He also said it affected his work, so his claim included loss of earnings.
Because of the injuries, he had suffered impact to his business. He wasn't able to do the work required for his business, so that suffered.
His life outside work also suffered.
He said this impacted his pastimes as well. He enjoyed deer stalking and beekeeping and other pastimes, which now he was saying he could no longer do.
The theme park accepted that the incident had happened and admitted liability for that. However, what it didn't accept was that the man's injuries were as serious as he was claiming.
The suspicions were generally the comparison in injuries. We've gone from other people in the same incident who got very minor injuries comparing to his, which were quite significant and life-changing injuries. So it did seem that there was something amiss there.
Ben and his team needed to find out how badly affected the claimant's life had really been, and they were in for a shock.
When we looked onto his social media profile, we could see the photographs of his holiday in South Africa, where he's taking part in a whitewater rafting activity, wearing all of the gear.
Ben and his team were now almost certain the company director was exaggerating his injuries, and they decided to take the unusual step of putting him under surveillance.
The use of surveillance isn't the norm. It's only really used where you have instances like this where somebody is alleging one thing when in fact you think the opposite is true.
No. I'm just watching the benefits catching a bloke who's claiming benefits disabled money and all that, and he's fucking walking around, walking his dog and all that. And there was also an investigation because someone was bringing alcohol into UK, and it was £16 million worth. And they went to jail. Yeah. Yeah. Something to do with the UK, services could have used the money. But someone's been bringing in all the alcohol into UK and making money. And they've done about 10 years. But one bloke done 10 years, and a lady, I think his partner, she got 7 years. Yeah. 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 Don't you get benefits then? Oh yeah, PIP, yeah. That's all right. I get 691. 691 I get. I've been locked up by the NHS and put in section units, the little fuckers, haven't they? Do I? Yeah. 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 I phoned up the office and I said I was working in claiming years ago, and she hung up the phone. Yeah, I can believe it. I said, look, this is it. I mean, I actually went down the office and fucking went for an interview. Told them I knew the piano business, but I wasn't working, but I was working.
It's not worth me saying to you, it's not worth that light risk.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be quick because in 5 minutes time the shop opens up, and the guy that owns it doesn't like the inside of the shop being done.
Oh right.
When they try to, it shouldn't be an issue. I should have this done before they even finish.
Yeah.
The outside is not too bad. The outside you can do when it's open, when it's closed. when it's open.
Whose shop? Is it your shop?
Well, this, I don't want to.
Oh, right.
All my business is work from home, man.
Oh, you work from home? Yeah.
I don't see the point in paying VAT, you know, that, and I've got like a little office, yeah, like a little cupboard that all my stuff goes in.
Yeah.
But it's a food shop, so, you know, as much as I moaned last week, you know, okay, it has to be done before this time, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, one goes and no one's in, it's actually quicker, you know, because I'm not having to talk to customer, you know.
Yeah.
You know, so it makes sense. Yeah. You know, I'm not in the way of the door, so customer think it's, you know, because that, sometimes they do think it's closed and that, yeah.
Yeah.
You know. Last week I did it the wrong way around. I did outside first, yeah. And then I come in here, well, I didn't, yeah.
Yeah.
You had no customer in, and they were quiet, but if we were busy, I'd be in the way, so. And there's no excuse why I can't get it. Unless another customer's eating my dad from the fucking week.
Yeah.
Like on eBay. You know.
Yeah.
The Asian guy, that's the Pakistani guy, that's me. He owns a couple of caps. And the charge, he can £8.50 now for a cap, yeah.
Yeah.
On average, yeah. And he goes, I want glitter, but I need pin colour, I need this, I don't have them, yeah. So, and he goes, right, well, that's not my problem, you need to order it. So I must have done that for him. I said, if you order it, won't come, not 10. I'm going to change it, I'm going to change the next one.
Yeah. That's mad, mate. Yeah.
If I was getting everybody say, I need it for 10 o'clock, I need it for this time, yeah?
Yeah.
Then I'd say, okay, you need it for this time. You need to pay $250 to book it in.
Yeah.
It's on the first come, first serve, yeah? But at the moment, I've not got any stiff afternoon looking, yeah? I turn up at a certain time.
Oh, right, yeah.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to go, 2 people to go, I mean, that's easy.
Oh, man. That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. What? A dealer? I was a piano man. Yeah, I used to buy some pianos, yeah. A piano dealer, yeah. I've always claimed benefits all the time. Even when I was working, yeah. They can fuck off. They fucking locked me up for 18 years. They can piss off. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
The guy that takes orders, I don't think there yet.
Yeah.
He is open. You open. You want the guy want to go? Okay, go.
Hey? Second, mate.
I'm just checking because you know if the guy said, "Oh no, they don't serve him," then I wouldn't turn up in it. I said, "No, it's just late."
All right.
I'm not upstairs. There's no one upstairs. I'm not in the wake. So when I do a fight in a minute, yeah, I'm not in the wake. That's what he wanted. Yeah. So the inside downstairs is doing when his customers are walking in. So I'm not in the way. You know. Well, I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't do anything.
That's crazy, man.
I told you this to him.
Yeah.
Before coming from downstairs, outside, inside his door, before 5 past 11. Yeah. I think that's okay. Maybe 12. So,
Yeah. All right. Any what? Oh, I'm just going to make a cup of tea, and then I'm going to phone out social care, and get them to get their ass in gear because I've had an email from Bark. Bark is a company that offers cleaners. Yeah. What do you mean? £15 an hour. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, someone phoned me up last week, and I give them adult social care number. I said you got to phone them up and get them to pay you, and all that. But I've not heard nothing yet. Adult social care are fucking shit. Well, no, not really. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. What? What about me? Second? All right. That's crazy. Yeah. 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 That's crazy. Yeah. 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 That's crazy. I'm gonna make a cup of tea and get something to eat. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Huh? Don't suffer. Oh, yeah, I eat noodles, yeah. Yeah, I'm having noodles in a minute. Yeah, beef noodles with a cup of tea. Yeah. No. Microwave meal. No. No, not really. Am I stuck on a needle? No, I've gobbled up the whole bottle packet. I'm like, yeah. I have all of it. I love it. It's nice. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, what are you on? No, not really. No. Yeah. It's just staying it, really. Yeah. 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 Oh man. Oh. Second? Yeah. Second, mate. It's in the microwave. I'm still waiting. Say again? Oh. Yeah. 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 Say again? Yeah. All right. That's crazy.
You know, what can I say?
I don't know, mate.
Well, we have a spike thing for my bird fever.
All right.
Yeah, this is a guy. This is compared to that pure water, which I use in the morning, that gets used in the morning.
Yeah.
If I could get every single shop done with that, fuck me, I would.
I've got to put my phone down and go in the kitchen and get my microwave meal.
I'll speak to you in a bit then,
Yeah, all right, mate. Bye, mate. Oh. Lovely. Oh.
online.
Sold. Congratulations.
Independent banking analyst. Hi, Francis. Good to see you. So now analysts are predicting a 50-50 which way it could go, whether or not they raise interest rates or keep them where they are at 5.25%. What will the Monetary Policy Committee be weighing up in that decision this morning?
Well, obviously they'll take account of the slightly better than expected inflation figures, but they'll be looking at the underlying inflation, what we call core inflation. And actually that's been a little bit better than expected. So that will be something they'll consider. But they'll also be looking at continuing strength in wage rises and worrying a bit about that. And the other thing I think that they'll take account of is actually what the Federal Reserve has done. The Federal Reserve has held interest rates, but has indicated that it will tighten further. And that actually has an effect on the dollar. The dollar actually went up. Now, for the UK, when the dollar goes up, because we're very import dependent, sterling falls and that increases inflation for us. So they will be concerned about needing to support the pound. So my guess would be that on balance, they're more likely to raise.
Okay, business leaders, though, warning against a further raise. They're very concerned about economic activity, aren't they?
Yeah, they are indeed. And that's something that the Bank of England will be thinking hard about. So they don't want to tip the economy into recession or increase lots and lots of loan defaults, mortgages and business loans, cause a financial crisis. So it's a bit of a difficult balance. If they do raise, I think it will be by a very small amount, 25 basis points.
Yeah, that is the expectation, certainly before yesterday. But again, that will have this huge knock-on impact for mortgages, which affect hundreds of thousands of people across the country.
Well, that does a little bit depend on the attitude of the banks. And banks don't have to pass on interest rate rises, though in practice they always do. And the other side of that is, of course, banks now being under pressure to offer better rates on savings. So, you could say that an increase in interest rates, yes, it hurts mortgage borrowers, but it also should benefit savers if banks pass that on.
Yeah, big ifs there. Not always doing that, even though they've been pushed to do that by the government, haven't they? There is, of course, a time lag between any interest rate rises as well. And the government have to take that, the Bank of England have to take that into consideration, don't they? Because they don't want to push those interest rates too far and then impact on the economy.
That's exactly the problem they've got. That monetary policy famously operates with long and variable lags. And here we are with monthly inflation figures, and the Bank of England kind of needs to respond to the monthly inflation figures. And there's a risk that they will pay too much attention to the short-term figures and not enough attention to the trend. And that's really why they're looking at underlying inflation, at core inflation, trying to see what the trend is, where it's going over the next 18 months or so, rather than what it is now. And that's because otherwise, as you say, there is a risk that they'll over-tighten and cause damage to the economy.
Okay, Francis, really good to get your thoughts. Thank you. That decision expected in just over 20 minutes' time. We'll, of course, bring it to you live here on BBC News. Now, though, to Turkey, whose central bank will announce its rates decision at the same time as the Bank of England in just over 20 minutes' time. And that is expected to see a big hike once again, with most predicting that the cost of borrowing will go up by 5 percentage points from 25 to 30%. In August, the central bank said that the country's inflation jumped to an estimated 60%. That's the highest inflation it's seen this year. The new central bank team has already raised interest rates 3 times since being appointed. And tomorrow marks a key deadline in the nearly week-long auto workers' strike in the US. Aside from pay, one of their main concerns is the future of electric vehicles, which they say will end up causing heavy job losses. Currently, that's a field being led by China, whose dominance of critical materials and supply chains has allowed them to make high-tech, affordable EVs. So, how did this happen? And how much should American auto workers be thinking about China? Our Asia business correspondent Nick Marsh went to its car dealership in Singapore and took us.
It's said that by the end of this decade, a third of all electric vehicles will be made by
333 555 222 1, as we will not be able to help you. The County Council seeks to ensure zero tolerance for harassment, discrimination, bullying and abuse. We would like to thank you in advance for treating our team with consideration and respect when they try to help you with your inquiry. We comply with data protection legislation. You can find our privacy notice under 60. If your call is about invoice or
Oh, no.
services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisor for more information. If you prefer, you can use our online form. Please use the link at the bottom of the Adult Health and Care webpage when you visit it. Just go to health.gov.uk, then just type in adult social care and click on the first link. If you're worried about having we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisor for more information. If you prefer, you can use our online form. Please use the link at the bottom of the Adult Health and Care webpage when you visit it. Just go to health.gov.uk, then just type in adult social care and click on the first link. If you're worried about having we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisor for more information. If you prefer, you can use our online form. Please use the link at the bottom of the Adult Health and Care webpage when you visit it. Just go to health.gov.uk, then just type in adult social care and click on the first link. If you're worried about having we can recommend services to help you stay safe at home. Please speak to our advisor for more information. If you prefer, you can use our online form. Please use the link at the bottom of the Adult Health and Care webpage when you visit it. Just go.
Hello. I've got new social workers. My old social worker was Pamja and Judy Bassey. I'm Gordon White at 61 Cox Road. 8867. Well, Judy Bassey, she got a deep clean, and they charged £650, and they didn't do a very good job, really. I've been in touch with Bark, bark.com. They actually do cleaners, and I had them contact Adult Social Care about the cleaning, but I've not had any kind of response yet, and I've just had an email to say they're going to end my business with Bark. Now, what it is, these two social workers I've got is Nikki and Vicky. They're young. They're probably good at cleaning, but they won't do that. Can they get me cleaners? I need cleaners now. because I've actually got fly spray because I keep getting flies in my kitchen. I put my rubbish out into the outside bin, and there was loads of maggots in it and everything. There's no cleaning. No one's doing any cleaning, and I want cleaners. Okay, that's great. Thank you. Bye bye.
Have a look at where they've been in recent years, going back in fact to the financial crisis of 2008. That's back here on this graph, where interest rates were up to getting my numbers all wrong, 5.75%. Now, we're not expecting them to rise to that level today, but after a long period, many years of interest rates lying at around 0.5%, eventually 0.25%, and eventually 0.1%. They've been rising very rapidly, 14 consecutive hikes. If they rise today, that will be a 15th consecutive hike. Economists are rather balanced, 50-50, on whether we'll see another rise today or whether they'll be kept on hold where they are now, 5.25%.
David, you mentioned inflation, and they are all tied, aren't they? Just take us through what happened this week and what could happen today.
Yes, so let's move on to another graph. It's blank at the moment, and if this responds to my finger, it has done. This shows how inflation has been moving in recent years. Now, this grey line is the Bank of England target. That's 2%. The objective for the Bank of England, set by government, of course, is that inflation should lie somewhere between 0 and 2%. We don't want deflation, but neither do we want the kind of high inflation we've seen since here. As the pandemic started to ease, we started to see prices rising rapidly to an annualized rate of 11.3% late last year. Price rises have been rising less quickly since then. And yesterday we had news that consumer price inflation had fallen to 6.7%. Prices are still rising. They're still rising fast, but they're not rising as fast as they were last year.
Okay, I'm just casting my eye around some of the business websites, including the BBC's, and one headline that keeps jumping out, David, is that the pound sterling has fallen ahead of today's announcement. Why?
Well, yesterday there was a US Federal Reserve interest rate decision. Now, they decided to keep their interest rate on hold. However, they also indicated that there would be a further rate rise in the United States happening at some point in the months ahead. The dollar reacted that by rising because as interest rates are raised, that raises the value of the currency. So the dollar has risen against a basket of other currencies, including the euro, including the pound, including other currencies. So the fall in the value of the pound against the dollar is in a sense more a US story than a UK story. But the Bank of England may feel that an incentive to enhance the value of the pound, because that will help with its inflation battle too. So that is one incentive perhaps to raise interest rates that will be weighing upon it.
Okay, interesting, isn't it? We were saying 50-50. I'm now looking at another analyst here saying that the money markets are actually indicating that it's now a roughly 61% chance that the Bank of England will actually raise those interest rates. There is something of a lag, though, isn't there, David, between interest rates and the impact it has on inflation. What's the feeling in terms of whether it's a good thing for the Bank of England to increase those rates now off the back of that surprise drop in inflation yesterday?
Well, inflation fell. It was expected to rise actually because of changes in fuel prices. So the Bank of England will weigh that, but it has to weigh it in the round against a trend of falling inflation.
The announcement has come through, and I believe the interest rate has been held at 5.25%. So there we have it. Interest rates for the UK have been held by the Bank of England at 5.25%. Susanna Streeter is a face and friend of the BBC and is waiting in the wings. Susanna, I saw you react as soon as that announcement came up. Your reaction, please.
Yes, well, finally, the Bank of England has pressed the big red pause button on interest rate hikes. And this will be a big relief for those consumers and those companies who've been really struggling with higher borrowing costs. And it is clear that that drop in inflation in the year to August, and also that core rate of inflation, stripping out volatile food and fuel prices, really did come as a surprise because they voted with a majority of 5-4 to maintain the bank rate and to keep rates on hold. Whereas if you look at last time they had to make this decision, only one of those members of the Monetary Policy Committee voted to keep rates on hold. So you can see how sentiment within that committee really has changed. And of course, they are concerned that if they did increase interest rates yet again, that would tip the economy potentially into a recession, into a deeper downturn. And remember, there is this lag effect. We've already had these successive interest rate hikes. So many people have felt it, but others haven't yet, of course, because lots of homeowners with mortgages haven't had to find a new mortgage. They haven't come to the end of their deals, but they will do so in the coming months. And so this lag effect will start to come through. And already we have that data that the economy shrank in July. And we've also had other data showing that companies are more reluctant to hire workers. So we're seeing demand already being pushed out of the economy. And this is why policymakers have made this decision to keep rates on hold.
Susanna, you know what, we had coverage, of course, on BBC Breakfast earlier today, and we were talking about whether it is good or bad news. And it really isn't as simple as that, because ultimately it's still at a high rate. I mean, how long can the UK economy sustain this?
Well, yes, I mean, that is the big question. And that is why policymakers are, of course, concerned, because we are already getting these indicators coming through that plenty of companies are finding it a lot tougher. Consumers are also finding it a lot tougher. They've borne the brunt of the cost of living crisis for so long. And it isn't likely that we will see cuts anytime soon, I'm afraid, because a wage inflation is still running relatively hot. And that has been a real concern among policymakers in the past, and they will still have an eye on that. So what they don't want to do is press pause and then potentially, cut and then see inflation running away again, because of course the risk is that if wage demands are exceeded to, that could push companies to increase prices yet again to offset the cost of high wages. And that could then, have a knock-on effect to where we see inflation. Interestingly, we've seen this increase in the oil price recently, but that certainly haven't blown policymakers off this course of pressing pause on rates, because I think they see that as more fleeting and have their eye more on the potential for embedded inflation. So if those wage hikes continue.
Susanna, I've got a number of guests that will be talking about specific aspects of what this rate will mean to them in everyday life. But just listening to what the Prime Minister had to say, he again reiterated his pledge to the British. There is support out there for those who are struggling. And from all the analysis that you've been looking at, the cost of living, does that ring true to you? Is there enough support?
Well, we have undertaken research at Hargreaves Lansdown, our resilience barometer, and that does indicate that actually many more people towards the end of the year are going to really struggle with their finances, with managing to keep their head above water, because they are still having to deal with these much higher prices, and with borrowing costs not set to rise, but not set to go down anytime soon. I do think many more people do need a bit more extra support.
And the Fed, of course, in the United States made their decision yesterday, also holding at their previous level. in terms of the forecasts, at what point do we learn what the Bank of England forecasts are likely to be?
Well, actually, the minutes of the Monetary Policy Committee meeting are out, and certainly within it, they're saying that they're going to continue to monitor closely indications of persistent inflationary measures and resilience in the economy as a whole, including the tightness of the labour market conditions and the behaviour of wage growth and services price inflation. So what I was telling you about a little bit earlier, they still are concerned about wage growth and whether that could risk inflation going upwards once again, which they certainly don't want. And they want to ensure that the current monetary policy stance is restrictive enough so that it keeps demand still quashed down in the economy, but not so restrictive, of course, that it then tips the economy into a deeper downturn than is necessary. When you talk about the United States, the economy there is forecast actually to grow much more strongly than expected. And that is why the Federal Reserve, the US central bank, is planning yet another rate hike later this year. That's on what's called the dot plot, where policymakers dot out where they see the projections of interest rates going forward. And that's why you've seen strength in the dollar, partly why you saw those falls in the pound, but also because of the expectation that there wouldn't be another interest rate hike. And that certainly has played out.
Okay, Susanna, don't go anywhere. Lots to talk about. In the meantime, one of the areas that people are struggling with, of course, is mortgage payments. I'm joined now by Rita Coley, who is a mortgage broker and also the managing director at The Mortgage Shop. So, interest rates have been held, Rita. What does this mean?
It just means that hopefully there's more of a positive outlook with lenders. Only this morning, again, I've had a couple more lenders announce a reduction in rates across fixed and trackers. And where it's been held, it hopefully means that they are more confident to reduce even further.
How likely is that to happen, Rita? Because you said, hopefully a more positive rate from lenders. If you're sitting at home and you're barely making your mortgage payment, I mean, how confident should you feel that mortgage payments will be going in the right direction, and that is, backwards, really, lower?
It will take time for those that have already remortgaged earlier this year, and those that have hopefully taken advice from an advisor as to what's the best options for them. But they'll probably start to see the impact more so in a year or two's time now that they've secured the rate. But anybody else looking to remortgage that are due to come up will certainly see more positive signs as to what options they've got available.
Okay, just take us through the journey that these high interest rates have had on mortgages.
Well, a lot of people have put a pause on those who were thinking about potentially moving or buying their first home. And we're just seeing that there's been more and more conversations around what do I do about my next remortgage rate. A lot more people have now been more prepared, knowing that interest rates have gone up. They're not quite sure how much it's impacting them, but they're having the conversations much earlier, i.e. you can typically look to renew 6 months before your existing rate finishes, so that they're a bit more prepared about their budgeting. And although we can't do much about the interest rate, there are options that we've been talking to our clients about, extending their mortgage terms, potentially to reduce those monthly outgoings, and to look at those that are already on existing good rates from a couple of years ago to consider overpaying on their mortgages so that they don't have as much impact when their rates come up for renewal.
Rita, can you stay there, please? Because I'd like you to detail what those conversations should sound like and what mortgage holders should be doing next. Let's bring in Dan Wilson-Craw, who's the Deputy Chief Executive of Generation Rent. Dan, is this good or bad news, the way you're seeing it now?
It's hard to say, really. Right now, interest rates for renters, they affect renters in indirect ways compared with mortgage holders. So, for example, some renters will be looking to buy their first home, and right now, with interest rates much higher than they were 2 years ago, that hasn't really fed into house prices. So, if you're looking to buy a new home, the monthly payments will be a lot higher than maybe what you're currently paying in rent. And so that's until house prices do react and do come down in response to higher interest rates, there'll be a lot more people in the private sector. What that could mean is that there's a lot more people who have more to spend because they're better off than the average private renter. That leads to higher rents. So if you're moving house and you decide to rent rather than buy, you potentially be able to afford more, and then because there's a shortage of housing, that's essentially propping up rents to some extent. And then separately, where there's a landlord, where the landlord has a mortgage, in a lot of cases they will have already tried to put rent if they weren't already charging what the market market rent was. But actually the proportion of landlords who have a buy-to-let mortgage is actually roughly 40% of the sector. So there's a lot of landlords who are affected by interest rates, but maybe they're still charging high rents, and rents are going up for a number of reasons. The biggest one being the overall shortage, the fact that we haven't built enough homes over the past few decades.
If you are a renter, should you now feel confident that you will not be seeing a hike in your monthly rent?
I think we've surveyed our supporters at Generation Rent, and when we last did it in the summer, 60% of people who responded said that they had a rent increase in the last year. A lot of them were saying that the most common reason was the landlord saying that they were increasing the rent to the market rent.
Dan, I'm just going to interrupt you. Please don't go anywhere. There's lots of questions. I just need to pause for a moment and say goodbye to our viewers on BBC Two. More coming up, though, right here on BBC News.
Blankety Blank is back, hosted by yours truly, yes, me, Bradley Walsh, with our incredible celebrity panel, and of course our eager contestants. Why, it's one of the contestants me 10 years ago. Do you do yoga, Amina?
Absolutely not. Blankety Blank starts Saturday at 9:35 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Mum, have you got the tickets?
You're not joking me.
It's Mel and Elaine.
Oh no!
We're in a bit of a dilemma.
I think we've made a mistake. People are running. We run. Harry, go on. Ready for this?
Celebrity Race Across the World continues Wednesday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Latest political discussion on BBC Two now with Joe Coburn.
Is Rishi Sunak right on net zero? Is it time for doctors to call off their strikes? And are you working class? This is Politics Live. Joining me, Conservative peer Ed Vaizey, Shadow Skills Minister Seema Malhotra, Reform UK spokesperson and former Brexit Party MEP Alex Phillips, and political journalist and author Steve Richards. Today, Rishi Sunak defends his new approach on climate change.
I'm going to make the big decisions that are right for the long-term interests of our country, even if those are difficult, because that's how we're going to bring change. That's how we're going to build a better future for our children.
The Prime Minister says past leaders haven't been honest about the costs of going green. So will the public be convinced? The government says these strikes are politically timed. We'll ask a doctor why she's taking part.
I look up to him because he is upper class, but I look down on him because he is lower class. I am middle class.
And does class still matter? Let's start with some breaking news. Here is the headline in the BBC. The Bank of England leaves interest rates unchanged in surprise move. Yes, the Bank of England has left the rates unchanged at 5.25%, ending a run of 14 straight increases. And it had been broadly considered that they would probably increase the rates, but latest official inflation data has made market expectations change a little when the rate of price rises came in slightly lower than expected. Your reaction, Ed?
Well, I think homeowners with mortgages will be massively relieved. This is a kind of break from the relentless increase in interest rates. I think the government will be very happy. The government will say that their bearing down on inflation is working. Inflation fell yesterday. Underlying inflation is also falling. It was one of Rishi Sunak's 5 pledges. So in what has been a difficult week for the government, I think they can point to this. They will point to this as a success for
I'm
them.
sure they'll point to it. The Bank of England, of course, makes the decision on interest rates, and you're right. The rate of increase in terms of prices has come down very slightly. What's your reaction to the Bank of England's decision?
I'm very hopeful that we may be moving forward positively, but this is still very high. This is still a sign that our economy is very weak. It has been weakened by years of Tory mismanagement, and even the very slight 0.1% drop in inflation was hardly a victory lap. Prices are still going up, and we are still going to see people paying very, very high mortgage interest rates for a long time yet. And this is even more so for those who will be coming off fixed rate mortgages in the near future.
Alex?
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And in fact, I think the impact of interest rate rises we've seen to date hasn't even hit yet. At the moment, the average family are paying £220 more a month on their mortgage than they were before. The Bank of England themselves project this to go up to £500 a month by 2026, when people do come off fixed rate mortgages. When you consider the average take-home pay is £2,000 a month, that quarter of a salary that's going to disappear for some families out there is going to plunge people into actual poverty. And I think when the Bank of England finally realised the impact they've had by protecting sterling to the extent of almost rubbleising people's take-home pay, it's going to be far too late.
What about the point, though, Steve, that Seema was hinting at, which is perhaps it hasn't fed through enough yet? Yes, we've seen this slight drop in inflation, but this is one of the major levers, rightly or wrongly, in terms of controlling the rate of price rises. If it hasn't fed through, will it still have to go up in future months?
Could well do. This strikes me as a sort of holding decision in the light of what you were saying, the lower than expected inflation announced yesterday. But there are still inflationary pressures in this economy, and they might have to do something again in the future. Perhaps it won't be until next year, who knows? But I don't think this is the end of it. And isn't it interesting that at this point where Sunak wants to pull all the levers, a key lever is being pulled by an institution over which he has no control. So the
And it's been in place, of course, since
and it was a very clever move by Gordon Brown to put it in. But when things are going wrong, the briefings against the Bank of England begin from elected politicians. So let's see how it pans out.
Do you think this is the ceiling, or should be the ceiling, for interest rate rises?
No, I agree with Steve. I think that it's still very, very fragile. And one hopes, the Bank of England has not covered itself in glory. Arguably, it didn't increase interest rates early enough as inflation fed through. And there was, as you remember, a year ago, 18 months ago, people talking about rising inflation as a temporary blip. I'm not an economist, even I knew high inflation was here to stay. And what it is worrying that you take this pause now because of falling inflation. And we know that British inflation in particular, unlike the European inflation, is kind of much stickier. That it comes back to haunt us, and we're back in this kind of vortex, vicious circle. There will be, as I say, a lot of homeowners who see light at the end of the tunnel. We know that mortgage rates are capping out and potentially coming down. That is a good thing. But if we are back in 3 months' time with the Bank of England having to come back with its tail between its legs to raise interest rates because inflation hasn't been flushed out, that will be disastrous.
Let's talk about the story that's dominated the past few days, and that is Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, overhauling measures to meet net zero target by 2050, which he says he's still very much committed to. Let's take a listen to his speech yesterday.
The test should be,
Do we have the fairest credible path to reach net zero by 2050 in a way that brings people with us? Since I've become Prime Minister, I've examined our plans, and I don't think they meet that test. We seem to have defaulted to an approach which will impose unacceptable costs on hard-pressed British families, costs that no one was ever really told about, and which may not actually be necessary to deliver the emissions reduction that we need.
He's faced a barrage of criticism from within his own party and also from business leaders as well, of course, by climate change activists. Includes a delay on the ban of new diesel and petrol vehicles from 2030, which had been the target, to 2035. Has he done the right thing, Alex?
Well, he's sort of done the right thing, but I'm surprised that there's been all this backlash because it's the smallest rollback in political history. It's pushing something back by 5 years. It's not exactly changing policy, particularly, is it? And what really annoys me about this is the British people carrying the can for climate change when 46% of our emissions are actually through the things that are importing from other countries. And in doing that, in buying stuff from China constantly, who are massive polluters, we're exporting our industry, we're exporting manufacturing. Yes, we're exporting carbon emissions, but with it, we're exporting our prosperity.
All right, has he done the right thing, Ed?
Well, I mean, the politics of this are very obvious. The Tories unexpectedly won the Uxbridge by-election. They won it on a climate change agenda, which was the unpopular tax that Rishi Sunak is imposing on drivers. They've seen an opportunity. It's good to see a Brexiteer like Rishi Sunak seeing the light and aligning us with Europe, which is really the way forward, that we have to align our regulations with Europe, our biggest market. So the Europeans have the same 2035 target, which is a reason why this policy is not actually a sort of catastrophe in the sky is not going to fall in. So the politics are obvious, and the bad politics are also obvious because the government looks like it's chopping and changing, U-turning on the whim,
right thing?
and losing
My
direction.
question is, has he done the right thing?
I think whether he had stuck with the target or not, I think politically he probably has long-term done the right thing. I think the difference between 2030 and 2035 in climate change is negligible, so I don't have any problem with it in those terms. I think that the market, to a certain extent, will decide, and car manufacturers in terms of electric vehicles. The big gap, by the way, just very quickly, where I'm disappointed, as it were, is one of the reasons he's had to do this as well is because there's been no investment in the kind of infrastructure you need to support an electric vehicle economy.
Seema?
I think that last point is absolutely right. This is actually a very, very weak announcement by Rishi Sunak, an announcement that he made the day Parliament went into recess. I think this is somebody who's trying to hide from scrutiny about the impact of this decision on our future, the growth of our economy, our future growth, and also how the green economy is a big opportunity for us. It's an opportunity for where economies are going to grow, where we want to be competitive, to grow those jobs of the future, but also crucially to bring bills down. This is an admission of failure, that he has failed to see the investment we need within our electric vehicle infrastructure, within other areas as well. And what it has created is instability and uncertainty. The very thing we need to stabilize our economy, to make sure that we can bring inflation down, to keep interest rates down, is stability. He has chosen to do the opposite. And what all the commentators who have reacted to this with the evidence are saying as well, is that this is creating instability for our automotive sector, other sectors, but will lead to higher prices for consumers and households in the future.
But has it done what Rishi Sunak says the motivation behind this announcement actually was, which is about having a more honest conversation about the true costs of net zero?
So this is where it felt very discordant to me. I mean, politics is partly an art form, and it didn't work, in my view, as artistry, because he kept on saying, this is a new politics that I'm going to lead, where I'm going to be completely honest with the British people, take the tough decisions. And then he announced a lot of kind of not tough decisions. We're not going to do this. You don't have to pay for that. And then claimed, this is his new style. And then he put out claims that he had scrapped things that weren't going to be put forward.
Well,
so the whole thing, in terms of, this was a big moment for him. It just felt all wrong.
Well,
on its own terms.
Fantasy. It's fantasy economics, but it's also fantasy politics with these announcements. He said that he's now cancelled policies that didn't exist.
Absolutely. Let's take on this, but hang on. Let's just take on this point because we're talking about it in the way that Steve has introduced. Rishi Sunak will never impose unnecessary and heavy-handed measures on you, the British people. We will still meet our international commitments and hit net zero by 2050. Here are the heavy-handed measures that he's talking about, except none of them, Ed, was government policy. He's scrapping non-existent policy.
And there were nobody else's policies either.
Well, nobody else's, maybe they should be, but they weren't. That's not very honest, is it?
Well, it was the dance of the 7 bins. I mean, but I'm glad we've dodged these bullets. Frankly, I was lying awake at night, worrying about the meat tax and having to share my SUV, with strangers in order to get to the gym.
What about your family? That wasn't honest policy. I mean, if he's painting himself in the way Steve has said, I'm having an honest conversation.
I know. I mean, it is, in some ways, it is very depressing because Britain is actually a leader in climate change. We've reduced our emissions by half. That started under the last Labour government and continued by the Tories. We lead in renewable energy. And the other bad thing about the U-turn, and quite apart from the fact that when governments do U-turns, it's not great, is a loss of leadership because actually we are leaders in this debate on renewable energy. If you're then going to start talking to China about climate change, China's going to turn around to you and say, well, look, you admit these targets are too tough and are hitting people's pockets.
So the other thing is the timing. As a new Prime Minister, a year ago, he had a bit of space to personify change. And to give an example from the past, John Major, when he came in 1990, similar position after Thatcher. Day one, he announced a review of her most unpopular policy, the poll tax. Clear indication it was going. He didn't wait a year briefing that he was going to keep it, which is what Sunak has done with net zero. So they briefed the Times quite recently. They weren't going to do any of this, and now they've done it. It doesn't feel right in terms of timing.
Look, right, well, it doesn't.
So it is short-term political expediency.
I think it's more than that. I think it's more than that. And I think this is hiding the failure of the government to really invest in a future that's going to bring down energy and other bills. Now, if you take as one example, if he wants honest politics, if he had adopted, for example, the warm homes target and insulation programs that Labour had called for, we would have seen, even in the last 2 years since Labour announced it, 4 million homes better insulated and would have protected households from the massive spike in energy prices we've seen. And part of why it's so important to invest in the green economy, if you take, for example, making Britain a green energy superpower by 2030, is it will be long-term lower bills.
Well, if Labour is that committed to these long-term investments, you have your own investment programme. That has been pushed back if you win the election next year, the £28 billion of commitment and investment in green policies. But you're not going to reverse some of the changes that Rishi Sunak has announced. You said that you would bring back the 2030 deadline to phase out petrol and diesel cars, but what about the targets to eliminate gas boilers?
That's right, we have said that on the cars.
And why not
on
the
gas boilers? I won't take responsibility, we won't take responsibility for what has been a failure of the government to invest to make sure that household bills will be lower.
That committed to it then?
That isn't what we're saying. We're saying that where the government has admitted a failure, that this will be a cost without bringing down bills in the way.
But you are going to bring back the 2030 deadline.
Climate change and lower bills have to go hand in hand. That's what all our policies have been about. And the really important thing about the 2030 target is that this is only applying to new cars. This is not applying to used cars, which is where most people will make their purchases. But the impact of this is going to be to confuse whether or not businesses should invest in EV technology, and which will delay bringing down the prices of electric vehicles for households.
Right, there is a discussion about
long-term to be a world leader in this.
Long-term, medium-term, short-term investments and spending and costs, because this is a previous former Conservative Chancellor in the Daily Telegraph, Tory MP, systematically dishonest about £1 trillion of costs of net zero. Do you think the 2050 target should be abandoned, Alex?
I think in many respects it should, but we're signed up to an international treaty on this. And the reason I think it should, and this gets quoted a lot, that the UK produces less than 1% of global carbon output. Unless the big polluters change their ways, we're not going to move the needle at all. And yet we are going to make the British people suffer, and we're going to completely ruin our industry. And I think actually what we should be looking at is finding ways to monetize, whether it's be through tariffs or penalties or whatever, products coming from the big polluters, and then we can use that money to fund the green transition and not expect Mrs. Miggins living in rural Wiltshire to put a heat
But you
pump
do
in
accept
at her
that
own
you do
cost.
accept that the green transition must and should happen.
I think for multiple reasons, there are ways that we should be funding this, and including looking at our own fossil fuels. We should be exploring things like small modular reactors and nuclear. I mean, we've just learnt yesterday, in fact, that Saudi Arabia, yet again, reducing the outputs of oil, and the cost of Brent crude is probably going to go up to $107 a barrel next year. That's going to increase inflation. There are multiple reasons due to global security that we need to think about energy.
Tackling climate and securing our economy are going to need to go hand in hand. If you take the automotive sector, the impact this could have on jobs, where thousands of jobs are dependent on our targets and the transition and the investment being made. Jobs in the automotive sector have dropped by 40% since 2010. Rishi Sunak should be saying that if he wants to be honest. Household insulation has been dropping by 90%. Rishi Sunak should be honest about that if he wants honest politics. This is a cover-up for failure of the government's choice to not invest in our economy for the long term. If we want our economy to grow, we need to have stability and we need to have certainty. And we need to have the jobs and the economy that's going to make us competitive for the long term. He's taken his eye off the ball utterly on that.
All right, well, let me just show you this headline in response to that. It's just come out, actually, in BBC News. Electric cars firms still forced to sell more despite petrol ban delay. We'll see how that unfolds. Politically, though, to come back to your point on the Uxbridge by-election, that may have been the sort of launchpad for accelerating what Rishi Sunak was considering doing in terms of his approach to climate change. Is it going to work, though, politically, in terms
Well, it
of
might do,
certainty?
actually, because I was listening to what you sort of challenging SEMA on this point. And if you are going to take a purely cynical political look at the Prime Minister's decision, you know, I actually think ULEZ is the pollution extension in London is a good idea. But, you know, Sadiq Khan was on the ropes over that. And it will be interesting to see at the next election if the Tories say Labour are going to put this ban back to 2030, you, the working person, are going to be hit by this. You're going to have to sell your car or whatever. And I appreciate that is not what the policy is. It could well be something that works to Rishi Sunak's political advantage.
How significant a moment do you think this actually is? I mean, you heard Alex saying actually it hasn't been that radical, but how significant broadly in terms of the book that you've written called Turning Points? You explore critical moments that have shaped modern Britain, looking at elections. Is this significant in terms of the context of the next general election?
Well, if he turns this round, which he hopes he will, it would be a very significant moment. But I think what is really interesting in the build-up, I don't think he will, because I said I think it was misjudged on lots of different levels. But what is interesting in the build-up to this election, in terms of the book and turning points, is whether the 2024 election will be a turning point. And by that, I don't mean whether Labour will win, but whether they then turn the UK around. Because one of the things I looked with great interest at kind of what are regarded as turning points in Britain. Quite often Britain failed to turn, failed to learn the lessons of the Suez. We're still talking about the kind of issues in foreign policy that we were talking about after Suez. You know, are we part of Europe? Are we close to Europe? So quite often Britain fails to turn. But in 45 and 79, Labour 45, Tory 79, there was a huge turn. And some of the ingredients are in place for that now. The sense of nothing working, that Britain needs change. And yet we've got this cautious, incremental set of proposals from Labour. So if they win, will Britain just stagger on, as often happened in the 70s when there was a change of government? Or will they meet, I think, the mood for real big change?
In a Margaret Thatcher sort of way,
In a Thatcher or the Attlee government way. They're the only two models. Now, there's a lot in place to give them the space to make big change, I think. But will they do it?
Zuma?
I think this will be a turning point. I think people are already starting to feel
But what's the big
that
change?
there will be a different future. Look, I think the first thing is people will start to feel confident that their living standards will start to rise, that they can focus on their own futures, they can focus on the country future again. Look, what we have seen with the Conservatives is seen our economy crashed after 13 years of mismanagement. And it was because there were decisions made that reduced our resilience even before the pandemic, reduced our resilience on our public services and on our economy. the belief that we can turn this around, that we can have an NHS that's fit for the future again, that we can see the investment in skills and opportunity, which I think on some of the other research out today where people feel less confident that they can access those opportunities. I think that hope and that optimism, as well as a new partnership with industry and government, will be one that will see a turning point for this country.
Well,
absolutely.
Well, the SEMA got a point. It may not be about big policy
No, it's not going to be a
changes,
turning point.
but the confidence and the belief that a Labour government will do better because everything is broken in Britain.
No, I think we had an exhausted centre-right government in '97 that was replaced by a very energetic centre-right government in '97 and an exhausted centre-right government in 2010. That was
So you're saying maybe replaced by a Labour
And
government?
I think personally, if I was a floating voter, I think that's a good thing. I don't want a scary radical government, and I completely agree. Obviously, with Steve's analysis, he's written a whole book about it. Saying there's more about it than I
That's an
do.
interesting point. Maybe people don't want that radical transformation. They might just want the same sort of thing, but better.
I don't think they want the same sort of thing. I mean, if you look at, there are sort of people from all wings of politics coalescing around the sense that some of the privatisations didn't work. Rivers, seas, the water companies, just to give one example of 10,000.
Labour's not committed to nationalising.
Exactly. So here's someone's got a big call to make. He's got a programme now calibrated to win an election as he sees it. But in the 70s, for example, there were one Tory Prime Minister, two Labour Prime Ministers. They all pursued roughly the same kind of policies and were swept away, overwhelmed by events. So does he want to be a change maker in control of events? If not, I think he could face a similar kind of thing. So I think the scale of the challenges are as big now as
But I also think there'll be a question on standards in politics as well.
All right. Well, let me just a brief.
Yeah, I think one thing that no one's mentioned, which is worth mentioning, it seems to me that the very narrow path that anybody who comes into power now has to walk with international obligations, be they to treaties with the UN, be they with our relationships still with the EU through the Trade and Cooperations Agreement, be it with our obligations to whatever it may be, supranational bodies. People get in power saying, I'm going to bring about a revolution. It's all going to be done differently. And guess what? They can't because they haven't got their hands on the tiller.
Let's talk about the junior doctors' strike, because junior doctors in England are today stepping up their industrial action in a full 48-hour walkout. Yesterday, they joined consultants for their first joint strike in the history of the NHS. Let's talk to a striking junior doctor, Anna Warrington. Hello to you, Anna. Let's just look at the costs, because NHS providers, which represents health managers, say the likely total cost of the junior doctors' walkouts, which totaled 19 days before this week, will be above £1 billion. How can you justify that cost to the NHS?
I'm so glad you asked. It is, I think, outrageous that the NHS is reliant on private contractors to complete everyday essential services. Where is the government's workforce planning when they slashed successive pay rounds year on year so that there are too few doctors and nurses to staff the NHS adequately without reaching out to private contractors who can reasonably charge a private contractor's
We'll come on to that specific cost, but I'm talking about the general cost of your walkouts. You seem to be saying that if there'd been more staff to sort of fill in the gaps while you and your colleagues go on strike, that would have been fine. But the £1 billion price tag in general for you walking out, how is that justifiable?
Well, I think it's justified by the strength of the crisis that we are facing in the healthcare service at the moment. I'm not just striking for pay restoration for myself. I am striking for NHS restoration for the public. Every day at work, I see one doctor doing the job of three. I see operating theatres closed due to lack of staffing. The patients aren't getting value for money. The NHS is in crisis. This is due to chronic underfunding, a failure of workforce planning, and a failure to remunerate staffing adequately, and the result of which there simply aren't enough people left to make this service function, in addition to which the buildings are crumbling. The NHS is at the point of total destruction, in my experience at work and in those of my colleagues in addition.
Well,
it's worth investing 1.8 billion of finger pointing at the government so that they take action, because this is a crisis.
Anna, I'm going to go to our guest, but stay with us. I mean, what do you say to that, listening to Anna Warrington, spelling out in apocalyptic terms?
Well, she makes a very compelling case, particularly the idea that the government can spend so much money getting private contractors in to cover for doctors who, from the doctor's perspective, aren't being paid enough. I mean, I don't support strikes. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it massively inconveniences the public, and when it comes to doctors, obviously, potentially puts people's lives at risk. But I don't shy away from the fact. Well, it's a much bigger debate. I mean, workforce planning and pay is one issue, but for me, the fundamental reform and change of the NHS is beyond urgent, and it should have started years and years ago. And we have this mantra with the NHS that every single NHS service has to be provided by an NHS organisation, which I think is absolutely
And the Conservatives
ludicrous.
have been in power for 13 years, and this is the situation.
And, you know, my Tony Blair started this process with independent treatment centres, put in private contractors to provide routine medical care. If we'd carried on going down that path, I think we would have had a much more efficient NHS. You can't give the doctors a free pass. Their unions can be just as militant as other unions that traditionally hold up as bogey people.
Anna, you were talking about this issue of how much is being paid to doctors while you are out on strike. Here's the headline: £3,000 a shift, how doctor strikes cost NHS fortune. People watching this programme will be aghast that that is what's being paid out because you're on strike.
I'm aghast as well that the NHS has to pay private contractor rates to meet their essential needs. And this isn't just on strike days. This is on a daily basis.
And is it time to go back to work then? You and your colleagues to go back to work to stop that amount of money being spent?
Oh, that's a lovely idea. Wouldn't it be nice if we went back to work and suddenly there wasn't a staffing crisis? There's a daily staffing crisis. It's not just on strike days. Every single day of the week, there are theatres that are not filled with anaesthetists, so we can't operate. We could put out a rate of £3,000 a day to find one, but there aren't enough of us. That £3,000 rate reflects the maximum hourly rate recommended by the BMA for nighttime work for a consultant. That's a highly skilled individual bearing heavy responsibility at short notice in the middle of the night, and they are a private contractor. Think of your locksmith out of hours, okay? We're talking about someone with infinitely more responsibility in their work as a private contractor.
Yes.
It is up to the private contractor what they wish to charge on an hourly basis. The outrage is not the hourly rate of a private contractor. The outrage is that the NHS needs to use them to cover essential everyday services. And that is not on the individual to solve, that is on the government to finance the NHS adequately so that this does not arise.
Alex, is it time for Anna and her colleagues to go back to work?
Well, yeah, it is, because this is actually costing lives. Forget the cost of the money to the taxpayer. It is costing lives, and I find that reprehensible. But Anna makes a very good point here. I think it's worth bearing in mind, and I support, in some respects, the call for medical staff to be paid a lot more, frontline medical staff.
How much
Because
more?
it's an international marketplace, right? And if we're not paying them, they're going to go to other countries. How much more? I don't sit there at the ledger of the NHS and know what can be afforded.
No, but I mean, they've asked for 35%
What we should be
increase.
considering instead is looking at ways for an income tax moratorium, not necessarily a pay rise, but looking at how much these people are paying in tax, hospital parking, whatever it may be, and look into those possibilities. But having lived in Belgium and looked at the European hybrid model of healthcare, which is sort of part private and part insurance driven, it works better. And what I find so funny about a lot of people who are going on strike, they say the government's rubbish at running the NHS, but it must remain government run. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Seema?
I would put the strike right firmly at the door of Rishi Sunak. Why is it?
How would you solve it?
Why is
How
it?
would you solve it? If the Labour government comes in next year, people will say, will you pay Anna and her colleagues
It's got to
35?
be through negotiations. It's got to be through
Well, it hasn't worked
negotiations.
so far, has it?
Well, why is it that Steve Barclay has not met with the juniors since May? Why is it that he hasn't met with the consultants to be in negotiations since March? Why is it that Rishi Sunak hasn't met them at all? When people ask the question about what the Tories are actually doing to be in negotiation and resolve the issues, the answer is really nowhere near enough. And Anna's point is absolutely right. There has been a total lack of workforce planning. Those who, my constituents who love the NHS, who use the NHS, they really value our doctors and nurses, and they know they're under strain.
What would you do if next year you win the election? Tell Anna what you would do as a Labour government to end this strike.
We have said very clearly that we would absolutely be negotiating. We would be in discussions, because it's in discussions about how we resolve the strike as well as how we plan for the workforce for the long term. And we have said that.
And would you meet their pay demands?
We've said that we wouldn't be able to meet 35%. We've said that already because you have to do it within the fiscal framework that you have. But what we have said is that we would be in discussions not just about pay, but also about conditions and the need to invest in our NHS for the future. The issue is wider than pay, and Anna has also said
Can I
that.
just say in 10 seconds, the causes of
more
these
than 10
disputes, I've got more to say, and probably the disputes themselves will still be ongoing if Keir Starmer wins. And that's what I mean about he's got a big call to make. And where there are parallels with the 70s. Those staff shortages being highlighted are chronic and urgent. And when you said to me, maybe people just want it to be kind of the same, but a bit more competent, this illustrates why big change is required. The NHS is on its knees. I know that's a cliche, but that means big, including funding, has to be found quickly, or else, as I say, we're in 70s territory.
But then the funding is never ending. I mean, every time we have one of these debates, people say just put more money in the NHS. It does not work unless you fundamentally reform how you deliver
It's
never ending.
There wasn't a national strike through the time that Labour was in power. There's a really important principle here, which is how you work with the workforce, with the sector, on planning for the future together. That has been completely missing.
But we now
from how the
spend as
Tories
much
have
as our
handled this.
European peers. I mean, in terms of the overall spend.
On per head of spending. Well, I mean, Alec, can I just?
We're up there with them.
Can I?
We're not.
And what's going to Tory
And the big
donors? There are
difference-
major issues about how money is being spent.
Yeah, but the big difference is the funding model in terms of countries like France and Germany.
Yes.
It's not the
And
same
what's
as
going
here.
to
So are you
Tory
saying that
donors?
should change as well?
I think everything should be on the table. I mean, this model does not work.
Right.
Well, you've even got people like Wes Streeting saying this in the
Shadow
Labour
Health
Party.
Secretary.
So yeah, I think it's time to have that discussion.
I mean, is that the sort of reform you think people want too?
I think there needs to be a forensic look also at the reforms that have taken place, because some of them have actually cost quite a lot of money. It's in a very fractured, if you say, it's very hard to know who's in charge of what.
Oh yeah.
Partly as a result of some of the reforms that have gone through already. So when I hear that word reform, it's not a magic wand. You have to look
And it means
very
different things to
clearly
different people.
Exactly. You have to look
Anna,
at what reform means.
let me bring Anna back in. Listening to Seema Malhotra from the Labour Party, are you assured, Anna, that you would get a better deal if Labour win next year, from what you've heard?
I'm not assured that the solution is obvious, nor that any political party is in possession of it. But I think several things are true. One is that in this discussion earlier, we were talking about privatised services and how those have not succeeded. And I'm not convinced that we know that privatising any limb of the NHS will result in better value for the customer. If people are concerned about the moral repugnance of doctors charging £3,000 a shift now, imagine what it will be like when it's privatised, believe me.
Well, who's
I
putting
think
forward?
it
Hang
is
on,
morally repugnant.
Anna, hang on. Who's putting forward the idea that the NHS is going to be privatised?
Well, my understanding is that successive Conservative governments have beleaguered the NHS so that very few alternatives are available. I think introducing market forces into the health service, which was actually completed under Labour, has been extended further by the Conservatives' action to the extent that we find ourselves where we are now. There are private contractors in the NHS that they do charge more, and the NHS has to pay what they charge until the NHS is adequately staffed itself. And unfortunately, because of successive pay cuts to the tune of 35%, mind, remember this is pay restoration, not a pay rise.
Right.
There is now a workforce crisis that is driving the NHS further into the ground. The public are not getting value for money. Something must be done.
I think
I do think that the very
Hang on,
least the government could do is come into negotiations with the doctors.
Well,
who
that's
do
true, but
see what it's like on the ground.
let the guests come back and answer some of your points.
I mean,
that you raised,
these are the kind of points that sort of make my blood boil. I mean, luckily I'm on statins, which I pay for. So you remember that you do pay for some NHS services. And it is ludicrous to say that you can't have private contractors providing an NHS service, so long as it's free at the point of care, regardless of your income. Why on earth wouldn't you do that? I mean, it just seems completely bizarre. We don't worry about, we regulate our food standards, but we buy our food from private contractors. And this idea that the use of the word privatisation in this debate drives me round the bend, because it basically shuts down debate. The Tories are going to privatise the NHS. What does that mean? The companies that make your drugs are private companies. The companies that provide all the equipment in your hospitals are private companies. Why do we say that private companies cannot provide NHS services? It's just ludicrous.
Anna?
Well, I thought that there was some moral affront earlier at the idea that these strikes were costing money because private contractors had to be paid.
That's not the same argument.
And that is the same on every day of the week. There are private contractors,
But they are two. But they are two very different
If I
things.
was, as a patient, I consider it poor value for money. As a doctor, I am delighted that some of my pay can be restored through additional work.
I had an independent contractor in my constituency under the Blair government that completely removed all waiting lists for cataracts, driven out by the unions.
And you'd still support that, wouldn't you, Seema?
I want to make this point, which is that
for those at that point, you wouldn't be committed to reducing the amount of private sector involved, but as Alex quite rightly said, West Streeting has said, actually, we may be increasing it.
West Streeting has talked about this and having to make sure that we also
So you
bring
would
down
support
waiting lists. But no, I want to make this point because West Streeting has laid out our views on that. But where I have constituents who are saying to me they are feeling forced to go private because they can't access the treatment they need, it isn't just the strikes that have caused that problem. And we need to make sure that we've got an NHS that's fit for the future. And that's why our workforce planning, investing in the doctors, the nurses, the district nurses, the health facilities in our communities are absolutely the number one priority for West Streeting and for a Labour government.
Anna Warrington, thank you very much for joining us. Let's talk about some statistics from the British Social Attitude Survey. I didn't sell that very well, did I? We're going to have an interesting discussion about some data from the British Social Attitude Survey that's just been published, marking its 40th year of mapping Britain's cultural and political landscape. But first of all, before we do, you heard it referenced in the headlines from that sketch from the two Ronnies. What class group do you feel you belong to, Steve?
Middle class.
Middle class. Alex?
Definitely middle class now, but my dad was a lorry driver, so I might claim working class origins.
Seema?
I probably agree with that. I came from very working class origins. I in my heart, I still kind of feel that, but I think on, in terms of where we are, we say middle class.
Ed?
Have a guess.
I'll leave that. Upper class?
Middle class.
Middle class.
Middle class aspiring to upper.
Does it matter, Seema?
Look, I think there is a couple of things that are so interesting from the research. The first is that people feeling that class still makes a difference, and more people feeling that. I think that almost over 3/4 of people feeling that your class can make a difference to how you get on. I think that's really worrying for the feeling that maybe that class differences are being more entrenched in society. And that has got to be a shift for, certainly is for Labour to be thinking about, for where they think about opportunities and barriers to opportunity.
It is interesting the way people see themselves or perceive themselves. This headline in the Daily Telegraph, inverted snobbery could mean rich fool themselves about being working class. 1 in 3 people in top earning households still identify with lower groups despite their wealth. It used to be about income. Has that changed dramatically?
I don't think it's ever wholly been about income. And when I see interviews with Paul McCartney, he always says, I'm working class, actually. No, I don't think he's short of money. And I think his income's not bad. But it's about, I do John Lennon as well. But it's about place and background.
Right.
But it's not just that. It is about income. And as Seema suggests, it's about opportunity and the sense that opportunities are removed from quite a lot of people with working class backgrounds, and it's reinforced when you see, the sort of Etonians ruling Britain, Cameron and all, Johnson, and so I think it is as strong as ever, but it is more than income. It's about whether government provides opportunity, partly for those who aren't born into it.
Absolutely. The wealth divide has gone up, social mobility has gone down. If you're not from a rich family, you're not buying a house. I'm 40 this year and I don't own a house. My parents were never able to give me money for a deposit. And also on top of that, when you look at the cost of education and the professionalisation of lots of sectors, and I take journalism as one of them. So I trained as a journalist. I went to journalism school. It cost a fair whack of money. I couldn't get a loan for that. I did get a loan for that, but it wasn't sort of a government-backed loan. So I had to pay that back myself on top of my undergraduate student loan. Back in the day, if you wanted to be a journalist, you turned up at the scene with a notepad, did it straight out of school as an apprentice. I think what we're finding now is a lot of the professionalisation of a lot of sectors and the ruling classes, if you will, all coming from a very similar background with very similar ideologies and this growing sense of being out of touch with the bulk of people.
I think the sense of inequality is really, really deep. And there was research that we had this year that showed that if a child born this year has got less than a third of a chance a third of likelihood of owning a home by the time they're 50. Now, there is a real question about not just social mobility, but also people being able to just have rising living standards and meet their aspirations, and for their children and grandchildren. That is a really core area of political debate now. And it is why one of our 5 missions is about tackling barriers to opportunity. They're not going to be easy solutions, but we've got to look at the structures that are holding people back.
Is that a damning indictment of the last sort of 10, 15 years or so, when people feel they're not going to be better off than their parents, if you want to use that metric, or they might not be able to ever afford a home? Or whether or not metrics should change in terms of...
No, I think it's a damning indictment of the British class system. I mean, arguably under Margaret Thatcher, a lot of kind of opportunity was unleashed, and everyone will sign up to the mantra in the belief of equality of opportunity, not necessarily the equality of outcome. And it is a very difficult nut to crack. And businesses, for example, have to really lean into this. I mean, I did a lot of work on diversity when I was a minister with the media industry, and the hidden obstacles that people, first of all, people hire people who look like them, who come from similar backgrounds. Secondly, they are blissfully unaware of the kind of obstacles that are in the way of people. So if somebody is turning up late regularly, they think, oh, that's a lazy person. No, they're not. They have different obstacles to you when you were starting at work, and people don't think that through. And I do believe in positive discrimination, whether it's based on class or ethnic background, because you don't have equality of opportunity in this country, and you do need to help people in different ways because they don't have the same opportunities that the kids of people around this table.
I think I put a lot of the opportunities I had down to going to a grammar school. Margaret Thatcher, a grammar school girl, and a grocer's daughter, and this has never been on the table. Every time people bring it up, it's sort of treated like it's taboo and ghoulish. Not for a long time now. Does it really lead to social mobility? Grammar schools these days, people would argue actually they're not.
Create all the secondary models and people are dismissed as failures at 11. So I think it would have the opposite impact with respect. It's very interesting though. When I was up at the Edinburgh Festival in August, Keir Starmer wrote this piece for the Scotsman, and I thought, God, because he was talking about smashing the class ceiling and all this sort of thing. And I think that there is a bit of him which is very conscious of this issue. But he was doing it in Scotland because he's being attacked from the left by the SNP. And he doesn't talk about it as much in England, where actually class is, I think, more of an issue probably than it is in Scotland. The question is how you provide the opportunities that enable people to break that ceiling. And that is a really challenging issue. And to go back to, if it is to be a turning point, the how is what they haven't answered yet.
I mean, the Bank of Mum and Dad is still considered to be one of the big drivers of inequality.
Yeah, exactly.
Which will be difficult for Keir Starmer too. But that is all we have time for today. Thank you to all of my guests. And I'll be back on Monday with more Politics Live. And Politics UK is here at 12:15 on BBC Two and iPlayer tomorrow. So please join us then. From all of us here, bye-bye.
Discover unique stories.
I couldn't believe how quickly my lovely city became divided.
It's been 14 years. Happy death anniversary. I'm the only one who knows the truth.
Wow, Lloyd, I've never got a thrilling championship.
Only on the BBC. Watch on iPlayer, listen on Sounds.
The wheel is back with more hilarity. What's happening? High drama, precisely. Spinning from the wheel. I'm winning. Go home. We've got a hit show, baby. And I love it because everything revolves around me.
A brand new series of Michael McIntyre's The Wheel. Starts Saturday at 8:35 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Test your general knowledge overnight with BBC Two. Challengers from Northern Ireland take on the Eggheads in 45 minutes. First rounds of Right, Wrong and Impossible with Rick.
Hello and thanks for joining us. This is Impossible.
Welcome to the show where the questions aren't impossible, but some of the answers are. They're not just wrong, they couldn't possibly be right. Hoping to get lots of right answers and avoid those pesky impossible answers are our players. Hello, players! Hello. They're with us all week and every day. One of them has a chance to unlock my Titanic exclamation mark, which holds 10,000 perfectly poised pound coins. The only thing standing in their way is this. Today's £10,000 question. Get this right, all of that money will come flooding out. Yesterday, Rich came very close to winning 10 grand, but left us with the daily prize pot, £1,000. Tom, how you feeling this afternoon? All right?
Okay, yeah, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Excited about today. I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
What do you do, Tom?
I'm training to be a mental health nurse up in Inverness.
And how long have you been training for?
In my second year now, so one more year to go after this.
And £10,000 come in handy?
My car's 12 years old, so it's making a lot of funny noises, and a new car would be pretty good, yeah.
Well, best of luck on the show today, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Hope it goes well for you. Jem,
Hello.
how are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. I'm hoping that today I'm going to do a little better than I have done on the previous days.
We're all hoping that, Jem. What do you do?
I'm a youth worker working with teenagers, helping them get into education, training, or employment.
And what do you do when you're not working, Jem?
I like to keep fit, so I like to go running, cycling. I'm really into snowboarding.
And so £10,000, that gets snowboarding, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I'd also quite like to buy a fan.
Maybe buy an old one off Paul.
So yeah, that's something that I'd really love to do.
And then travel around Europe, or?
Yeah, I'd love to go around Europe, or even just around the coast in England, down to Cornwall, Devon. I think that would be an amazing thing to do.
It's very nice indeed. Good luck on the show today, Jem.
Thank you.
Debbie,
Yes, sir.
how you getting on up there?
Not so good by the looks of things.
Well, I mean, yesterday you did an ollie.
I did. You know.
Don't do an ollie again. Also, ollie these days is absolutely flying, by the
But
way.
he's got his glasses on today, so he means business.
Oh, you do mean business, Ollie. So
Oliver now, I'm Oliver now.
Oliver. Round 3, Oliver. That's what I call you. Yeah, we're going round 3. We are, aren't we?
Man.
Debbie, pop some glasses on. We'll do this. And £10,000. Coming useful?
Oh, it would be life-changing, wouldn't it? I have a pretty big bucket list that I would like to put the money towards, so...
Go on. What's on the bucket list?
See the Northern Lights.
Yeah, good one.
Skydive, get my motorcycle license, just to name a few.
Hopefully we can tick some off for you.
Fingers crossed.
Good luck on the show today. Good luck to everyone. Let's crack on. You'll face 5 multiple choice questions, each with 3 answers. The right answer gets you a point. The wrong answer gets you nothing. If you choose the impossible answer, no. You will immediately be knocked out of today's show. You have to try again tomorrow. After 5 questions, the highest scorer gets the first chance to bag a place in today's final. Are we all ready?
Yes.
Here comes your first question. In October 2018, Blackpool police hunted a shoplifter who bore an uncanny resemblance to which Friends actor? A. David Schwimmer, B. Matthew Perry, or C. Matt Le Tissier? All gone with A. David Schwimmer. Jem?
Yes, I remember it was David Schwimmer, and I think Matt Le Tissier might be a rugby player. So I think C is impossible.
So have a look at the impossible answer. C. Matt Le Tissier, former footballer. And the right answer is A. David Schwimmer. Everyone gets a point. Good start. Question number 2. Which siblings had a UK top 10 hit in December 1953 with I Saw Mummy Kissing Santa Claus? A. The Scissor Sisters, B. The Andrews Sisters, or C. The Beverly Sisters? B's and C's. Anyone know this one? Got it, Mike?
Yeah, remember it well.
And you've gone with the Beverly Sisters?
Yes, yeah.
Definitely right?
Definitely.
What's the impossible answer, Mike?
I go for the Scissor Sisters.
How come?
53. But I don't think they were born then.
And maybe not siblings?
And maybe not siblings, yeah.
Let's have a look at the right answer. C, the Beverly Sisters. Well remembered, Mike. Went to the C's. The impossible answer. A, the Scissor Sisters, not siblings. Everyone plays on to question number 3. Which natural phenomenon is often referred to as the Northern Lights? A. Aurora australis. B. Aurora borealis. Or C. Aurora coloralis. Debbie,
Yes,
they're on your bucket list.
I am pretty confident with this one.
Yeah?
Pretty confident. So.
Let's see if you did get it. Yes. Point to the B's. Emily,
Yeah.
have you avoided the impossible answer?
Well, I actually thought I pressed B, but then,
Press C.
yeah, didn't look. My fault.
The impossible answer. There is no natural phenomenon called Aurora coloralis, I'm afraid, Emily. Aurora is a city in the US state of Colorado. And Aurora australis is the southern lights. Emily, we'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Question 4. Which medieval English king is known by the nickname the Unready? A. Alfred. B. Wilfred. Or C. Ethelred? A's and C's. Who knows this one? Daniel, know this one?
Yeah, fairly comfortable with this one. Ethelred the Unready.
Tom, you think it was Alfred?
I guessed Alfred, but yeah, Ethelred the Unready sounds pretty good actually.
It's got a ring to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it does have a good ring.
Let's have a look at the right answer. It is Ethelred the Unready. Point to the C's. The impossible answer is B. No medieval English king by the name of Wilfred. And Alfred was Alfred the Great. All but one of you left in play. 6 of you on the maximum 4 points. Question number 5. Which New Zealand-born cricketer was named player of the match for his performance in the 2019 Cricket World Cup final? A. Ben Stokes. B. Jason Roy. Or C. Trent Boult? All answers out there. Mike.
I remember them going on about Ben Stokes, and he lives in Cumbria where I live, or he used to live in Cumbria. So there was a big news about that on local radio. Local boy made good.
And New Zealand born, you reckon?
Yes.
Let's have a look at the right answer. There's A. Ben Stokes. Point to the A's. The impossible answer is B. Jason Roy, South African born. Yeah, get the glasses off. Back to Ollie. Emma and Ollie. See you both tomorrow. So at the end of that round, Daniel and Mike finish on 5 points, but the quickest to lock in their answers was Mike. Hey. Comes on to play the first quiz. Hello, Mike.
How are you?
Nice to have you down there.
Thank you very much.
How's it feel?
Exciting. Exciting.
I'm glad you're
Great
excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited too, I think. What do you do, Mike?
I'm retired now. I've retired for 5 years, but I still find the need for something to do. I've had seasonal employment for the past 5 years.
What kind of stuff?
I worked for a food bank for 2 years as,
very
as
nice.
a driver, for them picking up goods and what have you from various supermarkets. And then following that, I went into the Lakeland Motor Museum.
Nice.
Oh, it was wonderful, wonderful.
So, £10,000, what would you spend it on?
It's the old holiday thing, but then I love to go with my wife Rosie, my best friend as well. And Japan springs to mind, but then there's also the train journeys in the Rockies and around that. There's so much you can do with this chance.
So, plenty to do with the money. Let's see if we can get you some.
Lovely.
This is your chance to put up to £500 into the daily prize pot and take a massive step towards playing that £10,000 question. I'm going to give you a choice of 4 topics. Here they come. Comedy, sport, transport, or children's books?
Lovely. Go for comedy.
Comedy?
Yep.
Big comedy fan?
Hopefully. But when those questions come up, we'll see.
We will.
We will, yeah.
This is how it's going to work. I'm going to show you 9 answers relating to comedy. Here they are. Cease to be, lost the will to live, bereft of life, popped its clogs, gone the way of all flesh, an ex-parrot, brown bread, squawked its last, gone to meet its maker.
Parrot sketch, Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Let's have a look at the first half of the question. Which phrase uttered by John Cleese's character in Monty Python's original Dead Parrot sketch? Exactly. So 5 of those answers are impossible. They weren't uttered in that original sketch. Your first job is to find those impossible answers. Each impossible answer you give me, about £100 to the prize pot. I'm assuming you're familiar with the sketch.
I am, but everything's leaving my head at the moment.
Pop some back in there.
Yeah.
Where should we start?
Gone the way of all flesh.
Gone the way of all flesh. Is it impossible? It is. Good start.
Okay.
Does not say that.
And I'll try Popped Its Clogs next.
Popped Its Clogs. Doesn't say that either. 2 impossibles done. 3 to go.
Squawked Its Last.
Squawked Its Last. How are you working these out, Mike? Are you trying
I'm trying to
rifle
go
through the ones
script,
that he
but
does say?
Then I'm feeling that all those answers are in there. So it's a bit difficult at the moment, yeah.
We're hoping that Squawked Its Last is going to put another £100 in the pot. Yes. 3 from 3.
Bereft of Life.
Is that impossible? That is in there. Doesn't matter.
That's a banker.
That is now a banker. One last go.
Gone to meet its maker.
Is that an impossible answer? Ooh.
Oh.
It's not.
Okay.
Another banker. So £300 into the daily prize pot, but are you going to be playing for that money and a shot at the £10,000 question in today's final? In a moment, I'll reveal the second half of the question, and I want you to give me the right answer. Give me the right answer. You're in the final. Give me a wrong answer. The next best player will have the chance to steal your place in the final, and that player is Daniel. Hold tight, Daniel.
Michelle?
Know the sketch?
Know of it. I'm hoping everything that's come out of Mike's head has gone into mine.
Mike is obviously hoping the exact opposite. If you give me an impossible answer here, and there are still 2 up there, Mike, you will be eliminated from today's show. Now, to try again tomorrow. Let's have a look at the full question. Which phrase uttered by John Cleese's character in Monty Python's original Dead Parrot sketch is his final description of the parrot before the pet shop owner offers to replace it? What's the right answer?
Gone to meet its maker.
Gone to meet its maker. If that's right, you're in the final, Mike. If it's wrong, we're throwing over to Daniel. Is gone to meet its maker the right answer? It's not, I'm afraid, Mike, which means I throw over to Daniel.
I'm going to go with Bereft of Life.
Bereft of Life?
Because I know it's not impossible.
If that's right, you're in the final. If it's wrong, Mike's through. Is the final description of the parrot bereft of life? No, it's not. Unlucky Daniel. Lucky Mike.
Thank you.
Dodged a bit of a bullet there.
Yeah, definitely.
The right answer, any idea?
An ex-parrot.
Yes, thank you. And the remaining impossible answers up there are brown bread and lost the will to live. Bit shaky, Mike, but you're in the final.
Thank you very much.
Still 2 places left in today's final alongside Mike. Let's see who's going to be claiming the next one. 14 of you left. Are you all ready?
Yes.
Good luck. Here's your first question. Which fruit comes from blackthorn plants? A, date. B, sloe. Or C, damsel. All answers out there. Tom?
I meant to press date because I knew it was a safe option, but I pressed B.
Fidge?
I've got a recollection that damsel's a fruit or something maybe similar to it, so I'm hoping I've avoided the impossible answer there.
Marie?
Again, I pressed B, but I'm not sure if it's the right one or not.
A lot of people pressing B wishing they pressed somebody else.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the right answer. It's B, sloe. Point to the B's. Sloe is a type of plum used to make sloe gin. The impossible answer is C, damsel. Damsel is an archaic word for a young woman. Damson is a fruit. Paul, Danny, Vig, and Hannah, see you all tomorrow. Question 2. Before becoming president of the European Council, Donald Tusk served as Prime Minister of which EU member state? A. Serbia, B. Slovakia, or C. Poland? B's and C's. Tina?
I remember hearing something between Donald Tusk and Poland. I know I used to know the answer to this, so I think this is right, but I don't know for certain.
Let's have a look at the impossible answer first. It is A. Serbia, not an EU member state. And the right answer is Poland. Point to the C's. Served from 2007 to 2014, so you did remember, Tina. Question 3. Which Strictly Come Dancing finalist began appearing in the West End musical Waitress in September 2019? A. Joe McFadden, B. Joe Strummer, or C. Joe Sugg? Anyone know this? Debbie? Watch Strictly?
No, I think this might be the end of the line for me.
You are out on your own there, I'm afraid. Jen?
I felt like Joe McFadden was a winner of X Factor, but I might be wrong. I'm not sure.
The impossible answer is B. Joe Strummer. He was the front man of the band The Clash. Never competed on Strictly. Debbie, it is the end of the road. Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Better than yesterday. Yeah. And the right answer is C. Joe Sugg. Point to the C's. Joe McFadden won in 2017. I think you might be thinking of Joe McElderry.
Yes.
And Joe Sugg was a finalist in 2018. Question number 4. Which city in Ukraine is home to the famous Potemkin Stairs? A. Odessa, B. Tbilisi, or C. Kiev? All answers out there. Daniel?
I thought Kiev almost seemed too obvious. So I went with something different. I believe Tbilisi is elsewhere other than the Ukraine.
Where do you think it is?
I think it's the capital of Georgia.
That doesn't sound good, Tom.
It's not sounding great. No.
Let's have a look at the impossible answer. Tbilisi, not in Ukraine. Capital of Georgia. Very good, Daniel. Tom, we'll see you tomorrow. And the right answer is A. Odessa. Point to Moss and Daniel. Kiev is the capital of Ukraine. But
I love chasing a ball. We did.
There are times doing this job where I just want to pinch myself. Pretty cool, man.
I love to help keep her this way.
I see his strength, his endurance in every detail. My dog is my motivation. I want to do my best for him. Every day I give him what he needs to stay this special.
Every day I feed her ProPlan's high-quality nutrition. ProPlan, chosen by remarkable owners for their extraordinary pets.
Celebrate our 40th anniversary with a free Superior drinks package on all our 2024 luxury river cruises. Book today with Riviera Travel.
Welcome to People's Postcode Lottery in 60 seconds. It's really simple. Your postcode is your ticket. Yes, that's simple. Prizes are won every day. And to be in every draw, all you have to do is sign up for a monthly subscription of just £12. Easy. Every Saturday, one lucky postcode wins a share of £1 million. And in our October draws, a lucky postcode area will win a share of £11.2 million. Our biggest prize so far this year. At least 33% of every ticket goes to charities and good causes. In fact, a staggering £1.1 billion has been raised so far. 70% of postcodes across Great Britain are already playing.
We had a 10-year plan, now it's a next week plan.
So sign up before midnight tonight for the chance to win. Good things come knocking with People's Postcode Lottery.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Ange, and we're at Braintree. I know you don't work here, but how much are these almonds? Same price as last year, $8.99 a kilo.
Sorry, do you also know the price of the walnuts?
Also $8.99 a kilo, same as those cashews. Great value.
Oh, and these macadamia nuts.
Oh, actually, those are $4.99, half last year's price. In a world where costs are constantly rising, many grape-tree prices remain the same or even cheaper. Braintree, a store you can rely on.
Labara keep the costs low by not having fancy sets and scenery or A-list actors. So that's why they hired me, Matt from Macclesfield. You see, with Labara, it's the same reliable network, flexible monthly plans, with prices starting from just £5 a month. Labara, smarter.
Your leg's aching again.
What's Botham's secret? Cocktail of pills?
I hear he uses Revitive.
Revitive Circulation Booster. Get your leg muscles pumping to relieve aches and pains and reduce swelling and cramp.
Looks like your secret's out.
Try Revitive, the best kept secret for aching legs.
To help protect your family from funeral costs or leave them a cash gift when you die, you may be thinking about over 50s life cover. Sun Life is a name you know, not a newcomer with no track record. Sun Life pays every single claim. No wonder Sun Life is the market leader. Choose Sun Life today, and as a thank you, you'll get our biggest gift card worth £125. So don't delay. Call 0800 50 55 50 or search Sun Life Plan today.
What is it that makes a great home? Is it about getting all those details right? Perhaps it's the story it tells. Or is it simply how it makes you feel?
It's a house full of joy and wit and playfulness.
A new series of Grand Designs on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from Wednesday at 9.
Tassimo proudly sponsors Real Conversations on Set Pack Lunch.
Hello, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. Now, my next guest helped launch Channel 5 back in 1997. Since then, TV presenter Julia Bradbury has hosted everything from Watchdog to Countryfile, even Top Gear as well. Now, though, instead of fast cars, Julia is more interested in a gentle stroll. Before we catch up with her, let's look at her at that Channel 5 launch. I cannot get over the hairstyles and retro set. Have a look at this.
Thank you to Fabulous Spice Girls for recording that song exclusively for us. And thank you for joining us on this historic occasion.
Hello, yes, this is Vine, and she's Julia Bradbury.
And he's Tim Vine. Well, after years of promising, months of speculation, and literally years of planning, here we are, the modern alternative to...
Well, the modern alternative to old-style TV channels that expect you to fit in with their schedules.
Because this is 5.
I love it!
And before people complained about the quality, that's what it was like back in 97. And when Channel 5 launched, we were relying on aerials for it to broadcast and transmit to most of the country, which it didn't do. So who knows how? There were probably like 20 people who saw that.
I don't even remember though it being like that quality, or you're kind of in the moment.
Well, you're in it.
You're so excited by it, aren't you? You don't notice all that.
So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody.
Yeah. But obviously a lot has changed for you since then. I mentioned all the shows and things you've done, and of course you've faced breast cancer and all of this too. And I know that's very much changed your outlook on life, hasn't it, in terms of what your priorities and things?
Completely. I had an idea for a book during COVID, and it was all to do with, obviously I'm quite well known for walking and walking shows and stuff. And I've always known that walking and nature are incredibly good for us holistically, good for our mental health, good for our physical health, our emotional well-being. And of course, as humans, we have evolved to understand nature. And increasingly, we spend less and less time outside, less and less time looking at daylight and exposed to nature, which in fact we are a part of, which is also easy to forget in the modern environments that we live in. And then, so the idea of a Walk Yourself Happy was about that. How can we help people post-COVID? How can I help children? Some children didn't go out during COVID at all, just did not leave their homes for up to 2 years. How can I help people
use walking in nature and the outdoors, not just walking for people who have mobility issues. The book is full of tips as well about just being outdoors. How can we utilize that to regain our health, our confidence, and find our place in the world again?
Yeah.
Then I was struck with the breast cancer diagnosis, and the research took an entirely different turn, and it really focused my gaze on, right, how do I stay healthy? How do I get through this? And how do I prevent reoccurrence beyond this?
Yeah.
And the book is a culmination of all of those things. It's not a cancer book, but it is for people who perhaps have lost their way, maybe they're struggling with weight, maybe they'd like to get outdoors more, maybe they don't want to join the gym, that's a bit, oppressive or scary, a scary prospect. And that's what it is. Each chapter is about things like sleep, breathwork and nutrition and walking, of course.
Yeah, because I know you speak to lots of experts in it, and there's the one I was interested in was around the school children who've been helped from this. Can you know that story of the kid who was basically struggling and then the outdoors really helped?
Yeah, I mean, there are horrible statistics about children and access to the outdoors, and basically in a couple of generations, most children these days spend very little time outside. In fact, one headline a couple of years ago was that today our school children are spending less time outside on a daily basis than prison inmates.
Whoa.
This has a profound impact on the way they play, the way they interact with peers, their own self-development and growth, imagination, all sorts of things. And one of the great barriers is if children are from disadvantaged backgrounds, they can't get out because they haven't got kit. Things like waterproofs and wellies. In fact, I've started a foundation with my sister to try and give those disadvantaged children waterproofs and wellies so that they can experience jumping in puddles, having fights with leaves and all of that. And it just is frightening, the number of children who, as you said, don't get outdoors. And I'm very, very fortunate. My dad took me walking from about the age of 6. And my mum is definitely not an outdoorsy person, but she and I used to garden together. So it was a different kind of experience. It was more meditative and pottering around with her. And I remember both of those experiences very, very clearly, and they've shaped my life.
Yeah.
But what I realised with my breast cancer diagnosis is I'd lost track, and I had lost some of those good habits. In fact, I hadn't implemented them. And actually what I learned with the book is we need habits, we need daily exposure to daylight, we need to be outside, we need to prioritise our sleep, we need to look at the amount of sugar we're consuming. We just need to take care of ourselves, which is incredibly hard in today's environment. We're busy, we're inside, we're indoors, we're under lights. We've always got, we will never, ever empty the email box, get all the jobs done, do everything we have to do. So we have to start prioritising stuff and making some sacrifices for our health.
It must have been hard though, getting that diagnosis and knowing, you've got children and you are someone that, I would look at and think is dead healthy. And so what was that like talking to your kids about this? And then,
I mean, it's the most devastating. I think in the book I say that there are 5 of the worst things that you can be told in a lifetime. One would be you losing your home, and the other would be you've got cancer, and the other 3, I'm sure everybody at home and viewers will be able to make up for themselves. But a cancer diagnosis is completely life-changing. It is a body blow. It dents your confidence, and it really makes you reevaluate everything. And my children actually have been my greatest motivation to find my better self and to improve myself so that I can be here for as long as possible. One of the promises I made to myself after they were my little gorgeous girlies. I don't ever show their pictures. They were little then, so that's a few years ago.
Yeah.
But I made this promise to myself that I would be outside every single day from the day I came home from hospital. And post my mastectomy, I promised myself that I would achieve some sort of big physical goal. And it was a mountain called Mantor, Mother Hill in the Peak District. And I managed to get up to the top with my family, with my children, with my 85-year-old parents who hadn't been up there since my honeymoon, my mum, since 50 years ago. And I just looked across the ridge when we got to the top, and we all started whooping, and I was crying tears of joy because this was a new moment. And also I knew that my parents would probably never get to the top again. And we've been back since, and they can't. So that was our moment. And it was a real threshold for me. It was a real time to put hope forwards and embrace my positivity and my gratitude and just keep marching forward, keep stepping forward one step at a time.
Yeah, probably such an important moment for you and your whole family then.
Yeah,
And I'm the full month, the real full Monty. You're going to be doing this with us.
Yes.
It's been announced. You're looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's been announced. I can't say very much. If you Google me, Julia Bradbury Full Monty, you'll see the other people who are taking part. What I can say is that everybody who's taking part has a very, very personal story that relates back to cancer. And we've all done this to raise awareness about cancer, whatever our individual stories might be. For me, it's to try and build awareness about the preventable cancers and taking care of our health and, trying to be as fit and healthy as possible should we be struck down by cancer, which 1 in 2 of us in our lifetime will be. And then for others, they have other deeply personal reasons why they've done it. But it's a very emotional show. Yeah. And I look forward to coming back and telling you all about it. I'd like to tell you more.
Yeah, excellent. Oh, Julia, thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
You're travelling around chatting about your book and the book. Walk Yourself Happy is out now. Still to come, we'll be taking a look at the rest of the day's top stories, including the big debate, do you shower before bed or first thing in the morning? And Simon, you're buttering me up in the kitchen.
Yes, Steph, I am. We're making an oozingly good, flaky, buttery piece of hake with some scrumptious, crushed, fried potatoes. Well, it's supposed to look like that, but Steph's cooking it, so we may as well just be getting chucky tea. Who knows?
See, nice. See you after the break.
Okay, let's turn it all the way up. Yep, that's extra hot. But Macmillan, you're tough. And we're tender. Whatever it takes to help people living with cancer. But we can only do it with your help.
Life is always in the making. It's messy and beautiful. Life is the best story. For a limited time only, buy 2 and get the 3rd free on full price Pandora jewellery.
You know, my father, he used to say to me, Candy, if you ain't searching, you're lost. You sure I can trust you two alone?
What was it you had in mind?
Having an affair.
I would never be able to forget myself if Betty ever found out.
You two just looked at each other like you got a big secret. I just don't want anybody to get hurt.
Love and Death. Stream the full series now on ITVX.
Every night, millions of people trust Emma with their sleep. Why? Because for a peaceful night's sleep, Emma has got everything covered, except messy morning hair. We haven't got a solution for that yet. Try our Emma Sleep Essentials for 200 nights at emma-sleep.co.uk.
When we're on holiday, Dad loves his food. The spicier the better. And he tends to get distracted by shiny things.
Once he's got all the gear, there's no stopping him. Yep, that's my dad. Just a big kid, excited to meet a turtle. And what a numpty he is. What a holiday that was.
15-night Caribbean holidays from $1099 per person. Atoll protected.
Hello, darlings. I'm Taylor. Futuristic scooters, old school website. Relax, web upgrades, I own them. Better design, e-commerce, and smart AI. Now you're fit for the future. I scoot off now. Your digital partner, Ionos.
The humble postcode, an unassuming set of numbers and letters that mark where we live. But sometimes they can do something extraordinary. In October's draws, your postcode could bring you and your neighbours a share of £11.2 million. So that adventure of a lifetime you thought might never happen could become the experience you remember forever. Sign up before midnight tonight and see what extraordinary things your postcode could do. Frequently nice depends on better than you ever imagined. Join Sky Mobile and get 99% network coverage. Imagine that. Sky Mobile. Hello, possible.
Dexcom G7 can help you achieve better diabetes results without finger pricks or scanning. You see how exercise affects your glucose in real time. making it easier to spend more time in range. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7. Learn more at dexcom.com.
I know what's going on now. Felix!
He's seen us, Warren.
Felix, stop!
Let the party commence.
Who around this table would you kill?
I'm a star.
She has to pay for what she's done.
This is what the people want.
Next week on Hollyoaks, new episodes only on Channel 4 streaming and E4 at 7 from next Monday.
Tassimo proudly sponsors Real Conversations on Set Pack Lunch.
Hello, welcome back. We're going to have a look at some more stories that have caught our eyes, one of which is about what it means when we say working class, because the definition has been used about all kinds of different people who do work, but now a third of people who earn more than £40,000 would still identify themselves as working class. It's a really interesting one, this, isn't it? Because the original definition was when you didn't have a professional job. It was nothing to do with pay. It was more about whether the job was classed as a profession or not.
If you're in an office or not.
Yeah.
It was the sort of the line that was drawn. But now pretty much everybody claims to be working class, even Lord Sugar. It doesn't really matter. I think some of us were working class. I mean, I was born in a family of 7. My dad earned £20 a week. If he didn't go to work, we had nothing to eat. We had nothing. So that, I think, is a pretty good definition of working class. But now, as has been said, people are claiming to be working class, almost like a badge of honour.
It just feels like a badge of honour now, doesn't it? I mean, like, you know, I'm not wanting to kind of like, you know, working class shame you, Steph, but we all like to say it, don't we? But it's almost like I wasn't born into privilege.
Yeah.
Everything I've got, I've done myself.
Yeah, because when I was at the BBC, I always used to be kind of, whenever there was a story about working class or accents or anything, I was always the person who was the poster girl for it. But actually, my dad was a teacher and my mum was a radiographer, so technically I wasn't working class.
No.
We didn't have loads of money, and we were in, I grew up in a tough part of the country, and a pretty rough school, but technically I wasn't working class.
Yeah, but it's I think, but you do identify as
and
it,
everyone identifies me as being, although I'm not now. What are you now? Are we all middle class?
But then you see, and that's the thing, is that you go, yeah, I'm probably middle class now. But it's always qualified with a but, isn't it? That's the thing.
Yeah, what would you say you're from a working class background?
Yeah, I mean, my dad was a singer. He got paid cash. He probably spent it all in the bookies on booze. So yeah, that was a bit of a. Mum was, she was a nurse, so they were very working class. But I came from coming out of school to having a job on Corrie, and that I don't really know anything else. So I was really privileged in the fact that at 16 years old, that I was on a really good wage. So I don't know the concept of money really from growing up.
It's the thing as well. You think that if you identify as working class, it also says, therefore, I am full of compassion. Is there a bit of that? Do you think?
So it's actually like, rather than so it's a kind of show of warmth.
Yeah.
Like it means you
care.
More,
Do you care?
Yeah, it means you care. Dave, you think it's about where you come from, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I with Sandra and I both came from Hull. I was council house prefab, so we've worked hard. We've done okay. We're not rich, but I think it's very much around, for me. I would see myself as working class, and I get this thing about a badge of honour because I guess I feel quite proud of it. I would. If I earned another 50,000 a year, I'd still see that these basic values about being working class, working hard, things mattering, and I try to pass that on to my children. It doesn't quite work in the same way.
Yeah, I remember once when someone tried to insult me on online by saying to me, because my dad's an artist and he's never, he doesn't make his living out of that, but he's an artist, he's a really good one. And I remember someone saying, she can't be working class, her dad's an artist. And you're like, all right, okay, a working class means there's no creativity allowed amongst the classes. But Nick, would you say a middle class upbringing?
Well, I guess I had fairly well-off family. I went to a private school and I was around money, I guess. And I think growing up, it probably more made me think money's not really that great, and so now we don't earn tons of money, but we do what we do. We have a little coffee company, and I guess because we don't earn money, does that mean I'm now working class? I mean, it's obviously not, but it's like, I just think classes is really...
Down one. Can you drop down one?
It's
a really good question.
Because I think in terms, if you looked at our income, you would say we wouldn't be well off. So it's weird. I just think classes is a bit of a weird old way of looking at society. There are needs in society we need to address, obviously.
Class is quite a horrible thing, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Because it's that thing about keeping people in their place, and I think that's what's so horrible about it.
Yeah.
And I always think what you want is a society where everybody has an equal opportunity to be successful, and that's what we don't have at the moment.
I think you used the word privilege, or you used the word privilege earlier on. If you are, class is about, I think, a measure of privilege. So the upper class, born into privilege, always have privilege. Middle class, they've worked at it, they've got some privileges. I think the assumption is that working class people don't have those privileges. And I think that's probably a pretty fair reflection of where we are.
Yeah.
It's also the point about vulnerability. I think working class people are very vulnerable in the sense that, tomorrow they could be out of a job.
Yeah.
And not having anything to live on.
On that happy note, let's move on. So, thankfully, most of the nation no longer think that that a woman's place is in the home. So why is it that women still say they are doing more than men? A survey has found that 3/4 of the public think household labour should be split evenly, but 2/3 of women say that they still do more than half. Ryan, who does what in your eyes?
Oh, we had this argument this morning. Every time on this show, I go home when I'm in trouble. But this morning, it took me, because we've moved house and there's a lot of boxes outside, it took me about half an hour before leaving to put all the bins out and all the cardboard. And then she's saying, can you look after the kids while they have a shower? And I said,
Right, can I just stop you? Should we just cue some sad violin?
You sound like the wife. But I think you're loving this, aren't you, Lucy? And she always like remembers everything she does, and I don't remember. I don't make a list, but I may start making a list of all the things I do around the house. But basically, Lucy does more than me.
That's what we've got to. Thank you.
Yeah, all right.
I think there's the thing about, it used to be about women. Women always do much more than men do. That's a fact. But every time men do something, we want a medal for it.
Yeah, I do. I put the bins out.
Am I right in thinking you had like a kind of similar vibe to a housework prenup?
Yeah, but when I started living with Ali, we had this thing, because I hate cleaning, she hated ironing. I said, right, I'll do all the ironing if you do all the cleaning. And that was how we actually started. And it was actually pretty good, really. I kind of quite liked it.
You have a rota?
Well, it's just you'd sort of look at you go, that iron basket's looking pretty full. Meanwhile, look how clean that bathroom is.
Yeah.
You'd have a bit of that.
There's kind of, you see, I have this with my partner where, obviously I don't cook.
Yeah.
And so she does all the cooking and all of that, and I do bins. But clearly that's not fair, is it? Because bins are once a week.
Or fortnight.
With a couple of trips to and from with the overflow. But, not.
What about all the day-to-day domestics, and how's that split?
Yeah, well, I suppose we just do it as we go. I think we don't divide it up though as much. But I think you're right about if you.
Oh, I'm right. Thank you.
Women are better at knowing about all the different jobs that they're doing, and I think men just don't. This is terribly sweeping generalisation. Don't notice as much.
Yeah, but my argument is, I say I will do these things, but then she says you don't do them properly.
Yes, there's that as well.
Yeah.
So can't win.
Marcus, can you defend yourself on any of this? What do you think? Defend men?
Absolutely, because me personally, I've been cooking and cleaning that since I was like 8 years old. My parents made sure I was very well equipped for the world. But on my girlfriend, yes, she does do most of the housework and things like that. In her words, I didn't ask her about it. She said, because I want to take care of you. I enjoy it. And because we're a team, that's why, plus on top of that, like you were saying that, we miss stuff sometimes. She's much better at that stuff than I am, but I'm better on more of the finance stuff, technical side, small printing contracts, things like that, the housing market. I'm great on that side. So we're a well-rounded team. And regardless of what needs to be done, somebody will do it. And we never have to say, can you do this, can you do that? It just gets done. And that's how we operate. But all in all, yes, she does do the majority of that domestic stuff, but I can also do it too, and I'm a very good cook.
That sounded like a speech.
Sounded very, very good.
Yeah, he said that over and over again.
Welcome, Marcus. Right, still to come in just a moment. One lucky viewer will have the chance to win a week in the Mediterranean, in a Mediterranean villa with our new puzzle. Get the picture. And it's take or break for me in the kitchen as Simon teaches me how to cook it. We'll see you after the break.
That's one try latte, one Cadbury hot chocolate, one cappuccino.
Everyone's excited. The Great British Bake Off returns on Channel 4. Stream or watch live from Tuesday at 8.
That purifying clean feeling that you love from a dental tool, now you can feel it at home with Oral-B's IO electric toothbrush. With Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head and unique micro vibrations, it removes bacterial plaque better than your manual toothbrush. For cleaner teeth and healthier gums, it knows just what it takes to give you the wow of a professional purifying clean feeling every day. The new Oral-B IO3 is now better than half price at Sainsbury's.
Right now at Wren, get up to 60% off fully built kitchen units. Plus, you can get a cooker tap for just £399 in our autumn savings.
Get big thrills and small bills this autumn with BT. Save an epic £12 a month when you get BT broadband and TV, including Netflix and Now Entertainment. All for only $39.99 a month on a 24-month contract, with no upfront costs. Offer ends 28th of September. Switch to BT today.
These days, we all like things less complicated, more straightforward, especially if we're saying goodbye to a loved one. I talked to the people at Distinct Cremations, and they told me many of us don't want to spend large sums of money on an elaborate funeral. Their best value, 5-star rated direct cremation plan guarantees a simple, low-cost funeral that leaves no hidden costs and no further bill to pay. It all makes sense to me, something I want for myself for sure, especially somewhere like here. If you're interested too, please contact Distinct Cremations and ask for this free guide. You'll be in very good company.
Call Distinct Cremations for a free guide on 0800 031 4378. That's 0800 031 4378. Or visit distinctcremations.co.uk.
Have diabetes? Wonder if you can have more carbs? With the Freestyle Libre 2 system, easily know your sugar values and where they're heading. Real-time readings sent right to your smartphone, and no more routine finger pricks. Manage your diabetes with more confidence. The Freestyle Libre 2 system.
This one can help with this. The Spot Clean Pro, a powerful on-the-go solution for cleaning up stains and spills. And Bissell can even sort that out too. From muddy carpets to everyday dirt, the Revolution Pet Pro gives professional results. For pets, for spills, for life. There's Bissell.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships. With no children and no casinos. All-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, exploring the world in comfort. Learn more at viking.com.
Milk chocolate beyond words. Classic recipe by Lindt. Now with caramel sea salt.
Taskmaster returns. I will laugh. The new series of Taskmaster on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live tonight at 9.
Tassimo proudly sponsors Real Conversations on Set Pack Lunch.
Hello, welcome back. Now it is time for Get the Picture. This is our addictive new daily puzzle game where one player is going to answer a series of picture questions to be in with a chance of winning an amazing prize, which this week is 7 days in a Mediterranean villa, courtesy of Solmar Villa Holidays. Now, every question features 2 pictures and a clue. For example, if you see the clue, film series, and then you see a picture of a star or stars, and then you see a picture of like a battle. What do you think it might be? Hey, they tentatively were saying that. That's right. It is Star Wars. So it's that simple. You get 1 clue, you get 2 pictures, and from that, it will give you 1 answer. So let's see who we have got playing today. It's Namita, who's a management consultant from Bolton. Hey, Namita.
Hi.
Hiya. How are you feeling?
I'm a little nervous.
Hiya. Have you been watching this week?
I have been watching this week, yes.
Yeah. And how have you been doing when you've been watching?
Well, on Monday and Tuesday, I did very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday, not so.
I didn't actually do too good.
Right. So, what are you pitching yourself at in terms of what you think you might get?
I just want to get over 3.
Right. Okay. I like that as the optimism. Right. Here's how it works. You have 60 seconds to answer as many questions as you can. And at the end of the week, obviously tomorrow, the top 2 players will be invited to play live in the studio for our grand prize. Have you thought about this villa yet? Have you thought about like what cocktails you might drink if you're there? What you'd be doing?
Oh, margaritas.
Oh yes, I love a margarita. I like that. Okay, let's have a look at our leaderboard then to see who you have to beat. So currently at the top, it is Jake. From Essex with an impressive 9. No matter what happens, he is going through. Closely followed by Alex from Lytham, who scored 7. So you need to be, I know you've pitched yourself at, you're happy if you get over 3. You need to get over 7, love, to be here tomorrow. Can you do it?
I want to come back.
Yeah, but can you do it? Come on, you can. Bit of optimism.
Okay, come on then. Let's see what we can do from Bolton.
Right, let me just remind everyone, you won't be penalised for shouting out wrong answers, so keep going. But if you get stuck, you can pass, but you only get 3 passes in total, so use them wisely. Here we go. 30 seconds on the clock, Mamita. Good luck. 60 seconds even. I've suddenly halved it there. Sorry, I was getting all excited about it. So 60 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Name the sweet.
Jelly bean.
Correct. Yes. Oh, 4 seconds you did that one in, and straight away you got that jelly bean. That's 1 on the table, so you've only got to get 2 more, and you'll get what you're the one you were aiming for. But let's get you to that 7 and past it. So the next one is name the children's book.
Something caterpillar. Bread caterpillar. Eating caterpillar. The something caterpillar. Oh my God.
Yeah, if you want to pass, you can. You've got 3 passes. Name the band.
Pencil, balloon, nib, balloon.
If you don't know pass, there we are. Okay, name the book. You've got 1 pass left.
Oh, a dragon tattoo.
Oh, come on.
Bill with the dragon tattoo.
Yes. Hey. Okay. So you've got 2 correct. You've used 2 passes. Let's have a look back at the passes we've had so far. So the first one was the children's book. Lunchmates. Yeah, the very hungry caterpillars.
I said it too late.
Yeah, you did, didn't you? You could just get in towards the hungry bit at the end there, weren't you? Okay, let's have a look at the next one you passed on. This one was the name of a band. Simon, Ryan's here, any of you get it?
Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin.
Oh.
Yeah. That's a trickier one, though, because I kept doing that. I just kept thinking pencil. But there we go. So you have got 22 seconds left on the clock. You've got 2 correct so far. So it's going to be a tricky one to get to 7, but I don't doubt, Namita, that you can do this because you got that first one. You got that first one in just 4 seconds. So you can do it. Right. Here we go. Are you ready?
Ready.
Name the actor.
Something bird. Have we got any passes left?
Yeah, got 1 pass left.
Santa Bird, Santa, Father Christmas, Cage, actor, something. Nicolas Cage.
Yes. Oh, yes, you got that one. Oh, that took a while, but you've got to 3. So that's brilliant. So you've got 3 on the board there. Should we carry on then for this final 7 seconds that you've got left to bag another one, or at least another one? I mean, if you got 1 every second, you can get to 7 easily. And don't forget, you've got a pass left. So if you don't think of it straight away, just pass it and move on. Because,
okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, but, that's kind of what I think I would do. Right, let's have a look at the next one. The name the world food.
Book, tie, book shirt, paper tie, pass.
You are just out of time there, Anamita, but you played a sterling effort. You got that first one so quickly, didn't you? So we've got another pass there. Let's just have a look at what that was. So that was world food. Anyone in the lunchmates got it? Pad Thai, yeah.
Oh.
Yes, and I think we had one at right at the end as well. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, so household object, anyone know it? Yeah, it's a dustpan. Yes, I know, tricky, but you got 3. So well done, Namita. Should we have a look at the leaderboard then? I mean, as you'll know, sadly it means you haven't made it into the top 2 in the leaderboard. But you got, joint 3rd there with Aaron from Bristol. So technically you're not bottom, in my eyes anyway. You'd never be bottom with Namita. And you're going to leave us today with a packed lunch mug. How do you feel about that? Excellent, Namita. Thank you so much for playing with us today. Get a picture. Get a picture. We'll be back tomorrow. Now, it is the grand final tomorrow, where we now know that Jake and Alex will be going head to head to win a week's holiday in the Med. Now, if you'd like the chance to play next week, then all you need to do is email us quiz@packlunch.tv. You must be 18 or over to apply. And do apply, because it's really fun and everyone is getting pretty addicted to it, I think, now. And yeah, we'll have that grand final for you tomorrow. Time now for another lesson from Sir Simon. What are we making today?
Okay, so today, Steph, we are going to do a bit of hake with some beautiful crispy potatoes. So hake is one of the lovely fish. It's an alternative to cod. I really love it. If ever you go on holiday, you get to Spain, you'll see loads of it. They sell more hake than anything else. It's their favourite fish. It comes as merluza, is what you'll see when you go to Spain. That means it's a hake dish. But think of it in the same way as cod, any kind of big, thick, white fish. We're going to cook the hake second, because we've got one done, because we might have enough time to do it in real time.
And you don't want to poison people.
Exactly that, yeah.
Relying on
So normally it would take about 7 to 8 minutes or so,
Yeah.
which we don't have. So what we've got, potatoes that we've cooked. Put a good glug of oil into that pan for me, Steph.
In the middle? Or
Yeah, just oil spread out.
Yeah.
Fine, that's perfect. And then these potatoes we've cooked. And what I want you to do
Did
is
you
just
boil them?
crush them. Yeah, we
Yeah.
boil them until they're soft. Just crush them and then just place them in the pan. And we're just going to leave them there. Now, the reason...
Why are we crushing them?
Right. So the reason is, what happens is when you crush them as
Oh, I
opposed to
quite like
cutting them,
this.
you get all these little uneven edges. So the uneven edges, they like the heat of the oil more than a straight edge. So they become more crispy.
Right.
So if you had loads of time, you could cut them. But when you crush them like this, it's a much, much nicer way of
It's
doing
very therapeutic, this. I mean,
Really
isn't it?
therapeutic. You
Like a
can take out all of your angst and your anxiety on that.
Yeah, I like it.
What I'm thinking about. That'll do. Once the pan's full, and the thing with this is, you really want it to be so it's in a single layer. All right.
Yeah.
So then, just a good sprinkle of salt over the top of those stuff.
I always go more than I normally would now, because I see how much you chefs put on.
Well, and the thing is, something like a potato. Potatoes suck the living daylights out of seasoning. So the more you put in, then the better the flavour is
All
going
right.
to be. Okay. But obviously, if you're trying to cut down your salt, obviously control that. And as so often we see, Steph, we're just letting it sit. We're doing
I know.
nothing.
Have you noticed that?
I know.
Stop doing that like I used to.
Yeah, it's what everybody wants to do when they learn to cook. They want to lift it off the heat. They want to
And
shake it.
it. Yeah.
Now we're getting a nice hot pan there. With this fish, you don't want it to be hot, hot, hot. You want it to be sort of medium to high. Here's our hake. So dip the hake.
See, that doesn't mean anything to me. That you know, if you say to someone, "I don't want it to be hot, hot, hot," I
Yeah.
just want it to be medium hot.
All right. So if you've got 10, if you've got a 10 on your dial for your cooker, then this one should be 6 or 7
Got
rather
ya.
than 8 or 9 or 10. All right.
Yeah.
Pop the fish into the flour. So it's seasoned flour, salt and pepper in the flour, and then just coat it both sides, and then pat off the excess. No, shake it up and then pat off. Well done, fish. Well done, Henry the Hake. That's very, very good. So then, again, same thing in here.
This feels nice as well.
Yeah, Hake's a lovely fish. And again, right, the thing that
It feels like a hand, like you're holding someone's hand.
does it?
Yeah. Does it feels like a hand?
Like someone's got a hand like a wet fish. Skin side down into the pan. All right, now give your hands a quick wash now. So what you get, importantly, I say this all the time, when you're cooking meat or you're cooking fish, let this come up to room temperature before you begin cooking with it, right? Because if you don't, if you get it straight out of the fridge, it's freezing cold. So before it can even cook, it's got to get up to room temperature. Let it come out, let it sit there, let it get to room temperature.
Like a warm hand.
Exactly like a warm hand, yeah. Now, what's happening now, we're getting some nice colour on there, we're getting some nice colour on there. Nice skill time, Steph. We're going to chop some chives.
This side?
No. Big one is probably better, right? And the reason that a big one is better when you're doing this is the temptation is a small one feels safer. When you have a big one with this, you can basically rock it backwards and forwards, which is all we want to do. So I'm not lifting the blade off the board I'm just letting it rock.
I always think this bit doesn't matter. You know, like how you cut it, I always think it doesn't matter.
What, in terms of presentation or how you actually use your knife?
No, just like you can just chop it and it'll be fine, won't it? No, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it will. No, I mean, you're right, but this is a good way to learn how to use a knife safely and to be more efficient. So if you have the blade a little bit further forward, bring the point of the blade up there, and then just rock. Look at that. Look, that's lovely, isn't it?
Kidding.
No, it worries me. Every time we do this, it worries me. Yeah, so the reason why you don't do that with chives, incidentally, no, it's fine. A lot of people do. But the reason you don't do it, because a chive is hollow in the centre and you just crush it. So you change the flavour profile. By having a sharp cut through it, you get a nicer flavour.
Oh my God, look at me.
Our fish, now that we've got this lovely little bit of colour on it, so just flip it over.
Do you want all of this cutting?
No, that'll do. That's absolutely fine. Now you've got this lovely, delicious, crispy skin on this side. Potatoes, now you can give them a little shake. A bit more. So you see, oh, that's nice. Look at that. So you see, look what we're getting there. Where all these little rough bits are, they've gone crispy really, really quickly. This is when it gets to be really, really good fun now, Steph. So into the potato pan, just dropped half of that butter on top of the potatoes and let that sit. So now what we've got a little bit of crispiness. The butter now adds more flavour, it adds more richness into it. That's good. That's really, really nice. Yeah. And then we've got a little bit of dried marjoram. And again, a little bit of dried marjoram. Or you can use oregano. So it's just a little sniff. You recognise it. It's that one of those sort of Italian-y herbs. So you could use fresh, but dried in this is quite nice. And as soon as it goes in, it's beautiful. Now, our fish is having a lovely time here. So what we want to do with the fish, we're now going to baste it. So we're now going to add some more delicious flavour into this. So what you do, 4 little cubes of butter.
On it, or next to it.
Just down.
All there?
Yeah, all there. And then, 1 more, 2 more.
Oh, yeah, and then you flip it over it.
Now, yeah, so basically what we're going to do, we're going to baste it.
Yeah.
So what you do, you just keep doing that.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's happening is the fat that's from the flavour of the hake, from the butter, is going into the hake. That's lovely. That's brilliant. That's actually a brilliant action. And the more you do that, then the nicer. That's good. You know, genuinely speaking, that is Steph McGovern, that is pretty good.
I mean, I don't feel patronised at all.
I genuinely think that's good. There's lots of people, see, it has, because you're keeping it foaming. What happens is, if you don't do it quickly enough, you lose that foam and the butter starts to burn a little bit too quickly. Okay, so now, at the moment, we're off the heat here. We didn't take off the heat, because the whole thing where you don't want it to overcook, really. You don't want it to burn. Now, zest the lemon on top of the fish. You enjoying this one?
Yeah, I am actually. It smells lovely as well.
Yeah, it is really, really nice.
I'm just rubbish at this zesting malarkey.
So you don't like zesting with your nails, so you don't just
No.
do it?
No, it's all right. I should just...
The way I cook my chicken, tell me if I'm wrong or right. So I'll put it on the skin side down, on a low heat, and I will leave it on that side, and you can actually see the actual fish cooking as it's
fish or chicken.
You said this is fish. Sorry, this is fish.
Yeah,
this is fish.
Yeah, that works as well.
So because it's a bigger piece of fish, maybe that you want to. I don't know.
So no, you're absolutely right. A lot of people do that. So you'll have the skin side down. You need it medium high. Too low, what's happening is you're almost sort of semi-poaching it. You want a little bit of heat into it, and then almost when it becomes almost translucent on the skin, on the flesh side, then flip it over. Yeah, it's the common way most people will cook a piece of fish. Right, now we're going to squeeze the lemon over there. Yeah. Ow! Beautiful. That's good. That's really, really nice. Okay, so what we've got.
I quite like those armheads.
We've got this beautiful piece of fish. Now, our fish is still a little bit under. So, as I say, we like to do these things real time. So this is what you end up with. So that beautiful.
How under is it?
That you probably need. You eat the side, that middle, probably 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you feel that one, that's firmer. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to plate up set. So what we do, we add your lovely chives into our potatoes, and then
oh my god, I don't know whether to eat them or spread them over myself.
I mean, look. So we want spoon some of that and some of the butter onto the plate. You want really a nice line down there. No, don't bother listening. It's
Oh,
fine.
what did you
do
say?
it.
Sorry.
So what we want, just a line across like that. Okay.
Why?
Well, just because it looks pretty. It's about presentation. We eat with our eyes, Steph. You know, we don't want to kind of do anything
Like that?
Yeah,
Enough?
that's beautiful. Now let's have a bit of spoonful of that butter, and then you can do that over the fish.
Over the fish?
And over the potatoes, and then just a couple more.
Oh, and that recipe we're going to put online as well on our social media pages. That looks fabulous. I'm looking forward to it. Let me tell you what's coming in tomorrow's show. From flea infestations, to cats going vegan, pet expert Chloe Fuller is here with the biggest headlines from the animal world. Jordan Cox, aka the Coupon Kid, is back with some more unmissable bargains. And Brookside legend Jennifer Ellison is dropping in for a chat as well. Kit Botley will be here, Jack Stein, and Alan Johnson as well. Right, I'm going to have a try of this.
Yeah, do. It's so nice when you get the lovely flavour of the fish, then the crispy potatoes, and the lemon is just beautiful.
Oh!
You've done well there today. You've done very well.
Well done. Okay, everyone, let's take 5.
Don't mind if I do. Taximo, sponsoring real conversations on Steph's Packed Lunch.
The 5-year debate to Love It or List It finally ends at 8. In Taskmasters tonight, comics show off their wood at 9. Roisin Conity and Joe Wilkinson take on 8 out of 10 Cats does Countdown at 10.
I've got a great family, got a great group of friends. The only thing I'm missing is love.
I really hope that he's the one. I really need this to be it.
I love you.
The new series of Married at First Sight UK continues on E4. Stream now or watch live tonight at 9.
What is it that makes a great home? Is it about getting all those details right? Perhaps it's the story it tells. Or is it simply how it makes you feel?
It's a house full of joy and wit and playfulness.
A new series of Grand Designs on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from Wednesday at 9.
Our pets have been right by us. With Bella and Duke raw pet food, we thank them. Search Bella and Duke online and receive 50% off your first box.
The humble postcode, an unassuming set of numbers and letters that mark where we live. But sometimes they can do something extraordinary. In October's draws, your postcode could bring you and your neighbours a share of £11.2 million. So that adventure of a lifetime you thought might never happen could become the experience you remember forever. Sign up before midnight tonight and see what extraordinary things your postcode could do.
At the Emma Sleep Lab, our experts test and develop each of our sleep products with one aim, so you spring into your day feeling your best. Pillows, beds, duvets and mattresses all working together seamlessly. Just choose the ideal combination for your sleep at emma-sleep.co.uk. Did you know? By switching to cooler water, you can save up to 50% of the energy used when washing up. Fairy Max Power's special formula cuts through tough, greasy challenges up to 4 times faster in cooler water. For a sparkling clean. Fairy Max Power. Drop the hot and save up to 50% of the energy when washing up. And for antibacterial protection on your sponge, try Fairy Max Power Antibacterial.
I know what's going on now.
Be seen as Warren.
Let the party commence.
Who around this table would you kill?
I'm a star.
She has to pay for what she's done.
This is what the people want.
Next week on Hollyoaks, new episodes only on Channel 4 streaming and E4 at 7 from next Monday.
Taskmaster returns.
Some enjoy the dirty tasks. I'm just here for the laughs. So, come for the eye candy. How we laugh.
The new series of Taskmaster on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live tonight at 9.
Fancy looking for a holiday home? In 50 minutes, we can join besties in search for a place in the sun. That's Chris McCausland's In the Dictionary Corner. Countdown on Channel 4.
Frittata.
I think it's pronounced frittata.
You say frittata. I say frittata.
It's frittata.
No.
Okay, Countdown, sponsored by Specsavers Home Visits.
Hello, everybody. It's Thursday afternoon and another afternoon in the company of Countdown. Thank you so much for tuning in. We never take it for granted. It's September the 21st, which is, drum roll, Rachel Riley, World Mini Golf Day.
All right, okay.
Genuinely
Okay.
love mini golf. Obsessed with it. I play just about every course in the UK.
Really?
Yeah, when I go on holidays, I'll find all the local ones. I was just on holiday in the summer. I was playing the Niagara Falls of 2 courses together. Brilliant.
I think the last time I played was with my parents and my nephew, who at the time was about 3, and my lovely husband, the man of elegance and poise and eternal balance and ballroom dancer. It's the worst thing I've ever seen him do. It's absolutely brilliant. The ball was, here, there, and everywhere outside the course. He's awful.
Well, let's cross over to Dictionary Corner and introduce somebody who never spends much time in the 19th hole. That's our G of the D, Susie Dent. And alongside her, well, originally from up that way, actually, near the Gulf, we have Chris McCausland with us. I love that part of the world.
Is it the realism of the mini golf that you like, or is it the fact that it makes you feel like a giant?
Yeah. That's absolutely true, There is something in that.
There's with broccoli. That's the thing with broccoli. I always imagine I'm eating trees. And never grow up to you if you're a bloke.
I'll never eat broccoli in the same way again. Thank you, Chris. Paul O'Brien is on 6 wins, and he's just getting better and better and better. It has to be said. Another century yesterday, and you're up against Ravi, who's from London. Ravi Indranath Jayakumar, and I say your full name, even though everyone calls you Ravi, because your mum's watching, and I don't want to get in the wrong side of your mum, right? Are you well?
Very good, thank you.
Right, I'm pretty sure that in the history of Countdown, I've never said this about a contestant. So, Ravi, you were bitten by a shark.
It was a baby shark, so I'm not going to play.
Was it a shark?
It was.
Don't play it down. Right?
Did it make you feel like a giant?
So, I mean, it was a warning bite, but it was still serious. What type of damage did it cause and where?
So, because it was a baby shark, it only gave me 14 stitches. That was a proper bite mark around. It was more like a warning, go away.
Good man. Right, I'll get you no points today, but we love it. Ravi and Paul, good luck. Off you go, Paul.
I'll start with a consonant, please, Rachel.
Thank you, Paul. Start today with N.
And again.
F.
A vowel, please.
O.
A vowel.
E.
Consonant.
R.
A consonant.
H.
A vowel.
O.
A consonant.
D.
And I will go for a final vowel, please.
Final I.
At home and in the studio, let's play Countdown. Paul.
Just 6.
How'd you get on, Ravi?
7.
A 7. The 6 is?
Horned.
Could be one of those days again, Paul. The 7?
Honoured?
That is for the American spelling. We need a U for British spelling, I'm afraid, Ravi. We're a bit strict about those spellings. I'm really sorry. Absolutely fine in American Countdown, but not this one.
Were there any English 7s?
No, we had 6s too.
Yeah, I might be 46 years old, but I still like a hoodie.
Yes. And foodie is there as well.
Yeah.
That fairly modern word. Is it made the dictionary?
Foodie,
yet?
oh yes, that's been in for a while.
So you can't be foodier or hoodier.
No.
Right, Robbie, let's get more letters.
Good afternoon, Rachel.
Afternoon, Ravi.
Can you start with a vowel, please?
We can indeed start with E.
Another one.
I.
Another one.
E.
Consonant, please.
R.
Another one.
B.
Another one.
S.
Another one.
R.
Another one.
S.
Another one, please.
And lastly, N.
30 seconds. Ravi, how'd you get on?
Just a 5, please.
And Paul?
7.
And a 7 now. Ravi, what's the 5?
Miser.
Miser, and that's 7.
Messier.
Messier. Yeah, well done. Tidy 7 points. Dictionary corner. Susie and Chris?
Could you put the S on the end of miser?
You can have misers, yes, you can
Yeah.
have that as 6, but otherwise you have berries.
Messier and berries. They were the 2 sevens. First numbers now. Your choice, Paul.
I'll go for 1 large, please, Rachel.
Thank you, Paul. 1 large and 5 little ones once more. And the small numbers are 7, 1, 8, 3, 6, and a large one, 25, and the target to reach. Oh, 961.
Big one. 961 numbers up. Did anyone climb that mountain, Paul?
958.
958's 3 away. Rafi?
Oh, I fluffed it.
Fluffed it with the rest of us. 958 then for 7 points, Paul.
7 times 6 is 42.
7 times 6, 42.
Take away the 3 and the 1.
38
Times that by 25.
is 950.
And add the 8.
And add the 8, which you hadn't used, for 3 away, 958.
Yeah, admirable effort. 961. Pushing you here, Rachel.
Yes, you're going to have to leave it with me for a second.
Let's get our first tea time teaser. It's eat beans. Eat beans. Do they keep the Irishmen on the straight and narrow? Do they keep the Irishmen on the straight and narrow?
Simple 6, Junior.
Come again?
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Discover the finest quality made-to-measure window dressings exclusively online and delivered to your door. Shop now for free delivery from blindsdirect.co.uk.
You're only likely to buy a mobility scooter once in your life, so make it the Quingo Ultra. Enjoy ultra stability from the world-patented 5-wheel system, ultra technology features such as phone charging, ultra comfort from the infinitely adjustable seating and controls, and ultra freedom to go wherever you want to go. When it's the only scooter you're likely to buy the Quingo Ultra. Test drive it at home. To find out more, call 0808 100 6570 or visit www.quingo.tv.
At NFU Mutual, we're proud to be the Which Insurance Brand of the Year for the 2nd year in a row. For insurance you can rely on, join NFU Mutual today.
Emma's got you covered for a peaceful night's sleep. Try our Emma Sleep Essentials for 200 nights at emma-sleep.co.uk.
Do you want to stay active but feel the need to slow down? To help maintain an active lifestyle, try 7C's Joint Care Supplex and Turmeric. One convenient duo pack combines 7C's highest turmeric levels, plus glucosamine and omega-3. It also contains vitamin C for cartilage, vitamin D for bones and normal muscle function, and manganese for connective tissue. To help maintain an active lifestyle, try 7C's Joint Care Supplex and Turmeric today. This has been Medivax for 7C's.
Jan, release your energy. It's releasing my pee I'm worried about. My paddles swell up so much I'll levitate right off the floor. Don't compromise your practice just because of a bulky pad. We're always discreet like me.
Will they stay with my leaks?
Hold on. Watch this.
Wow, where does it go?
Who cares? It protects and it's so much thinner.
Look at you.
I'm letting it all go. Always discreet. Strong protection, incredible discretion.
Over time, our carpets put up with a lot more than you might notice. That's where the award-winning Vax Smartwash Pet design comes in. With a pre-treatment wand, spin scrub tool, and antibacterial cleaning solution killing over 99% of bacteria. It removes 7 times more than a vacuum to wash your carpet and revitalize its color and balance. Save £50 on the new Vax Smartwash range. Order direct from $249.99 with free steamer worth $49.99 and free delivery. When life gets messy, get Vax.
Did you know? By switching to cooler water, you can save up to 50% of the energy used when washing up. Fairy Max Power's special formula cuts through tough, greasy challenges up to 4 times faster in cooler water. For a sparkling clean. Fairy Max Power. Drop the hot and save up to 50% of the energy when washing up. And for antibacterial protection on your sponge, try Fairy Max Power Antibacterial.
Welcome to your worst nightmare.
Can't do this anymore. I can't do it.
Right, I need a bit of help.
Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins on Channel 4. Stream weekly or watch live from Tuesday at 9:30.
Cleek. Huh? It's a big hook. Oh, 5 letters. I know.
Welcome back. Do they keep the Irishmen in the straight and narrow? Eat beans becomes a rarely heard word. Vanities. I think it's an outdated word for the woman of the house.
Yes, definitely. Female head of a family or household or a housewife is in the old days.
Right, Ravi, you're about to score your first point. I am sure of it. Let's get letters.
Let's start with the vowel letter, please.
Thank you, Rafi. O.
Another one.
E.
Another one.
O.
Consonant, please.
P.
Another one.
D.
Another one.
G.
Another one, please.
Y.
Another one.
D.
And consonant, please.
Lastly, R.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Oh, man.
How'd you get on, Ravi? 6. And Paul? A risky 6. A risky 6, okay. Both written down? Yes. Ravi, what's your
Hello,
6?
mate.
Dodger. And Paul? Pogoed? Pogoed. Should be fine.
I just woke up again.
O-G-O-E-D. Absolutely fine.
No,
Yeah.
I never called you. I was,
Once in a while, Chris.
Channel 4 was on. Was,
You know, there's no weird animals that you've never heard of. And this is around for
Did I?
lovely words, isn't it? Dodger.
Yeah.
Pogoed. What
I
else
was
do we
asleep.
have?
Susie's got a 7.
Drooped.
Nice. It's nice, but I'm gutted.
Didn't mention him. No, my dad has that.
The past tense of it. Let's get more letters, Paul.
Consonant, please, Rachel.
Oh, I don't know.
Paul. V.
No, I don't remember phoning you, man. Do you reckon? Yeah, my dad has that.
D. U.
Oh.
consonant,
Yeah.
and a vowel.
And lastly, O.
All right. That's all right. Changing. I don't know, man.
How many, Paul? 7. Lovely. 6. The 6 is unable. And the 7. Unloved.
Huh?
It could definitely be in there, Sandy. Unlovable, unlovable.
Susie Chris.
Hang on.
These words are in the dictionary. It's undoable. Undoable. Well done, you. Undoable. Would have got you the hit just to be. 33 plus 16 second. Numbers right. Quite a test, the first one. Ravi, you're in control.
Scores 4 large. Yes, gambling early. I like this stuff. 4 large and 2 little. Get a challenge up here. The numbers are 8 and 9. And the big one's 50, 100, 25, and 75. And the target to reach. Oh my. 170.
That's all right, mate. Yeah. Oh, this program.
10, I believe. And the enemy's 2. Sure.
Yeah.
And I love the smart song.
Adjustable beds from Willoughby. Sponsors everyday favourites.
Sell your car the motorway way. With dealers compete to give you the best price. Motorway, the way to sell your car.
Yeah.
Box is boxing without intimidation. Boxing together, not against. Boxing without anyone watching. Finding that movement you love. Discovering just how powerful you
That's great.
really are. Believing you can.
Yeah.
Fitness the everyday champion. Get 3 months free workouts. Box Plus. Available to download on the App Store and Google Play. We're here for those who love holidays and great outdoors. The Wanderers.
Yeah.
The Stargazers.
That's good, though.
Cheers. And sit back and relax. To find your next holiday, visit England.
Yeah. I've had the same stuff for sale fucking ages. And the laser stuff's fucking cheap as fuck now. Yeah. Sun shining. It's been pissing down now fucking this morning and last night. Ooh. Yeah. What time is it raining?
With broadband that works around you. Because now you can get BT broadband even at ultra reliable.
Yeah. Yeah, it was still raining here.
On a 24-month contract with no upfront cost.
I was up about half 2 until about 5, I think, and then I went to sleep.
Hurry, offer ends 28th of September. Switch to BT
my neighbour's fucking going to work again. She goes, I must be able to get my bike out and all that. Huh? No, I was sat outside about 4:30 this morning. And fucking, I see her man and her come out, and he give her a lift to work or whatever. Or he give her some lift somewhere. But she must have been working, yeah. And fucking, she goes, yeah, I'm going to be riding my bike and I have to get past and get my bike out. And I thought, really? Fucking, yeah, all right, that's fine. I don't really like her much, to be honest. Fucking, she gave me an STD. Right, she was drunk on the doorstep, right, and she fucking invited me indoors for a bit of fun, and fucking I had a bit of fun, right, and I ended up STD. She actually fucking said, right, I said, you're in my bed tonight, but ordered me to stay in her bed. Yeah, she was fucking ordering me to stay in the bed. You're in my bed tonight. Fucking dodgy as fuck, mate. I'd never go with her. Yeah, I did once, but that was it. In fact, when she said, you're in my bed tonight, I went straight to sleep. I'm glad I had my weed with me, because I smoked my weed and went straight to sleep. And she had her arms crossed, and she was looking straight at me in the eyes, and she was pissed off because I didn't touch her. But that's too bad. I mean, what the fuck? I had to get out of that house, and that was it.
Time to see how this Cordovan classic is made. Javier Silva is the pumpkin pie making master of his art.
Did you sleep in your neighbour then? Oh yeah, well. Yeah.
Fundamentalmente nosotros aquí, la manteca de sal. Ahora vamos a hacer lo que hay masa de hojaldre, ¿vale? Ahora un tipo de masa de hojaldre roto, hacemos nosotros aquí en San Rafael. Javier continues to knead the dough until all the elements come together. Un 5 minutos más o menos y la masa, dependiendo de la cantidad de cada uno. Once the dough is
That's crazy, man.
rested for 24 hours
Yeah.
before being rolled out. Then it's filled with
My mum's neighbour was fucking terrible, and I ended up helping her out. And she wanted me to marry her and live with her, and I said no. Kim Dayton with her 5 kids: Claire, Amy, Adam, Ian, Robert. Yeah.
This is my kind of pie. Next, on goes the top layer of pastry. And then the edges are cooked
Yeah.
before the whole thing is whacked in the oven for 50 minutes.
All right. Yeah.
A quick dusting of sugar and the pie is ready. Superb. Another
Yeah.
dish filled with passion. Time now for a savoury U-turn. The aubergines on offer at the market were some of the best I've seen on my trip. And that's such a key ingredient.
Wouldn't it be good if you had a hey Google, can you answer the door for me? Because I'm not going to fucking talk to her.
Now, there's so many dishes that I could have done from this area, one of which is this. Deep fried aubergines, usually with molasses, but I think using it
Yeah.
dark, rich honey is fantastic. On a bit of tomatoes, I think this will taste wonderful. So first thing we do is make a lovely little
That's crazy.
tomato pulp sauce.
Yeah.
Grate the tomatoes into a bowl and chop up some garlic and fry it with some good quality olive oil. You want to cook this just slightly. Don't cook it until it goes brown, otherwise
Yeah.
it only takes about 30 seconds. And now we can add our tomatoes with the liquor. Like that.
All right. I've got a phone call. I'll go answer this phone, mate.
You can enrich this if you want. I've got a little bit of pimenton, just a
Hello.
bay leaves and a pinch of salt.
Hello.
What you want to
Yeah,
do
I'm
is
here.
kind of reduce this down by
I'm Gordon White.
a couple of Now for our aubergines, I've got in here some
Who, sorry?
gluten-free self-raising flour, which is fantastic for a batter. And this stuff, just normal.
Oh, I'm actually all right.
Cider with a bit of fizz in it. That's what
Yeah, this is a rented place. It's Vivid Homes, and they keep everything all right.
So with gluten-free flour, it'll go very, very thick. That's all. You can see that. Look at that.
No,
Make the paste first.
everything's all right.
Then slowly add a little bit more cider to thin out the
Thank you.
That's kind of the texture that we want.
Disrepair. Fucking. Oh man, I'll keep getting phone calls from them. Housing disrepair. Hello, housing disrepair team. Have you got any problems? No, I'm fucking renting.
The aubergines like that. And then into the batter.
They phone me all the time. It does my brain in.
About 180, something like that. This batter is fantastic. The aubergines are brilliant.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Really, really simple. You must use gluten-free self-raising flour. For some reason, it just works perfectly. I would fry the aubergines in batches. A lot of the time they can stick together. They don't take very
Yeah.
long. No more than a couple of minutes is all you want to fry these. Fry on both sides. And then we can go again. Don't worry about coating it all. Just into the fryer. And you do any vegetable
Yeah.
like this, but it seems really around here, deep fried aubergine with this molasses combination. Quite unique really to this area, but one that tastes really good. You see that these aubergines will stay crisp. The batter stays lovely and crisp as well.
Yeah.
Like that, just a little pinch of salt. So, to plate this up, nice and simple, grab our lovely little sauce.
Yeah, that's cool.
Now, this wouldn't be a classic way of serving the sauce, and they just serve it with a bit of salad or just even on its own, really. But
Yeah.
I love the idea of turning this into a little simple dish. And then you take the aubergines, just put those here.
Oh, it's mad, isn't it?
So we just finish this off with this molasses
Yeah.
style honey. And you can classically put molasses on it, of course. But I think this runny honey,
Yeah.
this deep, rich, dark honey works equally as well. But there we have it. My deep fried aubergines, crispy aubergines, with runny honey and a lovely little tomato. Now tell me that wasn't worth missing dessert for.
Yeah.
Coming up, it's competition time, and I'm a guest judge. EAP member.
That's crazy, man.
And I say goodbye to Cordova in the best possible way. How good does that look?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
From Willowbrook. Sponsors
That's bad, mate. Yeah.
With the biggest range of cast iron entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinched it. Alf cinched it. Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise for him. Becky cinched it for 40
All right.
money back there at sea.
Yeah.
Colby cinched it. Even my mum cinched it.
Yeah.
You know your Ricky, so many great reasons to buy it, but they should not just name it. They're cinching it.
It's mad, man, isn't it? Yeah. I'm gonna go for a piss, man. I will, yeah.
I love watching my tea with their grandparents on holiday. The kids bring out the mischievous.
Yeah.
My dad always filling their heads with tales of bravery. Don't get me wrong, they spoil them silly.
Yeah.
Before I know it, boys will have their own little families at home. Nothing fits as big as this one.
Yeah.
The humble postcode, an unassuming set of numbers and letters that mark where we live. But sometimes they do something
Yeah.
extraordinary. In October's draws, your postcode could bring you and your neighbours a share of £11.2 million. So that adventure of a lifetime you thought might never happen. Could become the experience you remember forever. Sign up before midnight tonight and see what extraordinary things
Yeah.
your postcode could do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to my crib. Let me show you what we got the fridge.
Crazy. Yeah, I'd rather piss, man.
Sure, you'll certainly picking out the wonderful everyday. Welcome to the best restaurant in town. Your dish and today's special, like pasta arrabbiata, the rest of £1.50 per portion. Boil your pasta, chop and sizzle the veg. Bring it all together with my vibrant tomato and chili sauce. Delicious. Lloyd Gracie, food you love for less than £1.50.
I didn't want it like a business. I just want it like one of my mates.
Rise and recliner chairs from Whirlpool. Sponsors Everyday Fragrance.
I've been unearthing the culinary delights of Cordoba, an often overlooked but fascinating ancient city in the north of Andalusia. And there's one key ingredient which is simply impossible to ignore in these parts.
Olive groves. Olive groves. Olive groves. There are millions, and I mean millions, of olive trees. I never knew this about this area. It just genuinely looks spectacular. And it seems quite apt that surrounded by olive groves that we're going to head back into the city.
All right.
We're going to learn about and judge
Yeah, I had a
the
pee.
most famous dishes the city has to offer.
The dish in question is called salmorejo, spatio like tomato and olive oil emulsion, and it's hard to overstate its importance to the people of Cordoba. The city's hot summers inspire the creation of this refreshing cold dish, and families pass down cherished recipes from generation to generation. It's so important here, there are regular salmorejo making competitions, and today I'm honoured to have been invited along to judge one taking place at Mercado Victoria, a market set up to celebrate the union of great food and a fantastic atmosphere.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
I'm meeting some of my fellow judges, Almudena, a local food critic, and Paco, the market manager. The atmosphere is already buzzing with anticipation.
Say again?
This is special. This is very, very special. I see you take this very seriously.
Yes, it's our
Yeah.
traditional dish, the salmorejo.
So tell me about it, because it's not many ingredients.
No, few ingredients. Only tomato, bread, olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, garlic, salt. Mineral is important. It's a very ancient dish. The earth of Cordoba is the mother of salmorejo because we have all the ingredients.
The contestants are 4 locals, Jose, Lolo, Antonio, who was taught how to make salmorejo by his mother, Elisa, who is also competing. I've got a feeling that will be the battle to watch. So I know the contestants are keen to get started, so do you want to take the honours?
Let's start with the competition.
of this salmorejo and start. And they're off. This may be a simple dish in terms of the ingredients, but the technique is key.
Huh?
The judges will be looking for an even balance of flavour and getting the right texture is vital. Is it supposed to be thick?
Yes, salty. Sweet. You know, tasty, the salmorejo.
No, not yet. This is my first time.
Yes, I gave you some salmorejo.
I'd better get familiar with the dish I'm judging. They've kindly given me some of this. This is what it should taste like.
Try it with some bread instead of spoon.
So, what it is
Yeah.
really good olive oil. Now, the toppings can be slightly different. You've got ham and egg, and then sometimes tuna.
Yes, it's our modern way. Yes.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's very nice.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
The texture is really different. Olive oil is super. That olive oil is fantastic.
Yes, it's fantastic.
Whilst I'm sampling my first salmorejo, the competition is well underway. The first step is to blitz up the tomatoes and garlic. The tomatoes very important, as in...
He's found his driving test.
The rest of is salmorejo in summer. With the garlic, tomatoes, wonderful.
The next step is to add some bread as a thickener.
Yeah.
But the most important part of making this is the addition of good quality extra virgin olive oil to ensure that it's an emulsion, not a soup. And it's interesting, people are adding vastly different amounts of olive oil. Can I taste the oil? Yeah. I'm going to do it the old-fashioned chef's way.
Oh, it's very good.
Yeah.
A wonderful nuttiness at the end of it.
Because it's very fresh. This is good.
This better be good. It's nearly time for the judges. You probably wonder why the chair of judges hasn't got his badges. He's just told me to the dry cleaners last night. Took all the badges off.
Did ya?
Would have been late. He would have put all the badges back on. Glad he's got his priorities right. But with toppings on, all that's left to do is decide the winner. Now for the tasting. They take this really seriously, I promise you. Poker face.
Yeah.
What's wrong with garlic? Didn't like that one. That's good one. That's leading so far.
Yeah.
After lots of very serious tasting, it's time to pick a winner. And I've got my favourite. This one. Number 2. Do you want this one? And I want this one. So what happens to people? It's a salmorejo standoff. And it turns out that the two we've selected are made by mother and son, Antonio and Elisa. I have a feeling that might happen.
The human aspect here.
Aye.
It's all come down to technique.
My stomach's still dodgy.
I think that the salmorejo of the mother is a perfect emulsion.
Oh, yeah. Rishi.
I thought there was going to be a check or a car or that's it. There you go. Elisa may not have won anything, but before I go, there's one final surprise in store for me. VIP member. This is what I wanted today, was a black top. And a few words of consolation for Antonio, who came so close to victory. I was close. And you were close. Mother always wins. Always. Because she's going to be happier. Exactly for me. I think he'll get over it. There's just enough time in the day to sneak in a final cook of my Riverside kitchen. I've left the cake.
Yeah.
Now, I thought I'd take influences from that dish, but not replicate it, because in these parts, people will be looking at me and checking to see that I'm doing it properly. So I've left the cooking behind, because now I'm cooking on my own. In this glorious setting, and it is an amazing place. Look at this Roman bridge. It's beautiful. So I'm going to then, first of all, toast off a few spices. There's similar spices that I put for the aubergine earlier, but I'm just going to taste a few of
You
them.
like bar
It's a really
sauce?
different dish, this, because it's going to use the tomatoes at its heart and
Yeah.
serve it with some beautiful dorado. It's glorious, glorious fish. This and pumpkin. Pumpkin like this, I couldn't resist. Look at these. It's absolutely glorious, this. Now I'm going to cut this into chunks. I'm going to barbecue it. Because pumpkin works amazing on barbecues, particularly with the Moorish influence. It's this with the coriander and the lemon and the tomato is going to work really well together. I'm quite conscious about the size of it, particularly the thickness. I want it to cook at the same time as this beautiful bit of fish. This is a nice little dorade over here. There's the spices. Then toasted up, you can see that sort of little bit of smokiness you get from the pan.
Next month we'll be getting another £300.
They're going to go into here. I'm just going to grind them down.
Do you get it? Yeah.
Meanwhile,
It says here, but not all benefits qualify for cash support. There's certain people on the dole won't get any money.
Together with all the amazing herbs that are from here as well. This is the first time on a trip really where we've come across some herbs in its abundance in the market. So I've got some parsley over here, I've got some coriander, mint. Take the whole lot and chuck it in the cavity like that, together with a few bits of these toasted spices. I'm going to put them on the outside so that it'll just burn. So coat it well in the oil, a bit of lemon juice, and then we can start to build this all up. I love these things. Let's take a nice little bit of fish.
Yeah.
Lovely pumpkin. Look at that. That's a picture, isn't it? Look at that. Glorious. Shut the lid. So we just put that straight onto the coals. A nice little pinch of salt. That's just going to gently cook now. It's going to cook the pumpkin, it's going to cook the fish, all at the same time. And as that's cooking, it's only going to take probably 6 minutes, something like that, to cook it all the way through. 3 minutes on either side.
If you claim one of the following benefits, you will not be eligible for cost of living payment. Attendance allowance, carers allowance, child benefit, disability living allowance, contributory new style employment and support allowance. I'll get that. I'll get a ESA, I think. Guardians allowance. Maternity allowance, personal independent payment.
Coriander. What you got your fish like that? Looking pretty good. We'll just turn it over. The other side. Now we're going to grind these herbs down to produce an oil.
Yeah, well, we're on PLP. We're not going to get that £300. But it says we won't get it.
Really good quality olive oil. Just going to grate my tomatoes now. We're going to make a nice little dressing with this. So again, pretty similar to the aubergines that we saw, it's kind of layering up these different flavours. So I've got this pulp and the juice. I'm going to flavour that fish with that.
Oh, here we go. What's this thing?
I've got my spices over here.
Yeah, I had last time, yeah.
The olive oil. Right, that's your little dressing, really. Kind of a garlic it is. To blend it in the process with olive oil.
I'm so pissed off because I can't find my gold ring.
Nice and simple.
It's in my house somewhere.
A lovely bit of fish. How good does that look? Look at that. Amazing thing for you. Look, straight on the barbecue like that. Just straight on the coals. It's just wonderful. Take a few pieces of this and leave the skin on as well.
Oh yeah, what's this? 6 ways you are automatically eligible for a blue badge to park. That's what I didn't get that. I never got that.
I love this little tomato pot with these spices. It just brings all this lot together. Got a lovely bit of fish. It can be juiced. So if you've had a history of abuse, yogurt. Yeah, like having it brought up and then giving it to other people. Lots around it as well. And then you've got this amazing, this vibrant colour.
elderly drivers and their families put into a difficult position by DVLA licensing rules. I haven't got the paperwork, but I got my card.
Notice that I've covered up the eyes. That's for our producer because he doesn't like eyes and fish. Anyway, there you have it. A beautiful dish to end on, really. Full of colour, full of flavour, and totally Moorish. Thanks, Cordova. You've been spectacular. I'll give it just 2.
Yeah.
And for more fun in the Spanish sunshine, head over to RTVX, where you can see all episodes of Gordon, Gino, and Fred Viva España.
Oh, if you've got dementia, you got to surrender your license.
We'll be back next this afternoon here on ITV1 with all new Tenable.
My dad had dementia. He was doing over 100 miles an hour down the M27. Yeah, I remember him going fast. He used to shit me up. But he had a Fiesta, a really fast Fiesta as well. No, it was a little turbo jobby. It was really fast. It was, honestly. But I mean, actually, my dad's partner had a daughter called Julie, and Julie fucking took all his money and his assets and everything. The car. It was parked on my mum's driveway, right? And they went over there to pick it up. Yeah, and I had a different. I was already driving. I had a different car, and I remember that family: Julie and Rachel White and fucking Barbara, the fucking slut, the old bag. Judy was a greedy bitch. Yeah. He was worth over £200,000, right? And me and my brothers, we had £8,000 each, and my daughter had £4,000, and that was it really. And the car got sold by Julie, the fucking dirty little slapper. Yeah, I know. I'm live. I forgot about that. Shit. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I've been live 5 hours and 46 minutes. Yeah. No, I'll be live until about 10 hours. I'll go live for about 10 hours at a time. Coming out. You're saying that again, aren't you? You're going to be gay, Gordy, aren't you? No, I'm not going to be gay. Not a chance. Yeah.
So let's go to today's team. It's 5 over par. Hello, 5 over par. Tell me about that team.
Hello, Warwick. We are 5 over par. We are 5 passionate golfers from Ludlow Golf Club in South Shropshire.
You got to get stickers off the wall, off the windows.
Let's play. Okay, 5 over par. It's time to release the first question. 10 sitcoms by the titles of their final episodes. So, Malcolm, as captain, you need to choose the best teammate for this one.
It's going to be Brendan.
Is it? Brendan, it's time to play Tenable. Hello, Brendan. Well, Warwick, how are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Fantastic. So what do you do, Brendan?
I work as a
It is 6:15.
pure water that obviously I use on that. But I can only carry a certain amount of the water. Or I get people saying, no, I'll give you that water. And that affects my equipment and then I have to buy new stuff. Yes, Gordon.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, if you come out here, I won't see you know this stuff. You know me, Gordon, yeah.
Will I come out? Oh my God.
When you come out, yeah. You told me when you're in Melbourne Lodge, yeah, that you like men more than women. And now you think you don't.
I'm not gay. I like men and women. But not for sex or nothing.
Brother, you just messed up, innit? Yeah. I got you on your live as well. I'm serving now. I got you.
Yeah. I'm bloody skin.
Tell me about it. I had to pay for the server, didn't I? The server cost me nearly as well.
I don't get paid until Tuesday. What day is it today? It's Thursday, right, I think. Yeah.
I don't get paid for the sleeping of like 3 or 5 weeks, or 4 weeks.
Yeah. I wish I could find that gold ring because then I'd be I'd go down and I'd pawn it again. But I don't know what the fuck it is.
I do have that. And technically I do have that. I got that in my pocket right now on my car. However,
Yeah.
the be aware bankruptcy is it could be healthier. I could definitely pay for the holiday. It's not an issue because I've got like 50 grand.
Yeah.
It's in a bank that I can't access the money on. So I've got 2 customers. One that owes me another system up there.
Yeah.
Then I've got this other guy here. So I generally owe him, well, I don't anymore. He owes me £18 out of right now. But generally right now, he owes me 18 quid.
Yeah.
He's overpaid. So come to me and saying that thing, you know, it depends on the weekend.
Yeah.
If it's Friday night, and Yorkshire Bank haven't cleared it. So when I looked it on Monday morning, it instantly, the accounting was telling me, look, it's overdue, send the debt, I looked, that was cleared. Yeah.
Not cleared.
No. You know, your payment takes about, it can take up to 3 days.
Yeah.
But it doesn't say anywhere on the thing saying it can take up to 3 days for a bank payment. Yeah.
I've got to wait 3 days for a refund on eBay.
They can take up to 3 days.
Yeah.
You know. It's one of them.
And they charge me postage. Cheeky fuckers. I just button, right? I'll press the button, refund, you know what I mean, all that shit. It printed the fucking things on the package. And then I realised I've been charged £4 something. Yeah, it was free post, £17.77. That's right. For a jacket. And all I got back was £14, and I'm going to get that for about 3 or 4 days. No, I just said I was too fat.
Yeah. So, right. So that's your fault. Yeah. So you should have said items not as described. They don't know what I'm about to pay for a return.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you've ordered the right size and you're certain you've ordered the right size, then that's down to you to make sure you know that you've ordered
I'm a fat bastard now. I am honestly, mate. I don't know how I managed to get fat. It was all the sections and sitting over Matt's Bakers. Don't go to Matt's Bakers, whatever you do. Yeah, I wasn't having takeaway food. I had KFC. I've had KFC for a while. They were in the newspapers. They had rats in their place.
You're not the store manager now, no? Who's the store manager? Hey! Does she got above you? Because it used to be Johnny. It used to be Johnny. Yeah, I know, that's about ages ago or something. Yes, it's up there. I know why. Why is it not say? Yeah, that's good. No, it's not budget with it. I don't understand what they're not even in order, that's the thing.
I got a phone call in Wakefield. Hello? 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 You're all right, mate. They didn't speak.
You're the £20 note.
Steve. We've been on the phone for 45 minutes. That's crazy, isn't it?
You know, I need to make another. I need to make £50.
You got to make 60 quid.
I'm going to make 50 quid. Otherwise, Carl and John's not getting paid. So it's just. I've got. Yeah. So that's good. I need to make another £50. Yeah. Or the BOS bankruptcy is going to be bankrupt.
Really?
Generally not. I could access my business account, which is and CP Media paid me today. So, because it's on Bing and told me that CP Media paid me. Because I had to send, for the first time ever, I had to send CP Media a invoice reminder.
Virgin Media.
GP Media.
Oh, GP Media.
They do like they advertising. They do advertising.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do the cleaning there. Because apparently it's easier just to get a cleaner.
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Ah. I'm just laying in my settee. My stomach's a bit dodgy. I'm not coming out. You say, when are you coming out? When are you going to be gay? No, I'm not going to be gay. No, no. When am I coming out of my shell? My shell is got a little door, and in that little door there's ladies, and they can come in if they want. I can't have sex at the moment because I'm fat. I've got to get rid of this belly. It's bloody terrible, mate. I was slim. I had a ponytail. Next door had sex with me. She locked me in her house, in her flat. Yeah. You're in my bed tonight. No, she talks to me like she's a fucking boss. You know what I mean? But she's not. She's a piece of shit. Yeah. Dirty old bag. Yeah, I know. Jane was alright. Well, I had sex with Jane. Jane came around my house and that was it. She was on it, you know, just like that. And we had fun, and she took me to Portugal for a holiday for 2 weeks. And she took me around garden centres for cups of tea and coffees and everything. Jane Crawford. Jane. She was all right. Yeah, she was quite nice, really. She was posh. She is quite posh. But next door, she's fucking terrible. Yeah. I'm glad she's got a man. She's got a little man, a little bloke. And he's all right. He's not too bad. But like I say, you know, fucking hell, I feel sorry for him, really. That's crazy. Yeah. I can't believe it. I'll tell you what, I'm not getting section no more. That's great, isn't it? Really? You've not been sectioned, have you? You've been sectioned 10 times. Bye, mate. Hey? All right, mate. Yeah. Yeah. Who's that? Huh? Yeah. He's shouting, isn't he? Oh, Alex. Oh, fuck him. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Mad, mate. Yeah.
Another one down here. There are some of these walls, but not as many as there is now. Down across the walls. Every street corner. Yeah. There's a truck getting street corner. I'll try. Try to explain to them. It's not my fault.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. I gotta find the jewelers, mate. Yeah, okay, mate. See you in a bit. Hello. Hello, Ben. You know, I've got the elephant ring. It's Gordon, 61 Cox Road. Well, I've got the two keeper rings, but I've lost the elephant ring somewhere. I don't know if it's in my home or I'll put it into the jewelers. All right, mate. Nothing at all, right? Okay. I've got to find it. It's around here somewhere. All right, then. That's great. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. That's Ben. Ben. Yeah, that's Ben. H&T pawnbrokers. Yeah, they're pretty cool. The ring is in here somewhere. But I mean, it could be in my clothes. I know I've been taking slimming tablets, right? So my finger is slimmer. And it's come straight off the finger. Well, I don't know where. I'm sure I heard it. But was I sleeping? I've got this bad feeling it's somewhere in this place, and I don't know where. I heard it drop. I'm sure I did. When I was asleep. When I was like, oh, I heard it. I'm sure I heard it drop. But where did it go? Fuck's sake. I've got nothing in the jewelers. I've got 2 gold rings on me. I've got my bracelet. The wedding ring, I sold it. The diamond ring, I sold that as well. And the friendship ring, I sold that as well. Oh, fucking hell. That's so annoying. I bet it's in some clothes somewhere. It's in a pocket or something. I must have picked it up and put it in a pocket or something. It could be under the settee, but I don't think it will be. It could have gone over there somewhere. But I've not seen it yet. Oh, what a pain in the ass that is. No one's been here. I'm just sat down and I just can't bother to fucking go looking and looking and looking and looking and looking. You know, it does my brain in. Look at that. Fizzy! Oh my God. What the fuck? Chewing gum in my bag. Oh, that's fucking terrible. Look. See that? Oh. Hello? Hello? Yeah, that's me, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. I've got no life insurance at all. I cancelled everything a long time ago. Yeah, I've got to pay off other debts. So I cancelled all life insurance and no, that's right, mate. Well, I'm not talking to my brothers. My mum's going to die soon, and let's see now. My daughter, I've not seen her for about 5 years. Well, I'm not working. I'm on a dole, so I'll probably go into a normal cemetery, you know, and be buried or whatever. Well, I mean, when you die, that's it. You got to go somewhere, haven't you? Yeah. But I don't even know where they are. You know, this is it. So I mean, I'll leave it. I think. Well, I've got one daughter, but I mean, I raised her. My mum actually got me sectioned. She didn't say much about my brothers who were drug dealers. My mum got me sectioned, and my daughter was my next of kin, and she was getting me out of section units. And she nearly got sectioned because they thought I was a doctor. It's absolute madness, mate, to be honest. But my daughter's got 2 grandchildren. You know, I'll see them one day. Yeah. I don't know, mate, to be honest. Yeah. I'm just on I'm on benefits at the moment, mate. I can't really afford much. Yeah. Yeah. I still owe £850 to my old bank, and I'm paying them £1 a month. You know, because I'm on benefits. I can't afford it at the moment, mate. Yeah. All right, mate. Cheers, then. Bye-bye. Life insurance. What the fuck? He's going to give me another call in a few months' time. I mean, what's their problem? I mean, Christ. When I'm dead, that's it. I'll be in a hole somewhere, or I might get burnt. I've already said to the fucking this is about the NHS, right? This is about bowel cancer. I told them to fuck off because I'm pissed off with the NHS. The bastards locked me up for 18 years. Shitty NHS, they're fucking rubbish. And life insurance is absolutely terrible. They phone everyone. Oh yeah, well, why don't you just give me £10 a month? Go on, give me £10 a month. Oh, fuck off, will ya? I'm looking at my shorts, right? There's a big bundle of shorts down there, right? And I'm thinking, if I go to the pockets, will I find a gold ring in the pocket? I've got loads of clothes on the settee. I've got loads of clothes on the floor. In the bedroom, there's loads of clothes. I've got to sell some clothes. because I can't see here, right? So I can't. I don't want to drive no more. But like I say, I mean, I wish I could do a boot sale. EastEnders tonight, Monday to Thursday, I think. But it's not on Friday. Let me just Google this. Google, where are you? Google, give me Google. Google, yeah. Is EastEnders on tonight? Yeah, it's on tonight. It's not on Fridays. Hang on, Sunday, 7 o'clock, BBC Three. Phil and Kat's wedding. Oh. Ted Baker. I didn't know I had this. What am I doing with this then? Oh well. Ted Baker. Let's put it on eBay. Hello? 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 Yeah, that's me, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. Who's Wolf, Jen? Boiler upgrade. Well, actually, have you spoke to Vivid Homes? Yeah, Vivid Homes. I've got a new boiler. Everything's fine. You wanker. Perfect. I'm going to sell clothes. I'm going to keep on selling clothes. Oh, I'm not talking to you now. I'm busy. Ted Baker. Right. Now for I'm made in Turkey. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that was good. Okay. Right now, just do it up. I don't know why I got this. I couldn't have bought this. I don't remember buying it. Bit of dust. Uh, um, uh, okay. It looks great. That's fucking blue. I'm looking at it and it's blue, right? In the picture, it's green. Look at that. That's green. Oh, size 5. That's probably an XL. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I reckon that's fucking. That's. Oh. Oh man, that's little. That's what weird. Oh. Right. This jacket is fucking. Why is that so fucking green? Hmm. Right. This is it. Now it's going on. Ted Baker. Where's eBay? eBay. Hang on. Hang on. I'll just go on eBay and see Ted Baker. Ted Baker t-shirt. 1 minute to go. £8. No bids. Ted Baker shirt. £7. Oh, Ted Baker jacket. I've just got an idea. I'll sell the jacket with this. Ted Baker. That's pretty good. Well, that's it now. Oh, come on. eBay. I'm for sale. Well, that's it. uh, oh. Oh, well. Oh, man. Oh, fuck it. $59.99. Buy it now. $89.99. Delivery. Um, Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's cool. Oh. There you go, that's a banging deal. So you get this, and you get this. Let's put that over there. A bit of Coke. Ted Baker all the way. That jacket's worth probably 50 quid. Maybe or 60, maybe 60, I don't know. So I'll put it with Ted Baker aftershave as well. So that's two Ted Baker deals for one deal. 89.99. I'm all right actually. I mean, I've got this, and I've got Jack Jones, 2 bottles of that. I've got some of this. This is nearly gone. Urban Spirit, actually Urban Elements, and I've got 2 bottles of Million, and I've got other stuff as well. I don't remember buying that jacket. I can't. I don't know why I got it here. I think I'll wear my night jacket. Fruits. Oh my god. 5:10. NHS is shit. Social services are shit. They stop working. They don't go out anywhere fucking after 5 o'clock. Hello. Oh, he's ended the call already. That's crazy.
Of Russell Brand's bawdy, edgy, rude humour because they were trying to attract a younger audience, and it was working, and his star was in the ascendancy. That broadcast was only a few weeks after his Hollywood film Forgetting Sarah Marshall had been released. He was still in LA because he was making another film with Adam Sandler. So this was almost exactly what they were wanting. But 4 months later, another pre-recorded show ended his time at Radio 2. That was when he and Jonathan Ross left abusive messages on the answering machine of the actor Andrew Sachs. And an industry regulator, Ofcom's investigation into that called out the BBC's serious flaws when it came to compliance. And a BBC investigation at the time into what became known as Saxgate did not bring up the incident or the alleged incident about which we're talking today. It is worth pointing out, though, this is a wider industry issues because at the moment there are 2 investigations looking into Russell Brand's time hosting a spin-off show from Big Brother on Channel 4.
Colin Patterson, thank you. 5 people from Bulgaria who've been living in the UK are to be charged with spying for Russia. The 3 men and 2 women, aged between 29 and 45, will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court next week. Our correspondent Daniel De Simone reports.
Accused of spying in the UK for Russia. 5 citizens of the former communist bloc state, Bulgaria, including this woman, Katrin Ivanova, who ran courses on British values for immigrants. The 5 defendants are alleged to have worked in a Russian spy cell, carrying out surveillance on targets, perceived enemies of Russia, here in London and in Europe. Businessman Orlin Rusev is accused of running the operations and passing information to Moscow. His home was this seaside guest house in Norfolk, where he's alleged to have forged passports for the spy cell. It is alleged the group posed as journalists using fake identity cards during one spying operation in Europe. Biza Jambazov and Katrin Ivanova lived as a couple in a series of houses in London suburbs. The pair told neighbours they worked in healthcare jobs. They ran a Bulgarian community organisation and promoted it online. Vanya Gabarova, an award-winning beautician, ran a beauty business and was a judge at eyelash competitions. 3 of the defendants were charged earlier in the year with possessing fake identity documents for 9 different countries. All 5 defendants will appear in court next week. Police are spending a growing amount of time on investigations into suspected espionage involving Russia. The concern follows notorious incidents like the fatal Salisbury nerve agent attack 5 years ago. Daniel De Simone, BBC News.
Now, for the first time in almost 2 years, the Bank of England has decided not to raise interest rates, holding them at 5.25%. Their decision was a surprise. And if you look at this graph, you can see what has been happening since the financial crash in 2008. Very low interest rates until the end of 2021, when they rose sharply month after month. The big question is this the peak? Our economics editor Faisal Islam has more.
At its development near Grimsby, the slow burn impact of a relentless series of rate rises is hitting home and hitting house building in particular.
A small development like this for us, 12 bungalows, would normally be fully reserved very early on in the build. However, even though inquiries are coming in at high levels every week, reservations have been very, very slow and impacted massively.
A hold in interest rates goes down well in this sector.
Very welcome news. Very welcome news. It will create some confidence in the market and hopefully kickstart some sales again.
In just over 2 years, rates have risen 14 times as the world tries to cope with a series of inflationary shocks. Other nations across the world have also raised rates sharply, but are now on pause too. But new inflationary clouds linger in the oil market, with the price heading back up to levels last seen just after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Governor, is this decision to pause rate rises a turning point?
Well, it's a point when we've stopped tightening because we've had very good news this week on the inflation front. Very welcome news. We can see that inflation was coming down, but this week's news is good because it's a sign that we've had more than we expected, and that's very good. But of course, the job's not done yet. We can't be complacent about this.
This is a pause, at least, in the sharpest series of interest rate rises we've seen in a generation. It was a knife-edge decision reflecting the very delicate tightrope between inflationary pressures on the one hand and the overall health of the economy. And while if things remain as they are, we should expect that this could be the peak in interest rates, the central expectation of forecasters is that they'll remain around this level for some time to come, which offers some respite for borrowers from further rises. Just don't expect a cut in rates anytime soon. Even at this level, rates affect not just borrowers, but renters like Paige too, forced to live with her parents as landlords sell up and rents surge.
Yeah, skyrocketed because I moved into my last flat just a year ago, and I think the average was around £700, but nowadays you're looking at £1,000 to share with strangers, so it's skyrocketed for sure. Yeah.
For those in the housing market impacted by ever-rising borrowing costs, today will be some relief, but it's far from the end of the matter. Faisal Islam, BBC News.
Well, the hikes in interest rates over the last few years followed a decade of historically low borrowing costs, and they have been felt keenly by many people. Our cost of living correspondent Coletta Smith reports from a mortgage brokers in Selby in North Yorkshire.
Interest rate announcements didn't used to be this nerve-wracking.
And in fact, they have decided to hold. They have held the bank rate.
But for everyone here, it's been a pleasant surprise.
It's going to be good news for once to tell people. Anyone sat on a tracker or a variable today with today's news, they're going to be glad that the payment's not going up this month. But from a fixed point of view, things are starting to come down, a lot more favourable towards anyone looking at remortgaging or buying.
It's really exciting to actually watch the house get built.
It's reassured Rob, who's moving into a bigger new build soon. But his new mortgage payments will still be much higher than he'd hoped.
When we started our property search, we were looking, we had a budget in mind, and it's definitely sort of pushed us towards the lower end of that budget. We've got a little boy, and that's what we want to do. We want to go on holidays, want to do nice things and have nice days out with him. And to have to cut back on those things, because we feel like we need to move, we need a bigger house, it's frustrating and disappointing.
If you've already got an agreement in principle or a mortgage offer, it's worth checking again to see if you could get that at a cheaper rate now. But on the other hand, if you've got savings, it's worth thinking about locking in at the moment if banks are expecting that base rate to begin to fall. You can find out more information on the BBC News Tax Together pages. Look at the mortgage calculator there to see how your mortgage might be affected. Even at current rates, this free debt advice centre is fielding more calls than ever.
1 in 4 homeowners that contact us are already in arrears with their mortgage payments. Between now and the end of the year, there'll be over 500,000 fixed rate deals ending. And for those customers, they're going to see a significant rise in payments. It's £400 is likely.
So while today's announcement is ringing in a change, current rates are still very hard for many to manage. Coletta Smith, BBC News in Selby.
The time is 6:15, our top story this evening. Fresh allegations tonight as a woman tells the BBC that Russell Brand exposed himself to her, then laughed about it minutes later on his BBC Radio 2 show.
Je suis flatté d'avoir été invité par les présidents de vos deux chambres à parler ici
Très bien. Making history. King Charles becomes the first British monarch to address the French Parliament.
On South today, coming up at 6:30. Cleared for takeoff. The controversial runway extension officially opens at Southampton Airport. And energetic in their 80s, national hockey trials for England's octogenarians.
The 92-year-old media mogul Rupert Murdoch says he is retiring as the chairman of Fox and News Corp, which are Sun and Times newspapers. His son, Lachlan, will take over. In a letter to staff, he said he would still take an active interest in the companies and what he called the daily contest of ideas, as Mark Easton reports.
Even at the age of 92, Rupert Murdoch is regarded by many as the most powerful person on the planet, rumoured to be able to change governments, making or destroying political careers without ever having to win a vote from anyone. As the billionaire head of the media giant News Corp, Murdoch's influence on Britain has been profound for more than half a century. The TV series Succession was a thinly veiled take on the Murdoch dynasty and the family's battles to take over control of the global business. Now we have a new episode, and it's real. Rupert is stepping away from the seat at the head of the table. His son Lachlan, seen here on the left, will take the reins. In a statement today, Rupert Murdoch said, "Our companies are in robust health, as am I. We have every reason to be optimistic about the coming years. I certainly am, and plan to be here to participate in them. In my new role, I can guarantee you that I will be involved every day in the contest of ideas."
It's going to affect British media. I very much doubt whether The Sun will be a print product within a couple of years. There'll be other difficult decisions, which I imagine, Rupert will want to hand on to somebody else. There is absolutely no point in saying, Lachlan, you're the chairman, and you turn out to be the chief operating officer.
Murdoch was born in Australia, and at the age of 21, he took over the running of The News, a small Adelaide newspaper his journalist father had owned before his death in 1952. The young Rupert was hooked on the idea of becoming a press mogul. He bought more Australian titles and then took over the News of the World and The Sun in Britain, turning them both into market leaders. Later, he'd acquire Times newspapers too. Murdoch took on the newspaper industry's powerful print unions, moving his titles away from Fleet Street and disrupting the media industry with new technology and new ideas. His empire expanded into the US and into the wider broadcasting sphere. Murdoch's influence became legendary, courted by many UK prime ministers.
I'm not hiding behind an editor and saying, no, I have nothing to do with the policy or whatever. I do get involved in it, and I don't make a secret of it.
Despicable. That's how Millie Dowler's parents have reacted after police.
But in 2011, it was alleged Murdoch's News of the World had illegally hacked the phone of a young murder victim, as well as celebrities, politicians, and members of the royal family. The paper was forced to close in a scandal that still echoes through News Corp to this day.
Rupert Murdoch's place in history will be written by his competitors and by his supporters, so it'll be completely binary. His legacy will be incredibly positive in those papers that he owns, and very negative in those that he does not.
The passing of the baton has long been expected, but this moment is no less significant for that. When the Downing Street switchboard announces Rupert's on the line, prime ministers may no longer feel.
Right, but have they got the money?
They have to take the call. Mark Easton, BBC News.
Our North America correspondent John Sudworth is outside Fox News headquarters in New York, one of the world's biggest media figures, stepping back at the age of 92. What do you think of his impact?
Well, Sophie, at the age of 92, this moment had long been anticipated, of course, but when it came, the stepping down of somebody who is arguably the world's most powerful and controversial media tycoons has still come as a bit of a shock to start here at Fox News headquarters, as well as other offices across his empire. In a statement to staff, he described his son Lachlan as a passionate and principled leader who would take the companies into the future. And of course, attention will now focus on his legacy. As we heard in Mark's report there are those for whom his revolutionising of the media industry makes him a hero, but there will also be those focusing
on some of the scandals and setbacks. The phone hacking scandal in the UK, of course, as well as more recently those unfounded claims of a rigged election here in America, for which Fox News recently had to pay $800 million. But Mr. Murdoch remained bullish to the end. In that note to staff, he said that he was a change maker and an outsider, and he described himself over his career as sometimes having felt like the skunk at the tea party.
The public inquiry into the Post Office information technology scandal has resumed this week and is focusing on one of the most high-profile cases. Lee Castleton, a former sub-postmaster, was made bankrupt by the Post Office after a 2-year legal battle. He was one of the hundreds of workers accused of accounting discrepancies. Now, 17 years on, he is hoping to get some answers about what went wrong. Our business correspondent Emma Simpson reports.
The only thing that I'm looking for is some accountability, somebody to actually say, yeah, that was bad, that really was bad. We shouldn't have done that.
Lee Castleton is gearing up for a big day. He's always refused to accept that he was responsible for the losses at his post office in Bridlington. He believed the Horizon computer terminal was to blame. Now his case is in the spotlight at the post office inquiry. Hi, Lee.
Hi.
Nervous? Excited?
No, not really. The evidence I shall give.
He's about to come face to face with the solicitor who acted for the post office in his case. Stephen Dilley is facing questions now.
Is there anything that you would like to say to Mr. Castleton or to his family?
No, there isn't.
Do you consider that you bear some responsibility for what happened to Mr. Castleton?
I'm satisfied that I acted and my firm acted professionally and politely and appropriately at all times.
He was quizzed about an allegation that he said the post office would ruin Lee.
It just doesn't sound at all like something I would say. It makes me sound like a Vinnie Jones character from an East End gangster film. It's just not at all who I am.
The inquiry was shown this email from Mr. Dilley to the post office after they'd won the case. We have a good judgment, he said, which helps us to defend the Horizon system.
Do you accept that that was, in fact, their main goal?
It became a goal. It became their main goal that they were willing to have litigate to send the message that they would stand firm.
That wasn't a surprise for Lee when I caught up with them at the end. What did you make of that then?
Yeah, exactly what I expected.
You didn't get an apology?
I didn't expect one or want one.
But Lee hopes today can at least mark another step towards the end. Emma Simpson, BBC News, Central London.
To France now, where King Charles was given a standing ovation as he addressed the French Senate in Paris.
I'll tell you what, right? I was a piano man working for RHP Pianos in Somerset in London. All the families really happy. Do you know what? The Dutch Embassy, I carried a piano upstairs in the Dutch Embassy and they never said thank you or nothing. They don't give a shit.
A king making history. Today, Charles III became the first British monarch to address both houses of the French Parliament from the Senate chamber.
Nous nous sommes battus côte à côte.
In French and in English, he spoke of a shared vision, describing events in Ukraine as horrifying and stressed the power of governments working together to fight climate change.
Just as we stand together against military aggression, so must we strive together to protect the world from our most existential challenge of all, that of global warming, climate change, and the catastrophic destruction of nature.
There was a standing ovation for a king here to revitalise the Entente Cordiale. There's been an ease and informality between the Queen and the President's wife, Brigitte Macron. At France's National Library, they launched a new literary prize. And the Queen spoke in what she described as slightly rusty French, praising the power of books and writers.
Même s'il est vrai que nous apprécions véritablement la Bible et Shakespeare,
At every turn here, there are memories of the late Queen. Today, her son visited a central Paris flower market named after her. And at Notre Dame, with the Macrons, the royal couple met those who fought to save the cathedral after the devastating fire 4 years ago. In the Parisian drizzle, they saw the renovation work currently underway. The state visit has come at the same time as France hosts the Rugby World Cup.
Well, we've got a day off today.
In a break from training at a fans' village, the King chatted to Welsh rugby player Dan Biggar. It's a visit that's been all about friendship and unity, except maybe when it comes to table tennis. Then it was the French who had the upper hand.
Well, the table tennis might not have gone to plan, but the mood around this trip has been positive and optimistic. There's been a focus on finding and funding solutions to climate change. So these political decisions back home around green policy haven't been brilliantly timed. However, a year into the role, the King was just not going to get openly involved in UK politics during a state visit to France. And tomorrow, the royal couple leave here in Paris and head south to Bordeaux for the final day of their visit. Sophie.
Daniela Ralph, thank you. 10 days of top-level golf tee off tomorrow, starting with the Women's Solheim Cup in Spain. Europe are hoping for a third win in a row over the USA. That'll be followed by the Men's Ryder Cup. The two tournaments aren't usually played in the same year. This is the first time they'll be back-to-back, something the organisers have been criticised for not making more of, as Jane Dougal reports.
Come on, Europe!
There's something special about Solheim this year. Europe are favourites. They're on home soil, they're back-to-back winners, and they have a charismatic captain.
I really can't wait to see our players go out there and really showcase how good European golf is at this point in stage.
5 of the world's top 20 are in the team, including England's Charlie Hull. Vice-captain Dame Laura Davies has played in more Solheim Cups than anyone. She agrees this is the strongest side Europe's produced.
I think from player 1 to player 12, then they're all superstars, but there's no standout players because they're all as good as each other.
One of the highlights is the fans, with both sets equally devoted.
This is our 6th, and this is probably the strongest team on paper. And they're young and they're up for it.
I think we're going to do all right. Confidence from the USC.
Yes, most definitely, most definitely.
5 rookies have been selected by American captain Stacey Lewis, who at 38 is the youngest US captain in Solheim Cup history. So inexperience isn't really a concern for her, and she's had bigger issues to contend with. COVID has meant the Ryder Cup is also in Europe in the same year. Lewis feels that should have been capitalised on.
I thought this could have been marketed together as two weeks in Europe, 2 cups for play. You know, I think it was a missed opportunity for the sport of golf.
Lewis's counterpart, Suzanne Petterson, is known to be ruthless. In 2019, she holed the winning putt at Glen Eagles to take the Solheim Cup. Now she hopes to lead this team to an historic 3rd consecutive win. Jane Dougal, BBC News, Andalusia.
Before the weather, it's been a big week in politics. Here is what is coming up tonight on Question Time with Fiona Bruce.
This week, the Prime Minister has scaled back on his green policy commitments. He clearly believes it will please voters, but is he right? Question Time is in Ipswich to find out. We're live on iPlayer at 8 o'clock and on BBC One after the 10 o'clock news.
Right now, though, here is Chris Fawkes with the weather. Chris.
Hi, Sophie. Well, we've had quite an unsettled day today. Some strong winds across Scotland and Northern Ireland with some persistent outbreaks of rain. But for England and Wales, it's been a day of sunny spells and passing showers. I'll take a look at the radar pitch. You can see the rain still affecting Scotland and Northern Ireland. England and Wales still having showers. But look at this line of storms that are developing at the moment across northern France. The thing is, these are just a little bit more organised than the computers think. So we could see some fairly heavy downpours going into parts of Sussex, Kent, the eastern half of Greater London, eastern areas of East Anglia. The rain may be even heavy enough to cause some localised surface water flooding impacts. Temperatures overnight for most areas just dipping down into single figures. And then tomorrow, we're looking at a similar kind of weather day. Showers to start off with across northern and western areas of the country. The best of the sunshine for East Scotland, central and eastern England, eastern parts of Wales. But come the afternoon, a shower or two could break out pretty much anywhere. And some of those, again, could be heavy with a bit of thunder mixed in. Our temperatures are quite near to average for this stage of September, ranging from around 14 to 18 degrees Celsius. Now, I do have some better news as we look at the forecast into the weekend. This ridge of high pressure building in ahead of the next weather system that's lurking in the Atlantic. So what that means is it should be a fine start to the day. Most of us seeing some sunshine on Saturday. Things will cloud over in the southwest later on. You might see an odd bit of drizzle here and probably some rain arriving in Northern Ireland, but really quite late on in the day. And for most of the day, the weather looks fine with some sunshine and dry conditions. Temperatures for most about 14 to 17 degrees Celsius. Then we see a return of wet and windy weather conditions for the second half of the weekend. And next week does look quite unsettled. For the most part, it's very mild. Temperatures running around 2 or 3 degrees above average. Sophie.
Chris, thank you very much. And that's it from the BBC News at 6. It's time now for the news where you are. Goodbye.
Thank you, Sophie. Coming up on tonight's South Today.
You're under arrest on suspicion of rape.
A man's jailed for raping a teenager in a city centre park in Southampton. We hear the survivor's story.
I was really scared, frightened. He's not seeing the light of day for a long time.
We also hear from the police who helped bring her attacker to justice, also in tonight's programme. Cleared for takeoff, the controversial runway extension officially opens at Southampton Airport. 26 years after the club almost folded, Brighton prepares for its first European fixture. And singing from the same hymn sheet, the Ukrainian choirs combining for a special concert. Good evening, I'm Anjana Gandgill. A man's been jailed for 8 years and 4 months for raping a teenager in the bushes of a city centre park in Southampton in February. So-called strange rapes are rare, but Rosario Raquel dos Reis attacked the woman, who was 19 years old at the time, repeatedly at around 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Our Home Affairs correspondent Nikki Mitchell has spoken to her and to the woman who came to her rescue during her attack. And I should warn you that some people might find the details in Nikki's report upsetting.
I had a really bad feeling. I kind of had a feeling about what was going to happen. Like, there was a part of me that was like, this is not looking good. Once he kind of clocked me, he picked her up and moved her further into the bushes. And that kind of rang alarm bells.
He was interrupted after he had raped and sexually assaulted her on multiple occasions.
It was around 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning in February. Olivia had gone out for a walk in Southampton city centre to try and sober up after a night out. Olivia's not her real name. All rape victims have a lifetime right to anonymity. She asked a passerby called Rosario Raquel dos Reis what the time was. Minutes later, he raped her. She was still feeling very drunk.
I was really scared, frightened. I didn't really know what to do. I mean, I could barely even stand up at this point. Like, no point trying to run away, because he had me gripped anyway, on my arms, and then he ended up taking me into the park, and that's where all the attacks happened, in that park. And that's when there'd be people kind of noticing. That's when he would walk me to somewhere else.
So there were a number of opportunities for people to have intervened, and they passed you by.
There was plenty of strangers. Only one person actually stopped and helped. She was great, honestly. I don't know what would have happened if she didn't come over, to be honest. I hung around and she was on her back and I could see her move her leg. But it was literally like dead weight, and that's when I thought, this isn't right. I was very drunk at that time, very vulnerable. I was passing out during it. It was scary to approach because I didn't know how he was going to react. I didn't know if he had a weapon on him, but the one thing I thought about was if it was me, I would want someone to stop. I called out and asked if everything was okay, and he said, everything's fine. And that's when she sat up and just made this kind of like cutthroat movement and mouthed help. So I said, I'm phoning the police, and he just walked off. So I was really quite shocked. And she ran over to me and just literally clung to me for ages till the police got there.
999 call to control centre. We have a suspect that's left the scene, so officers will be deployed straight to the victim, which they were, and then we had officers then deployed to locate the suspect. So CCTV played a massive part. They managed to track him to the coach station where he was detained, and then from there he's arrested. He's off the streets.
You're under arrest. You do not have to say anything, but it may only depend.
Rosario Race was 27 at the time and living in Southampton after moving here a few years ago from East Timor.
Will help with sentencing.
DC Laura Cook was in charge of the police investigation, while PC Nicole Hamilton, who's trained to support victims, was Olivia's main point of contact. They're part of Operation Amberstone, Hampshire's dedicated sex attack unit.
I remember walking to the office and someone said, "Don't take your coat off, you need to go straight out." So I went to see her and she was still with uniformed officers at the time. I don't think anything had sunk in for her. So I'd introduced myself, and that's when I started speaking about the forensics. And for someone that has never sort of been through that process or understands that process, it's really scary. And initially, I think she was so overwhelmed, she wasn't actually able to go through it on the day. So the next day, I remember ringing her, and luckily she was so brave. I feel like she was in a much better place the next day. Obviously, her seen family had that support, so she was able to go through the medical.
Persuading sex attack victims like Olivia to stick with an investigation through the months or even years it can take to get offenders to court is not easy, and giving evidence in front of a jury can be daunting.
It has been in the past extremely difficult to get some of these cases successful convictions. But I think we're getting more cases charged and confidence is growing. And there was a moment where we did think that the victim in this case may not have the courage or strength to see it through. But with the right support, she was there.
It was very scary, but there was plenty of support around me. It would have been a lot harder not to do something about it, because I would have been stuck with that feeling of guilt of not reporting it in case there was another girl. It was completely worth it. He's not seeing the light of day for a long time.
Good for her. She, obviously the last time she saw him, he had the power. This time she's had the power, and without the bravery of people going to court, then these people are still going to be on the streets.
When sentencing Race to 8 years and 4 months in jail, the judge told him he had taken advantage of Olivia, who'd been particularly vulnerable, alone, isolated, and unable to resist. He warned him there was a strong likelihood he would be deported. Nikki Mitchell, BBC South Today.
And if you've been affected by the issues in Nikki's report, there's information and support available via the BBC Action Line. Southampton Airport's new extended runway has been officially opened. The airport faced strong opposition on environmental grounds, but argued its future and thousands of jobs depended on it. The longer runway means it can handle fully laden holiday flights to Mediterranean destinations. Our transport correspondent Paul Clifton has more.
Here's how the runway looked before work started. Grass in front of the northern boundary fence. And this is how it looks now. 164 metres of new tarmac on the end of the existing runway.
To put that distance into context, let's go for a walk, starting now. It takes just over 1.5 minutes.
Standing by, a Spitfire. The Southampton-built aircraft made its maiden flight from here. A ribbon cutting with the aviation minister. Minister, this is a difficult choice, extending a runway at a time when you're trying to decarbonise.
The government is really, really clear. One can decarbonise aviation without cutting back on flying. We proved that in the Jet Zero strategy. Here in Southampton, it's fantastic that this short extension means that we can get huge economic benefits.
The extension was controversial. It took local councillors 16 hours of heated debate to approve it. A difficult choice for a council that had declared a climate emergency.
They're going to increase the number of flights of the heavier, noisier planes. Their message is we're not going to increase the number of flights, but they're going to change the profile. So we're going to have a lot more A320s, that sort of size plane, which are much, much noisier than the planes that have been traditionally flying from Southampton.
The airport can now handle fully laden holiday flights to Mediterranean destinations, perhaps as far away as the Greek islands or North Africa, using the sort of aircraft flown by EasyJet or Ryanair. As yet, no airline has signed up for these longer sunshine flights.
We're hoping that we're going to get more routes, that we're going to get more airlines, but we have to do that sympathetically, and we have to do it with the understanding that there are people who have objections on the grounds of noise and the environment.
Deciding to approve this longer runway was a huge local issue over 3 years. The airport is hoping airlines will move in starting next spring.
And Paul Clifton joins me now. And Paul, this was a huge local issue, won eventually by people who wanted to see more flights.
Yeah, it really mattered, Anjana. 46,000 people will now be affected by aircraft noise, 46,000 more than before in Southampton, in Winchester, in Eastleigh. The airport expects to carry 800,000 passengers this year. If that sounds a lot, it's still less than half the pre-COVID level.
But this was about more than just local noise concerns.
Yeah, on one level, it was a conflict between local jobs, more holiday choices against noise pollution from more bigger aircraft. On another level, it was about drawing a line in shifting sands. It was economic benefits against long-term decarbonisation, against a growing acceptance that addressing climate change also means travelling less. And as yesterday's government announcements about climate change targets showed, this is an area where public opinion is still fluid.
Paul, thank you very much. A man's been arrested on suspicion of murder more than a month after a man died outside a church. The 52-year-old was found by paramedics near Fremantle United Reformed Church on Shirley Road in August, with his death initially being treated as unexplained but not suspicious. The 52-year-old man arrested has since been released on conditional bail. Detectives investigating a fire at a block of flats in Oxford have revealed they found a body. Firefighters were called to Donington Park Road early yesterday morning. The cause of the fire is under investigation, and police say they're treating the death as unexplained, but are not looking for anyone else in connection with the incident. A brand new psychiatric intensive care unit for teenagers is due to open in Oxford next week. The 8-bed unit at the Warneford Hospital has been specially designed for 13 to 18-year-olds in the Thames Valley who are experiencing an acute mental health crisis. The facility is the only one in the south outside of London and will enable young people to receive specialist help closer to home.
It's for those young people who are really struggling with their mental health and are at high risk either to themselves or to other young people. And it's an ability for them to come into hospital, get the treatment that they need in a beautiful environment with really good staff and an exciting treatment programme, and have a short period of time here before they're either going home back to where they live or stepping down to a unit that's less intensive than here.
A role model, a mentor and a friend. That's how people in Sussex have today been remembering the murdered police officer Matt Ratner ahead of the 3rd anniversary of his death. Sergeant Ratner, who was shot and killed by a man who'd smuggled an antique revolver into a custody centre in 2020, was a highly respected rugby coach. Today, members of the foundation set up in his name to provide sporting opportunities for others started a charity walk to remember him, passing by some of his favourite places.
Our memories of Matt, because obviously we've come from different parts of his life, and sharing anecdotes, talking about him, and I'd like to think he'd be pretty happy with what we're doing here, and to have him with us, I feel in some ways that he is with us. Spirits are high.
Thank you for watching BBC South Today. Still to come on tonight's programme, lots of sport, including an historic night for Brighton's men, plus energetic in their 80s, national hockey trials for England's octogenarians. The Ukrainian choirs of Portsmouth, Petersfield and Havant are coming together to perform at the New Theatre Royal in Portsmouth for a special concert in aid of their homeland. They were formed after Ukrainians were forced from their country after the invasion by Russian forces. Money raised from ticket sales will go towards a charity which provides medical supplies. Minrit Kaur joined final rehearsals ahead of tomorrow night's concert.
The aim of the choir is to bring these women together to create a support system and a sense of community.
I miss my family every day, and it's not only family. It's your homeland, it's your home, your own place that you created for many years. It's your friends, it's your community. I miss that a lot.
Most of the ladies have never sung before they join the choir. Today is one of the final rehearsals before the concert, and they have created a special song about the war in Ukraine. Їде козак з України, hey, 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 соколи. All money raised from ticket sales will go to a Ukrainian charity.
Насправді, we have really high hopes for this concert because we eager to support Ukrainian women here in Portsmouth, and also we're really eager to support people in Ukraine in order to give some additional support. Наших захисників.
Від матері до долі, від батька і до сина, воля росте у горі, і множить нашу силу, квітуча і зерниста.
Unfortunately, every one of us has sad story to tell. We all have different stories. I moved to the UK because of the war, and my family were forced to stay at home.
Hey, hey,
very nice feeling when you sing and when you can share this with your friends, you know, and have this feeling of home.
The performance will be held at the New Theatre Royal in Portsmouth. Minrit Kaur, BBC South Today.
Now, Lewis Coombs joins me with the sport, and what a big night for Brighton and Hove.
Yeah, what a big night. The last couple of seasons has been fantastic, isn't it? Upwards and trajectory. And I guess tonight is the latest step in this journey. And it's for the first time in their 122-year history, Brighton and Hove Albion will play European football this evening as they welcome Greek side AEK Athens to the Amex. It's just the latest step on an incredible journey for a club that nearly folded 26 years ago.
Protests are more high profile and the fans are losing patience.
Well, we're just sick to death of what's going on down there. It's ridiculous.
We've hoped that somebody would do something. That's the only way.
There are probably now more fans on the outside than there are on the inside.
The game against Doncaster was the final one to be held at the Goldstone ground before it was demolished. Now team and fans face a do-or-die battle at Hereford, the one club below Brighton in the 3rd division.
For Ferguson, he'll hit it and score!
26 years later, and even the most optimistic Albion fan is now rubbing their eyes with disbelief with how far the club has come. A new stadium, a top 6 finish in the Premier League, and now European football.
We came here today for European football. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I can't describe it. I feel like a kid at Christmas.
We've got the best manager in the world, and it's just constantly going up and up at the moment, and we're just going to enjoy it.
To be the first to do anything for a club is special, and so our fans have waited a long time for this moment. Hopefully, we can get the result that we all want, and we get the 3 points.
Among the crowd will be lifelong Albion fan John, and when the draw was made, he was having his.
I don't know football. Football is shit. I hate football. Oh no, come on. This guy's a wanker. Oh, what's this?
Period since 1968, and not far off its average rainfall as well. Let's take a look at your weather pictures. John Whelan captured a fog bow this morning between Shapwick and Spetsbury in Dorset.
Brendan Gould photographed a rainbow and the Sandbanks chain ferry.
And Claus sent us this picture of a funnel cloud. That was in Longstock in Hampshire.
So it's been a pretty mixed bag today. We've had some sunshine, but also some sharp showers in places. This picture of the sunny spells was photographed in Worthing by Worthing Wendy earlier on today. And another of our weather watchers, Sunseeker, captured the blue skies in Oxford. So tomorrow we will see some sunshine, more likely through the morning, but scattered showers will develop through the afternoon, and they could be on the heavy side, the outside chance of some thunder and lightning. The showers this afternoon will fade away overnight tonight. They'll clear eastwards. Areas of cloud for eastern areas, clearer skies the further west you are. 1 or 2 mist patches under the clear skies, and a low of 6 to 7 Celsius. Now tomorrow there will be plenty of sunshine and a lot of dry weather during the morning. As the day progresses, we'll see that cloud building on that northwesterly breeze, bringing some scattered showers dotted about. They could be on the heavy side, and temperatures will be a little bit lower tomorrow because of that northwesterly breeze. A fresher feeling day with a high of 15 to 18 Celsius. So for the coastal forecast tomorrow between Selseybill and Lyme Regis, the winds are west or northwest 3 to 5, and the sea state is occasionally moderate. Tomorrow night, all the showers will disappear, as will the cloud. Mist may form in places, some fog patches as well. And it's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow night with a low of 5 to 6 Celsius. So we start the day on Saturday with a lot of sunshine. As the day progresses ahead of this weather front out in the Atlantic, we will see increasing cloud through Saturday afternoon, but the bulk of the day should stay mainly dry. And in fact, much of the weekend at the moment should be mainly dry. Let's take a look at the outlook for the rest of the week. So through the day tomorrow, some showers will develop through the afternoon. They could become frequent in a few places, but they will be very much hit and miss. Some areas could stay dry altogether. The weekend as a whole should be mainly dry. Saturday's a cooler feeling day with light winds, sunny in the morning, but clouding over in places as we head through the afternoon. And into Sunday, at the moment, mainly dry. There's still a little bit of uncertainty, but we will see areas of cloud develop during the course of the day as well, and a high of 19 Celsius. Into next week, to start the week, mainly dry Monday and Tuesday with sunny spells. Over the next few days, yes, we'll have some showers tomorrow, but the weekend, it's not too bad.
Not too bad, Alexis, but how about tomorrow lunchtime?
Maybe some showers, but I think it should be mainly dry for filming.
I'm going kite foiling tomorrow for Eastney. Is it going to be all right?
Yeah, breezy, not too bad.
You need some good waterproof weather clothes.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah.
Edward Salt's here at 10:30. That's it from us. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night. Welcome to breakfast.
Thanks for joining us.
Whoa!
Hello.
Good morning. Morning, Donny.
Hey there.
I'm so excited. Right, let's go live. Let's see.
Oh, thank you.
Making you laugh at everything you're doing.
Well, it's going to be a glorious day today.
Happy rush hour, everybody.
I'd just like to thank BBC Breakfast.
Start your day the BBC Breakfast way on BBC One and iPlayer.
Blankety Blank is back, hosted by yours truly, yes, me, Blackie Walsh, with our incredible celebrity panel, and of course our eager contestants. Well, it's one of the contestants me 10 years ago. Do you do yoga, Amina?
Absolutely not. Blankety Blank starts Saturday at 9:35 on BBC One and iPlayer. Seven days to sort a family of 7. Top decluttering tips with Stacey Solomon here in an hour. Now though, I'm live, they're live, it's a lively Thursday on BBC One.
Hello and welcome to your Thursday Run Show, live on BBC One and iPlayer with Roman Cat.
And Alex Jones. Now, in just 2 days' time, these Strictly contestants will take to the ballroom for their first live performance of the competition.
And among them are former British tennis champ Annabel Croft and her partner Johannes Ragabay. Now then, later in the show, they'll be revealing for the first time, won't they, the song and the dance that they'll be performing this weekend.
Yeah, and when it comes to dance, one style that apparently even some Strictly pros struggle with.
And Roman Kent struggles with
tap.
What's that?
This is why I don't do it. Anyway, later, Karen Howard puts her skills to the test as she finds out why it's becoming a big hit in communities all across the country.
Plus, from climbing an active volcano to scaling a 300-foot tower, Nick Knowles tells us about his new adventure series, including why he was reduced to tears. Poor Nick on his travels.
And one man who knows all about adventures is Bear Grylls. Now, later we'll see the moment he goes undercover to surprise a very special scout leader in tonight's One Big Thank You. It's great.
I'm not sure about the beard. And don't forget to send in your questions and comments on anything you see in tonight's show.
But first, we're starting with an exclusive look behind the scenes at the special search and rescue mission taking place in North Africa.
Yes, the region has seen 2 natural disasters this month alone. And when events like this happen, a team of firefighters are ready to rush to their aid.
When a devastating earthquake struck the Atlas Mountains near Marrakesh and destroyed entire villages, 62 British firefighters specialising in search and rescue were sent after the Moroccan government accepted an offer of assistance. Among them, station manager Martin Foran from Manchester.
Just out in Morocco, I was searching up in the high mountains, local villages, to see if we can get any more survivors.
The operation was made possible thanks to UK International Search and Rescue, the team that responds to disasters overseas on behalf of the Foreign Office. And the rescue effort is being led in Liverpool by Resilience Strategy Advisor Phil Garrigan from the National Fire Chiefs Council.
Phil, nice to see you. Kev, nice to see you. We knew it was going to be challenging. We knew it was going to be very, very difficult to save lives under the circumstances because of the nature of the construction out there. But self-evidently, even if we could save one life, then that would be worth the effort in the first instance.
When the volunteers go out there, Phil, what kind of resources do they have?
Well, they try to be as agile as possible. So we don't want to be taking large quantities of really heavy lifting gear. So we have to be able to be deployed quickly.
Travelling in trucks and helicopters to reach remote communities, the team set out to find survivors, sifting through the remains of collapsed buildings.
The crews have actually recovered the donkey, and you might think to yourself, well, that's it's an animal, but that donkey was the only donkey in the village, and that donkey brought water to that village, so it was absolutely crucial.
For those back home, it's also been a worrying time. There's a large Moroccan community here in Liverpool, and it's been a nervous wait to hear news for those with family and friends who've been affected by the earthquake. Like Zakia, whose family live in the narrow streets of Marrakesh's old town.
First thing come to my mind is my mom. My mom will die and I can't see her. That's very bad feeling. Very, very bad feeling.
Thankfully, Zakia's mom and the rest of her family survived, unlike their home, which was reduced to a pile of rubble, leaving them all homeless. While I'm chatting to Zakia, she manages to get through to her cousin Zara, and I ask about the rescue operation. The firefighters that are coming from the UK to help people in Morocco, what message would you like to give to them?
Thank you so much for your help. We are very proud to do a relation with the British, and you're welcome in Morocco.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
With rain forecast and the threat of landslides, relief efforts are intensifying. But with search and rescue over, Martin has just arrived back home and is already thinking about his next mission.
The process now will be pack the bags, make sure all the equipment's ready to go. It does give you a massive sense of pride to know that you're achieving huge things when you're on a deployment. That's what keeps us coming back and being available at a minute's notice to go and deploy to the next disaster.
You know, I've been blown away today with what I've learned firsthand, that when a disaster strikes anywhere in the world, there are men and women who are willing to put their lives on the line and bring hope to some of the people who may have lost theirs.
I mean, what an amazing team, and our thoughts are with everyone affected.
Absolutely. Now, our first guest tonight is Nick Knowles. Great to see you, Nick. Always.
Nice to see you.
But you know some people as well who've been trying to help, haven't you?
Absolutely. Well, we filmed one of our train journeys that it's in this series. Well, actually, was going to be the first one, but out of respect, we put it back to later in the series.
Right.
Was through that area where that was affected by the earthquake, and so we've been trying to get in contact with the families that we visited to make sure they're okay, and it seems they are. But we have on SOS sometimes we have a team called what were called Rubicon. They're now called React, and they're ex-blue light firemen, police, and specialists in this kind of rescue, and they're out there at the moment. And so, yeah, many people I know are involved with trying to raise funds, and all the people that have been made homeless there need shelter for the winter that's coming on. You think of Morocco as a hot place, but actually where they are, heavy winter's coming on, and they need shelter. So if people can help out with all of the various different groups out there.
I mean, it's an incredible rescue effort, but you mentioned it there. You were out there filming for the brand new series, Amazing Railway Adventures. Now, this looks like you're living a childhood dream. Let's get a little flavour of it.
I'm setting off across the world on a series of stunning railway journeys. Looking over the driver's shoulder, getting the best view. I think this might be my favourite railway station ever, via some frankly gobsmacking feats of engineering. I've never seen anything like this, have you? I just moved an entire steam engine. That was amazing.
I mean, the lovely thing about it, Nick, is, you know, your passion, your love for trains really shines through in this series. But where did that come from?
Oh, from my dad, without any shadow of a doubt. He was obsessed with trains. And actually, when we grew up in Southall, on a little housing estate in Southall, there was a railway shunting yard just up the road. And when we were up there to get us away from my mum, give her 5 minutes peace, there was 5 of us. And he'd take us up, and there was a little footbridge we used to go over and watch the trains go underneath us. And he would occasionally disappear, and even later on when I'd left home, and he'd disappear for a couple of weeks. So where you been? It was on a train through Bulgaria or whatever, and he'd just take himself off and do trips. I mean, this series is this is the second series we've done, and it's just beautiful. And I should credit, we're using like Top Gear cameramen, you know, Ian May, Toby Wilkinson. We've got a director who's really empathetic. So the people we meet are really amazing, but cinematically, it's astounding. The drone operator that we use, it shoots the Batman movies. I mean, it's that beautiful.
But I mean, the
Don't talk to him about Batman. He's obsessed.
I'll be all over it. I'll be asking which one. Now, look, you say it is so beautiful, but the places as well. You go to Prague in the start of it, and you actually confront a big fear of yours.
Yeah, I have vertigo. It's a fear of heights that's pretty much, it's vertigo. I mean, I get a very physical reaction. And what's happened here is we've gone to the top of this place called the UFO Tower, which is 300 feet up. And they will allow you to clip on and walk outside. This is not going outside with that drop. And it's about 1.5 foot wide ledge that you walk around. And I just couldn't do it. I mean, they took me up there and they were like, I was shaking. My knees had gone weak. I was feeling faint. It was just horrible. And the director said to me, Nick, we don't need this for the program. Like, I can see this state you're in. You don't need this. I was like, to be honest, it's got nothing to do with you anymore. It's me versus me.
Yeah.
And I have to win this. I have to, and also show people that, you know, I'm 60 now, and 61 actually today. So I get off your sofa and go and do stuff, you know, no matter how challenging it is.
Happy birthday, Mr. Knowles.
There was a big clang, wasn't it, of a drop?
No, we didn't know. We were coming to it. But the thing is, I mean, your life is one big party because congratulations, you've just got engaged.
Yes, yeah. So like, well, the thing is, I don't. At the moment, the difficulty with what I do, I have the best job in the world. That and SOS, I mean, you can imagine, are the best. But it does mean I'm away a lot. So when I get back, I spend most of my time with my little boy, and I do actually have now a fiance. And if she doesn't travel to see me wherever I am, we don't get to see each other. So when she came out to see me in New Orleans, I thought this would be the ideal time, but I didn't have a ring.
Hang on, we've got a photo. So that's the proposer.
Yeah.
Now, has she eaten that one, and have you replaced it with something a little?
Well, I love saying Haribo. It's a sweet
it's
ring.
fine.
Basically, that's all I had on me. It was a dangerous move because she does like Haribo, so the chances of it actually staying. But I actually, it's one of those little round ones with the sort of W, and I actually used a pair of scissors to trim to make a little jewel top on it. And then presented it. So we had
the effort.
I like it.
No, she's kept it actually. It's in a little plastic bag in a drawer, but I think we might set it in Perspex or something as a sort of memento.
Oh, definitely.
It's been replaced with a proper one now.
Is there going to be a wedding soon?
Do you know, I thought it might be something that you would propose, and then it might be something, 18 months to 2 years. It turns out it's like pulling the pin on a hand grenade. It starts to happen straight away.
That's the best way.
It's a wonderful thing.
We should share that the fiance, the beautiful girl, is in the audience.
Yes, exactly. She's very, very kindly said yes, and so we'll find a time very soon when we can get together. She's amazing. She's an amazing woman. She has her own business. She's launching another business on Monday, a lingerie company called Boa. She's doing incredible things with her life, and she's got her own drive, her own ambitions, and she's a mum of 2 wonderful kids. She's just, it's a wonderful. I'm in a wonderful place.
Look at him, smitten. Amazing Railway Adventures with Nick Knowles, we should say, starts tomorrow, 9 o'clock on Channel 5. Now then, still to come, this Saturday is going to be a night of sequins, drama, and a lot of nerves on Strictly. Very shortly, Annabelle and Johannes will be here to tell us how they're feeling ahead of their first live show.
They look good though, but first it's time to put another inspirational person in the spotlight in this week's One Big Thank You. And tonight it's all about Scout leader Charmin.
Yes, now anyone who has children knows I'll say it properly now, what important role models they are, and Charmin is no exception.
She's a very kind person, always helps others and is very supportive.
When Charmin's local scout troop was struggling, she stepped in, volunteering her time and effort to keep it alive.
20th Wilson was almost on the brink of closure, and Charmin joined as a new volunteer.
She not only saved the group, but managed to turn it around.
Now it's one of the most thriving groups that we've got.
This isn't the first time Charmin has dedicated her free time to helping the community. From charity walks to setting up support groups for expectant parents and coffee mornings for the elderly, all whilst working and raising a young family.
Charmin deserves one big thank you because she gives so much of herself to all these causes.
But helping out scouts is now her big passion.
Not everyone can do it what she does. It's just, you're going and you're sleeping in a tent when it's -5, or it's raining, or she can do all that.
She's always willing to make adjustments to make sure that all their needs are met. And I find that it's very special because she has a lot of kids to look after.
The kids love her. Personally, I think it's changed their lives and giving them chance to become great adults in the future.
She really holds everything together.
I think she's a brilliant person.
Now, when it came to giving Charmin a one big thank you, we knew just the man for the job.
Yeah, he's climbed Everest and crossed the Sahara, but now we're about to see him face his biggest challenge as he goes undercover to surprise Charmin in a very dodgy beard. The Scout motto is be prepared, but Scout leader Charmin could never have prepared herself for the thank you we've got planned, because we've got real life action man, the UK's chief scout, Bear Grylls.
Okay, so I'm in central London to surprise an incredible scout leader volunteer called Charmin, who has done so much for her community, loved and valued by many. She thinks she's coming for a generic BBC interview about how volunteering is so good. But we're going to spice things up a little bit. Stage 1, I need a disguise.
We've brought in a hair and makeup artist to transform Bear from adventurer into Pete the sound engineer.
Beard on, shades, hat, sound gear, and then we're good to go. How hard could it be? Good job. That's the team.
Charmin's oblivious that her scouting idol is part of the crew, and there's no stopping Bear getting into character as sound engineer Pete.
Give us a 1, 2, 3, 4, Charmin.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Rolling?
Yeah.
Our director starts by asking Charmin all about her scout troop.
So my name is Charmin Chowdhury. I'm a group scout leader.
Just a couple of minutes in, Bear stops the interview, saying the sirens are too loud.
Sirens are rubbish. Hold on. 10 seconds.
Is that all right now, please?
Yep.
Yeah, just go again. So introduce yourself.
But our bogus sound engineer's still not happy.
Helicopter. Stand down.
Charmin, like the true scout she is, takes it all in her stride.
Helicopter. Clear.
Without volunteers, we just couldn't
do what we do. We could have given
Bear decides to up the ante.
such an important role, such an important thing that we do.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
I'm just trying to get my thoughts together.
Maybe I'll come underneath.
But our Soundy's cover is nearly blown as his moustache starts to peel off. It's proving to be his toughest challenge yet. But Bear's survival instincts kick in and he goes in for the reveal.
Volunteers come in all different shapes and sizes, really.
They sure do come in lots of different shapes and sizes. Hold on. We also wanted to say thank you.
Oh my goodness.
The truth is, the best scout here today is you.
Charmin can't believe our sound engineer is in fact her hero, Chief Scout Bear Grylls.
It's very hard work being a sound man. My arms are starting to
Bear then tells Charmin why he's really there.
I'm here for one reason, and that's to say thank you to you, because so many people have said to us, what a remarkable lady you are, and you've made such a difference to so many people. So on behalf of the One Show, we wanted to say to you one big thank you. And what a scouting hero you are.
Thank you. I'm still in shock, really. I'm like, what's going on?
Well, I've actually got some messages that I wanted to share with you. Okay, Charmin, here we go. Hold that.
Hi Charmin, it's Jermaine here from The One Show. We've all heard about the time, hard work and dedication you've put into reviving your local scout group. You've brought together your community, so we wanted to give you a one big thank you. And here's a few more people who think you're incredible too.
Congratulations, Charmin, and thank you for all the survival skills and all the fun lessons that we've had. She gives up so much of her personal time for us, the cubs, and the beavers.
Thank you, Charmin. We love Scouts. Thank you, Charmin. I like how you always make sure that there's snacks there.
And Julia Bradbury, an ambassador for Scouts UK, sent this message.
I wanted to say a huge thank you for all the work you do in the scouting community. Keep being you, and maybe see you scouting somewhere soon.
So sweet. Loved by many.
Really sweet. Thank you so
Charmin, guys, give her a round of applause. You're so polite because the Britain's coming in and Charmin is like, don't worry.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you, everyone.
Proud of you.
That was a brilliant surprise. Thanks so much to Bear. I did like it when his being started falling off. And if you know someone like Charmin, we would love to hear from you. Maybe you need help tracking down a person from your past, and so that you can finally say one big thank you. We can help to make that happen.
Yeah,
We've got the power.
Yeah, do get in touch. Right, time now to say hello to our next guest. One of them is used to speaking to big crowds on Centre Court, but now she's dancing in front of them on Strictly.
And the other is going to be with her every step of the way. Please welcome Annabelle Croft and her dance partner, Johannes Radebe.
Oh, yes.
It's a 10.
Very suave.
That's a good start.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot. Look, Annabelle, we saw you on Saturday, obviously, but this weekend, are you ready for it? I heard a couple of sleepless nights, is it?
Oh, more than a couple of sleepless nights. I have had Johannes's voice and the music in my head all night, counting steps, trying to remember everything, and it's quite terrifying, but I am living the dream. I am absolutely loving it. I literally wake up in the morning and I can't wait to see you.
Oh, same here, darling.
Now, can we share about rehearsals? Because obviously, first performance, as we said on Saturday, it gets intense right from the beginning, really, because you want to do a good job. And Johannes was sharing downstairs very kindly that you are such a good pupil because you practice even when you're not in the room.
Well, I kind of do. I practice at night in bed and I start doing these arm movements that you keep trying to perfect. But poor Johannes, he's so patient and you have to say things 10,000 times to me. And if you add arms to feet, then it's a bit like an octopus out there. It's all going a bit out of control, but you are incredibly patient. So I'm very grateful for that because it doesn't all work together, but I do have to keep practicing. I practice in the street, I practice in my bedroom, I practice in the kitchen. I can't stop practicing, but
everywhere.
it's only because I don't want to let you down.
But that's music to my ears, as you can imagine.
Yeah, Johannes is there like good people. Perfect. Well, look, lots of people are wondering what dance you're going to be doing this weekend, and exclusively to the One Show, you're going to reveal it for us. So, drum roll, please.
We are doing a cheeky cha-cha-cha to a certified banger by Billy Joel, Uptown Girl.
Oh, a certified banger. We love it. And it's good to get the cha-cha-cha out of the way.
I'm glad you said that. That's the first thing Johannes said to me.
But now then, on TikTok, your daughters have been trying to help you to kind of master dancing a little bit before Strictly started. To be fair, the clip looks very professional. Shall we show it?
Well, not by me, it doesn't.
Yeah, the group. Here we are.
That was last summer on the beach in Portugal.
She's
My
got
daughter
it.
with her friend Liv, and that's me on the right-hand side. I have no idea what I'm doing, but anyway, it was good fun. I hadn't done any TikToks before, but it was a bit of a laugh.
Hey, well, look, it's a nice starting block, but Nick, I'm going to come to you, man.
Oh, no,
'Cause,
don't go to Nick.
You could be in the running next year, Strictly, because I did see the DIY SOS Strictly special. I mean...
Yeah, this was a sort of, I started the DIY SOS Strictly special with almost like a tribute to Ricky Gervais, actually. It was,
look at those moves.
Anton said he'd never seen anything like it.
Johannes, you're always polite.
Oh, you said,
What do you think?
I love the fact that you gave it everything. You're like, look at those arms.
Yeah. I think weirdly, I come from a dancing family. All my sisters, I have 3 sisters, and one was a ballroom champion, and the middle one had a massive ballet school. The youngest was a professional dancer, but I grew up rugby shaped, so I'm more of a rugby player than a dancer. So yeah, I don't know. Well, do you know, all the dancers are asking me to do it next year, and I'm sort of umming and ahhing about. Is it?
Go for it!
Really?
Oh, it's so much
It
fun.
just seems terrifying to me. What's the most terrifying? Walking out and playing at centre court, or walking out to do?
I'll let you know on Saturday. The first live show.
See, there's some dancing DNA.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
really fantastic.
It's fun.
Now, Annabelle, you could be the dark horse, because we do know that you've already won a celebrity competition, which was celebrity wrestling.
I haven't told you about
Was it
this.
2015?
Be careful, Johannes, yeah.
So you've got form.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm not sure about form on the dance floor, but I said this the other day on the show. There are so many amazing dancers in this competition, and I don't want to look at it like that. I just want to purely have fun, enjoy learning all of these moves. I had no idea how technical some of these steps were. I've enjoyed watching the show many times, and I would have had no concept of what some of the moves are, which I'm sort of trying to learn. So it's given me a much better understanding of what they do in their profession, in their art form, and it's just spectacular. But I just want to treat, as we said, I just want to work on myself and try and do the best for me, and I don't want to let Johannes down.
Well, you've got a good one there.
Whoa! You won a celebrity wrestling competition.
No.
It's too much to take in, Nick.
Just got to roll past that.
Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah. You're going to have to move on.
You've been on that. Thank you both.
I couldn't carry that out of it off. So.
Well, it wasn't called that when I agreed to do the show. But then suddenly I agreed to do the show. It was something called celebrity wrestling. I was like, oh, okay, I didn't realise I was wrestling.
Pull it off.
Smashed it, yeah.
You can watch Strictly Come Dancing this Saturday, 6:15 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Don't forget, DIY SOS Strictly Special is available on iPlayer, with the Children in Need special coming to our screens in November.
Now, you might want to take some notes during this next film.
Yes.
Because it's a dance that even, and Johannes may disagree, even the Strictly professionals can find a bit tricky.
Yeah, it was once made famous by the likes of Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers, but now tap is officially back as Strictly's Karen Hauer discovered.
Tap dancing is on the rise, with clubs springing up around the country, getting people from all walks of life on their feet. I'm Karen Hauer. As a Strictly professional, I've tried my hand at most dances, including tap. But I find it to be one of the most difficult dances to master. Jo Scanlon, though, is a tap aficionado. She founded her dance organization, Tap Attack, 15 years ago. It nurtures the cream of the crop when it comes to tap dancing in the UK, training young beginners right through to the GB tap team.
Tell me, why did you set up this organization? I love tap dance, and it's something I've done my whole life.
We started with 14 dancers. We now have, it's approximately 320 dancers in 4 locations around the UK.
Tap had its heyday in the Hollywood films of the 1930s. Today, it's seen a resurgence.
I do think it shows, like Strictly, where dance has become just more, I guess, more accessible to people who might not normally watch dance.
Jack is 15 and one of a new breed of tap dancers. But it's more than just a hobby for him.
I started tap dancing when I was 5 because I've got ADHD and autism. It just calms me down. I like that I could just stamp and be loud with my feet.
Tap also helped him cope with his home life when his mother was ill.
My mum was in hospital. The only thing I knew was going to be the same tomorrow was tap dancing. It just made me feel so much better. It made me feel happy.
Another of Joe's students, Polly Jackson, lives in Wakefield. She joined Joe's group when she was 9 years old. At 18, she's now part of the GB Tap team, which competes all over the world.
There is 35 countries at these world events and maybe around 200, 250 dancers. It's a big competition. Months of preparation go into these competitions.
But all the hard work paid off at last year's Tap World Championships, when Polly won a bronze for her solo dance.
The feeling when you win, it is surreal. It really is the best feeling, yeah. So,
I'd like to get a few ideas of how to improve, so here goes.
But we're going to start with paddles. Dig, then we're going to brush, then step, heel. Dig, brush, step, heel, then the left, dig, brush. You actually, this is how the people on Strictly feel. Dig, brush, step, heel. 2, 3, 4. Toe, heel. Oh, she's off! There we go!
It's fantastic to see tap dancing back in fashion. It definitely has its challenges, but oh boy, is it fun.
Who doesn't want to be a tap dancer? Thank you to Karen.
Yes. That's all we've got time for tonight. Thanks so much to Annabelle, Johannes, and Nick.
We'll be back tomorrow when we'll be joined by Steve Backshaw and the fabulous Dame Joan Collins.
Yeah. Got any questions for Dame Joan, please do send them in. We'll put it to tomorrow. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
You all right, babe? Are you ready to go again? Well, hello! Welcome to Club Ticket and Boo. Can I see your dog, sir? I'll her on the way.
The baby is sweet. She will cry for it.
And yeah, that it is emotional, and you stop being sexy.
This is Flawless. RuPaul's Drag Race UK returns next Thursday at 9 on BBC Three and iPlayer.
Strictly Come Dancing, Saturday at 6:15 on BBC One and iPlayer.
A case of concealed clobber for Stacey Solomon. Sort your life out in half an hour here on BBC One. To Walford first, and I should mention that Alfie's worries about cancer complicate things with Phil.
Kat's wedding day. And I love her too much to destroy her life again. She's the mother of your kids. She deserves to know, doesn't she? You know how worried she gets. She got worried even before I had a diagnosis. And she just pushes everything, you know, to one side and feels she's got a life to live. Even if I don't. Well, you're a better man than I thought you were. Yeah, well, that's the benefits of looking death in the face. You start realising what's important. When I want to go into this operation now, Kat and the boys are going to be taken care of. To Spain? No, I was never going. Just need an excuse to have the operation or recuperate in private. So you're going to talk about me and Emma? You don't deserve Kat. That sounds like jealousy to me. I thought you was over her. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter now, does it? Because if this is it, I just want to go into this operation knowing that Kat and the boys will be taken care of. Well, I swear I won't let anything happen to them, and I won't tell anyone about your cancer. As long as you don't tell Kat about me and Emma. You're a pig. Yeah, I know. I will keep your secret if you keep mine.
Where's Phil?
I thought they were you.
They?
Phil and Alfie. We left them in Peggy's together.
There you go. You're doing that. Supposed to be taking your cam off the ceremony. I'll explain it away. Personal bliss.
I need to see him.
It's not here.
You have to tell him you lied.
Absolutely not.
I can't have my son think I'm a killer.
But you are. Ruffy, it's what you deserve. After the pain you caused my family.
You and Kira don't know pain. You don't know what's coming to you, not after this. But Kira having his legs broken, not enough for you. I can't remember the you. Because you've signed his death warrant.
I don't think so. He's being transferred.
What?
I spoke to Jack Branning. Told him about the death threat against him, and after the beating you ordered, you coward. He's being moved to a safe prison as we speak. So you'll get nowhere near him ever again.
I'll find him.
I'll make it my life's work to make sure you don't. Now, leave my family alone. You're safe now.
Right, I need your help. What is it? I want Bobby to move back in, but I am terrified of asking your mother. What do you think?
I think the little psychopath should stay where he is. Where have you been? No dramas, we said.
I'm sorry, I was. So, doing this, haven't you?
Where's Alfie?
Well, he ain't coming here. Couldn't change his flyer.
So why didn't he... Did you tell him that he could walk me down the aisle? Did you scare him off?
No.
Well, you need to tell me where he is, because we're not getting married till you do. Okay, no worries. We'll see you at 5 then. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Alfie Moon. Sorry, mate.
Alfie promised to walk me down the aisle 5 minutes with you and his scarfers. Something smells rotten.
Couldn't get a later flight. Or maybe he didn't try and get a late flight.
Why would he lie to me?
Because maybe he still loves you.
He doesn't.
Maybe you know that and you like it.
Don't you turn this on me.
Why not? Hey? You're the one asking your ex to give you away. I mean, who does that? Hey? Then when I turn up for our wedding, you're looking over my shoulder to see if Alfie's there. I saw that look in your eyes.
You picked today to finally get in touch with your feelings.
This ain't funny.
I ain't laughing. Do you really think he still loves me?
If you and Alfie have still got feelings for each other, tell me now, yeah?
I just wanted him to see me get married as a mate. Nothing more.
And you're sure it's me that you really want?
Really. Earlier on, right, some toe rags were giving honey jip. And one looked for me and they ran for it.
Whole lots.
Yeah, because that's me. A lifetime of scrapping.
Just kill or be killed, eh?
Exactly. You and me. We're like a male and female version of each other.
Yeah, I suppose.
Whatever our parents did, what they let happen, that shaped us. I really thought I was sentenced to a lifetime of ag. But with you by my side, I haven't got to fight anymore. Like every day is my first day of coming out of prison. For the first time, I feel safe. I feel protected and I feel loved.
I do love you. I love you more than you'll ever know.
More than that, I can trust you. More than I can trust... What's his name? So yeah, I'm sure it's you that I want.
So we're getting married, yeah?
Oh,
I had to send another driver through. Alfie needed the cab in a hurry.
I was the airport.
No, baby, it's the hospital.
I, Philip James Mitchell, take you, Kathleen Slater, to be my wedded wife.
I, Kathleen Slater, take you, Philip James Mitchell, to be my wedded husband.
Kathleen, I'll give you this ring as a symbol of my love and my devotion.
Philip, I give you this ring as a symbol of my love and my devotion. Can't get it past your fat fingers. Yeah.
Philip and Kathleen, you have now both made the declarations required by law, and you've made a solemn and binding contract with each other in the presence of witnesses, guests, and the registrar of marriages. It's therefore my great pleasure to pronounce you now husband and wife. Congratulations. You may now kiss each other.
Mitch, love, we have come a long way in a short time. Okay, we are going to get your girls back. We're going into business. After everything I've done for us, what do you think?
I think we need more rosé. Can't stand this cheap Sauvignon you keep insisting on buying.
Mum, what that means is...
I know what he means. Your father is seriously suggesting that the killer of my daughter, your twin sister, moves back into the family home. Sorry, have I missed something?
No. Nan said to come round. Is now the time?
No, not really, son.
Why is that here?
Nan said.
He is moving in over Lucy's dead body.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is the only thing scarier than Cat Slater?
Well, everyone, the drinks are on me.
Come on, Elaine, have you paid your lecky?
And it's Elaine.
Well, you said you wasn't no through.
Your boys deserve to know their dad is seriously ill.
Yeah, but I won't be though, will I? Because in a few hours' time, I'll be rid of cancer and white as rain.
You can't get a kid a Ralphie. I've been through it. It's not that simple.
Well, apart from the catheter, I might have to wait for the next few weeks with the pain and the swelling and the possibility of erectile dysfunction. Luckily, it's just me to keep entertaining us.
Stop with the jokes. You're allowed to be scared.
I am scared, Linda. I'm scared. I'm bloody terrified. You know, I really don't want to die yet. There's so much that I need to do, you know, and I don't want to die a failure.
You are not a failure, and you are not going to die.
I've been thinking a lot about Lola. Christ, tragic and so young. But she left with her house in order. Career, husband who loved her, daughter cared for, and mourned by everyone. What if I vanished and no one noticed?
It's not.
No. I share a flat with a daft lad who's young enough to be my own son. I spend my days in the bookies, just sweeping up broken dreams. And my boys, they idolised the local meathead who only 2 hours ago married the love of my life. And now, Linda, I'm not over it. I'm pretending to be. It's taking my mind off the fact that I might die of prostate cancer.
Mr. Moon. Looks like they're ready for you.
I'm good.
I know Babaji was horrible to people.
I reckon he's got
didn't
prostate
deserve to
cancer, right? In the NHS, I think I've got bowel cancer.
I miss him so much.
And I don't care.
And I ain't got no one to talk to about him.
Talk to me.
Well, he loved playing Ludo. And he always had this giant bag of salt and vinegar crisps with him. And when Dad went to prison, he was the only one who stuck around with me. How could anyone do that? Just leave him in a suitcase. It was really hard when I thought he was killed. They can't have been my own dad. Tell me you got it wrong. Please.
I'll tell you what I know in my heart, Devinder. Your dad killed your Babaji.
Well, sorry about the sound quality, everyone, but you know, where you gonna go, huh? Right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the dance floor, Mr. and Mrs.
Please, you know, you grumpy old git. But you're my grumpy old git, and I love you, Philip.
Look at this. Obviously the fridge isn't on, so that's good if you like it.
Thanks.
I'd like Bobby to join us. Look, if we don't get this out into the open, then the rot is going to set into this family and we're never going to make it.
It was the worst mistake of my life, and I'll never forgive myself.
He was a child. He was locked up for years, man. Mum, if I can forgive him, you should be able to.
Okay. Understood. I forgive you. I'm sorry I even mentioned it. Me and my silly little bride.
Please.
I am sorry you hit my daughter so hard you killed her with a single blow. I am sorry she died over there.
Cindy, please don't do this.
You wanted to talk. This is me talking. What were her last seconds like? Did she know she was going to die? Did she look at her little brother's face and wonder why her music box was covered in blood? Please.
Mum, stop it.
Did this Jane? Did she clean up after him before she dumped her body in the woods?
He was a child. Okay, he made a mistake once.
Yes, but it wasn't just once, was it? You said he tried to kill Jane with a hockey stick. Nice way to say thank you. And you want me to sit here and have my breakfast with him? The boy who murdered my Lucy!
Whoa, you doing it? Whoa, stop it! Right, you get to do that once, okay? You do it again, and we are finished.
You don't get to tell me we're finished.
I'm the man you needed 18 months ago. The man who helped put you back together. The man you fell in love with. I am also his dad. Okay, and I made a decision a long time ago to forgive him. Now, I understand if you can't, all right? He's not your son. But if you can't, then it's over between us.
Well, this is unusual, but gorgeous. Congratulations, Sharon. Thanks for coming. I hope you both be very happy. And if you're not, you get me in the divorce. Billy's popped home. He's a bit worried about the kids being at home on their own in the dark. So anyway, this is from us. I made it. Must have sent it her. Oh, candle. It's really lovely. What do you mean you made it? Oh, I took some inspo from, Gwyneth Paltrow. She has her own sort of line about artisan candles with a distinctive smell and scent. You know what she makes some of her candles out of, don't you? I don't think I'll be making mine out of that. Thank you very much, Helen.
Huge apologies for the blackout. This was not the reception we had planned. George sends his best regards. He's still in Marbella with the girls, but we can still make tonight one to remember.
I still can't find Nugget. Have you heard from him?
No.
If you're lying, Suki, please just let me know he's okay.
You okay?
Bobby, I'm sorry. I had to get that off my chest, and I'm sorry for throwing wine at you. I crossed a line, and what with you being
Muslim?
I love your father and your brother too much to lose them again. And if your dad wants you to move back in, then I won't stand in your way.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I loved Lucy, and no one will ever hate me more than I hate myself. I'll get my stuff.
I'm going to go to the Minute Mark.
I thought you'd be back. I didn't think it'd be this soon.
Yeah. You don't need to do that, you know.
Just trying to help you relax. If you're nervous. I get nervous. Hey, tell me about your ex. I'm not taking a mic. Go on.
Well, she was crazy beautiful and fierce and smart and funny and kind.
Sounds too good to be true.
She loved her clothes. And she really looked after herself, you know, not in a vain way like some girls, you know. She wore this perfume. Sometimes she wore too much of it, but it makes me think of her.
Do you want me to wear?
Yeah. Might help me sleep.
Right, let's get tanked up, yeah?
I told you not to tell anyone. You told Alfie.
Wedding, didn't you? In case none the wiser.
Well, I'll make Kat happy, no thanks to you. You tell her. I'll kill her. You tell anyone else. I'll kill her.
Yusuke? Yeah, I'm Cindy Ian's partner. Any chance of opening up? No.
I'm not looking for new friends.
God, you're hard.
I've every right to be. You moving back home? I heard what happened.
I've lost more kids than I thought possible. The pain is... I know.
Your socks!
You didn't miss the little, you're all mine.
Let's get you on.
Hey, sleepyhead.
You stayed.
Don't want you waking up on your lonesome, did I?
Thank you.
Nurse said the operation went smoothly. Hey, hey! Everything's gonna be all right. Come on. Details of organisations offering information and support with cancer are available online at the BBC Action Line, or you can call for free at any time to hear recorded information on 08000 560 190.
Mum, have you got the tickets?
You're not joking me.
It's Mel and Elaine.
Oh no!
We're in a bit of a dilemma.
I think we've made a mistake.
People are running.
Harry, go on. Ready for this?
Celebrity Race Across the World continues Wednesday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
The wheel is back with more hilarity. What's happening? High drama. Precisely.
Oh,